Chapter 690. The corpse jade in Yi Xing's hand was a profound grade 3 corpse jade, a profound grade low-grade corpse jade. It was useful for a 5-star venerable's cultivation. However, Yi Xing's astral energy was far superior to venerables of the same cultivation level. The corpse jade he needed was at least of the same level as a 7-star venerable lord's. It had to be profound grade 4 or above. If it was a profound grade 4 corpse jade, Yi Xing would have to make a breakthrough first. After becoming a 6-star venerable, his strength would increase again. In the Sea of Darkness prison, the stronger he was, the better. However, this corpse jade was only a profound grade 3 corpse jade. Yi Xing directly handed it to Zhuo Zhenghai. Zhuo Zhenghai did not accept it. He said in surprise, "This is the corpse jade you obtained after risking your life by rushing into the sea. It's different from the corpse jade obtained by everyone working together. You can keep it for yourself." Zhuo Zhenghai glanced at the others and said, "You all know what happened just now. Do you have any objections?" The supremacies shook their heads. The pitch-black sea was terrifying. There were a large number of green-furred undead below. How dangerous would it be to rush in? It was like tying one's head to one's waist. If everyone had killed the green-furred undead together, no matter who obtained the corpse jade, they would have to hand it over first. However, under the circumstances just now, they could keep the corpse jade they obtained. Yi Xing took back the corpse jade and said, "I need a profound grade 4 corpse jade or above to make a breakthrough. This one is useless. Since it's useless, I might as well hand it over. I've received benefits from the Dark Star sect, so I should make some contributions." Of course, Yi Xing did not say these words. Zhuo Zhenghai also obtained a corpse jade. Since he could keep the corpse jade he obtained, if Yi Xing handed it over, wouldn't Zhuo Zhenghai have to hand it over as well? Otherwise, how could he not feel embarrassed? Yi Xing naturally wouldn't do something that would put him in a difficult position. Zhuo Zhenghai was a carefree person. When he heard Yi Xing's words, he took out the corpse jade he had just obtained and tossed it to Yi Xing. Zhuo Zhenghai said, "The corpse jade I obtained is of the profound grade 4th stage. If it's effective for your cultivation, then take it and cultivate for now. If you can achieve a breakthrough in your cultivation, then you'll be safer in the Sea of Abyss prison." Yi Xing took over the corpse jade, and his impression of Zhuo Zhenghai greatly improved. He said, "Many thanks, I will definitely return you an even better one in the future. I will cultivate here, and try to break through to the 6th level of astral reaching realm. I hope everyone can protect me." Zhuo Zhenghai nodded and said, "No problem, but the death qi in the corpse jade is very dense, so don't absorb it too quickly." Yi Xing nodded and sat down in an empty area on the island. He took out the rank 4 profound grade corpse jade, and prepared to break through to the 6th level of the astral reaching realm. Wei Qingxian sat down on the seat closest to Yi Xing, protecting Yi Xing. "Senior brother Zhenghai, many thanks." At this moment, the captain of the first squad, Lin Nanxing, had already stabilized the injuries of the injured 7-star venerable lord, and came over to express his gratitude. Zhuo Zhenghai glanced at the injured 7-star venerable lord and said, "Junior brother Yuanqio's injuries are not serious, right?" Lin Nanxing said, "His injuries have been stabilized, but he was too frightened and fainted for a moment. He should be fine when he wakes up." Then Lin Nanxing's tone changed. "I didn't expect these green-furred monsters to be so cunning. They suddenly attacked us in the sea and caught us off guard." Zhuo Zhenghai nodded and said, "Now I know why we couldn't find any traces of those green-furred monsters after searching for half a month. It seems like they are hiding in the sea. If they don't come to us on their own, we won't be able to find them for the rest of our lives." Lin Nanxing said, "What should we do? The seawater of the Sea of Abyss prison is very harmful to human cultivators. We can't stay in the sea for too long. There's nothing we can do if they hide in the sea." Zhuo Zhenghai thought for a moment and said, "All 10 of you are venerable lords and are very powerful, but the green-furred monsters still attacked you. This shows that they want to kill us just as much as we want to kill them. We want their corpse jades, and they want our flesh and blood. The reason they didn't attack us for half a month is because they know we are powerful. Even so, they still couldn't help but attack us. Although only a small portion of them attacked us, it shows that they can't wait any longer. Therefore, if we give them enough temptation, I believe they won't be able to resist coming out. Lin Nanxing said, how? Zhuo Zhenghai said. Aren't they afraid because we are too powerful? We can pretend to be weak and split up a small portion of our forces to lure them out. Then we can trap them with a formation. After that, our main force will rush over and kill them. Lin Nanxing's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. However, Lin Nanxing immediately shook his head and said, although this is a good idea, won't the people in charge of luring them be in danger? These green-furred monsters kill too quickly. Once they bite someone, their flesh and blood will be sucked dry in just a few dozen breaths. Moreover, they don't even have to wait for their flesh and blood to be sucked dry before they die. I think even a venerable lord can only last 10 breaths if they are bitten. After that, they will definitely die. Zhuo Zhenghai frowned. This was indeed a problem. If the bait was too strong, the green-furred undead might not show up. If the bait was too weak, they might not be able to survive under the attacks of the green-furred undead. If the green-furred undead swarmed over, apart from 9th-star Venerable Lords, 7th-star Venerable Lords and 8th-star Venerable Lords would probably die in a breath or two. However, if a 9th-star Venerable Lord was used as bait, the green-furred undead would be able to sense the cultivator's cultivation, and might not show up. Zhuo Zhenghai's gaze swept across everyone. Suddenly his eyes lit up. His gaze fell on Yixing. Zhuo Zhenghai said, if we're talking about bait, Yixing is the best choice. His cultivation isn't high, but he's strong enough. Lin Nanxing glanced at Yixing and said, Senior brother Zhenghai, Yixing is indeed a good choice, but he's a fiend star in a time of chaos. Lord Left Star Emissary has repeatedly told us to ensure his safety. What if something happens to him if he takes the risk? No. Zhuo Zhenghai frowned. He was also slightly troubled. But if we want to act as bait, only a prodigy with a high cultivation base and powerful abilities like him is the most suitable candidate. Aside from Yixing, the only other candidate is the young cult master. However, the young cult master isn't in either of our teams. Lin Nanxing was shocked. He said, you're really daring. If it's not Yixing, the fiend star in a time of chaos, then it's the young lord. No matter which one of them goes wrong, can we take responsibility? We'll be in serious trouble. Zhuo Zhenghai shrugged and said, this won't work, that won't work. I don't have a choice. I'd like to be the bait myself, but if I just stand there, those damn green-furred monsters won't dare to come out. Chapter 691. Just as Lin Nanxing and Zhuo Zhenghai were discussing, a sudden surge of star power rippled. Star yuan qi from all directions converged towards a certain part of the island. The Supremes looked over and saw that the star yuan qi was pouring into Yixing's body. For a moment, there was too much star yuan qi, and it couldn't pour into Yixing's body at the same time. Thus, it started to circulate outside of Yixing's body, forming a funnel-shaped whirlpool. The Supremes were astonished. Yixing's cultivation had actually broken through the 6th level of astral reaching realm, becoming a 6-star Supreme so quickly. The star power in the profound grade 4 corpse jade was indeed pure and extremely dense. Seeing that there was hope for him to break through to the 6th level of astral reaching realm, Yixing immediately broke through to the 6th level of astral reaching realm. At this moment, there were faintly discernible black lines on Yixing's face. This was the death qi in the corpse jade. Although the star power in the corpse jade was pure, there was also a lot of death qi. After breaking through to the 6-star Supremes, Yixing hurriedly put away the corpse jade. He was afraid that if he continued to absorb, there would be too much death qi in his body. If it exceeded his vitality, it would cause great damage to his vitality, and he might even lose his life. Having just broken through to the 6-star Supremes, and with the help of the corpse jade, Yixing's cultivation wasn't stable. He hurriedly took out a few remaining eternity flowers, and consumed them to stabilize his cultivation. At this moment, the Supremes were discussing spiritedly. It was as if a pot had exploded, and all of them were exclaiming in admiration. After Wei Qingxian, Yixing also broke through to the 6-star Supremes. This cultivation speed shocked the Supremes. After breaking through to the 6-star Supremes, Yixing cultivated for another hour or so before opening his eyes. His cultivation had finally stabilized at the early stage of the 6th level of astral reaching realm. Wei Qingxian looked over and faintly smiled at Yi Xing. There was no need for words. All her emotions were in her eyes. Zhuo Zhenghai quickly walked over and said, Yi Xing, I thought that with the profound grade 4 corpse jade, you would need 3 to 5 days to break through. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. You must have absorbed a lot of energy, right? It's too risky. Zhuo Zhenghai was shocked when he saw the faintly discernible black threads on Yi Xing's face. Yi Xing said, I know what I'm doing. I can take this bit of death energy, so I broke through in one go. This way, I'll be stronger and I'll be able to kill more green-furred monsters. Yi Xing couldn't mention the name undead to anyone else. These were Wei Qingshuan's secrets and couldn't be exposed. Therefore Yi Xing, like everyone else, called these undead creatures green-furred monsters. Zhuo Zhenghai said, That's good. We've already thought of a way to deal with the green-furred monster. Now that you've completed your cultivation, we can carry out the plan. Yi Xing asked, Do you want to use people as bait to lure these green-furred monsters out, and then kill them on land? Zhuo Zhenghai smiled faintly and said, That's right. It seems like you've thought of it too. I plan to use a 9th star Venerable Lord as bait, and see if I can lure those green-furred monsters out. Sigh. Yi Xing waved his hand and said, The green-furred monsters can sense a martial artist's cultivation, and they're very cunning. There's a group of Venerable Lords nearby, and a 9th star Venerable Lord definitely won't be able to lure them out. Why don't I be the bait? They'll definitely show themselves when they see that I'm only a 6th star Venerable. Before Zhuo Zhenghai could say anything, Lin Nanxing shook his head and said, No, you're the fiend star in troubled times. We can't let you take the risk. Yi Xing smiled and said, Risk? I don't think it's a risk. Unless there's a king among the green-furred monsters, they won't be able to hurt me. When Yi Xing was a 5th star Venerable, he could already defeat a 9th star Venerable Lord when he transformed into his dragon form. However, that wasn't his limit. He hadn't even used the Dragon Clan's martial arts. Now that Yi Xing was a 6th star Venerable, and had used all his trump cards, even he wasn't sure how strong he was. However, he didn't fear anyone below the king level. Zhuo Zhenghai glanced at Yi Xing in surprise and said, Are you really that confident? Even a 9th star Venerable Lord would be in danger when facing so many green-furred monsters. Unless you're a half-step king, you won't be qualified to say that they won't be able to hurt you. Yi Xing looked at Zhuo Zhenghai and smiled. The confidence in his eyes said everything. Zhuo Zhenghai's eyes lit up. He trusted Yi Xing's judgment very much. He said, In that case you can be the bait. There's no problem at all. Lin Nanxing was still a little worried. He said, What if there's a problem? We can't afford it. Yi Xing patted his chest and said, Don't worry, there won't be a problem. Wei Qingxian walked over and looked at Yi Xing. She said, I'll go with you. Don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. The Venerable Lords were surprised and looked at each other. Just how strong was Yi Xing? They had seen with their own eyes how he was able to kill the green-furred monsters in the sea. Judging from Wei Qingshuan's tone, it seemed that her strength wasn't inferior to Yi Xing's. This was too shocking. Wei Qingxian rarely fought. The Dark Star Sect's martial artists only knew that her cultivation speed was extremely fast, and that she was even more monstrous than Yi Xing. However, they never knew how strong her battle prowess was. Yi Xing shook his head and patted Wei Qingshuan's shoulder. He said, The less of a threat the bait poses to the green-furred monsters, the more likely they'll come out. I'm the most suitable person for this. Qingxian, stay with them. Once I've trapped them, you can come over together. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. Wei Qingxian pursed her lips and nodded under Yi Xing's gaze. Yi Xing looked at Zhuo Zhenghai and said, It's easy for me to lure the green-furred monsters out, but it'll be difficult to keep them here. I'll need a powerful formation. Do you have a complete level 4 formation disc? A complete level 4 formation disc could trap a Venerable Lord. If the green-furred monsters escaped, Yi Xing wouldn't be able to keep many of them. Therefore, he had to rely on a formation. Once trapped, the green-furred monsters would have nowhere to run. When the Venerable Lords arrived, they would be able to kill them all. Zhuo Zhenghai took out a formation disc and said, Every team has prepared a complete level 4 formation disc. Here. Yixing took the formation disc and quickly refined it. He said, "The formation might not be able to trap the green-furred monsters for long. If they break out of the formation and escape into the sea, it'll be difficult to catch them. Therefore, we have to lure them away from the shore. This island is too small and unsuitable. I think the island we saw just now is just right. You guys wait here. I'll go to the center of the island first. If the green-furred monsters see me alone, and there are no other martial artists nearby, they'll definitely come to the island to kill me. Once I've trapped them, I'll send you guys a message. You guys can go after receiving our message." Lin Nanxing didn't know how far this island was from the island Yixing mentioned, but Zhuo Zhenghai knew. He said, "We're at least 300 kilometers away from the island. Isn't that a little too far?" Yixing chuckled. "It won't take you long to get here from this distance. I can handle it. Besides, if there aren't many green-furred monsters, I might be able to kill them all by myself." Brothers, the fourth update is here. Where are the monthly votes? Chapter 692. Although Lin Nanxing didn't want Yixing to take the risk alone, Yixing convinced Zhuo Zhenghai to go to the island he had discovered earlier. Yixing flew a few hundred meters above the sea, and soon arrived at the island he had discovered earlier. He flew to the center of the island before landing. The island was like a small continent. Even if Yixing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and looked into the distance, he couldn't see the edge of the island from the center of the island. At the center of the island was a boundless mountain range. Yixing found a relatively flat valley in the mountain range, and sat down cross-legged. He released his cultivation aura and quietly waited for the green-haired undead to come to his death on his own initiative. Yixing was alone within a few hundred miles. Moreover, Yixing deliberately released his cultivation aura. The nearby green-haired undead could naturally sense Yixing's aura. He was just a 6-star venerable. Many green-haired undead, whose strength was equivalent to a supremacy's, thought that they could suck Yixing dry by themselves. Of course, they wouldn't let go of this opportunity. The green-haired undead hidden in the sea sensed Yixing's aura. They were like sharks that smelled blood and gathered at Yixing's location. Not long after, some green-haired undead came to the island where Yixing was. Moreover, it wasn't just one team of green-haired undead. Green-haired undead walked out of the sea from the east and west of the island. There were about 20 green-haired undead in the west. Although most of them were venerables, there were a few that were equivalent to a supremacy. One of the teams was the one that had attacked the 10th squad. 2 of the green-furred undead had been killed. This team of green-furred undead remembered Yixing's aura, and their green eyes flashed with a tyrannical light. The green-haired undead were very fast. They had the ability to fly and soon arrived at the center of the island. Yixing was constantly sensing the surroundings. He naturally knew that many green-haired undead had arrived. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. The team of green-furred undead from the east was the first to arrive. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, Yixing, a 6-star venerable, was all alone in the center of the island. This surprised the green-haired undead. The green-furred undead were also very crafty. Not all of them rushed forward. Each of them had a leader with strength equivalent to a 9th-star High Lord. With a wave of his hand, a green-furred undead with strength equivalent to a 7th-star High Lord rushed towards Yixing. Yixing immediately stood up, and the mid-grade profound weapon, Ardent Flame Profound Spear, appeared in his hand. The bodies of the green-furred undead spirits were extremely sturdy. One had to use a sharp weapon to break open their bodies and dig out the corpse jade within. If he were to use archery, the arrows would have sufficient penetrative power, but they would not be flexible enough. It would be easy to shatter the corpse jade, but it would not be possible to shoot the corpse jade out. But with a spear in his hand, he could simply stab and flick the corpse jade out. Of course, Yixing in his dragon form could also use his sharp dragon claws to break open the bodies of the green-furred undead and grab the corpse jade. But from the start, Yixing didn't want to display too heaven-defying strength. He didn't want these green-furred undead to be scared away before they even approached. Whoosh! The green-furred undead with strength equivalent to a 7th-star High Lord was extremely fast. Like a beam of light, they rushed towards Yixing. They relied on their bodies being as sturdy as a profound weapon, and their strength being formidable. They didn't have much skill in their attacks and simply charged forwards. Towards martial artists weaker than them, they were extremely effective. They simply couldn't resist and would be crushed in the blink of an eye, sucking their flesh and blood dry. But Yixing's strength was far greater than a 7-star High Lord's. Even though Yixing didn't use astrology, just as a spear grandmaster, the power of his spear was not something that a 7th-star High Lord could compare with. Bang! The ardent flame's profound spear lashed out. The green-furred undead that was rushing over was struck head-on, and fell to the ground. If it were a 7th-star High Lord, Yixing's spear would have been able to severely injure them. But the green-furred undead was completely fine after being struck by the spear. It quickly crawled up and leaped away like a bolt of lightning. Its green eyes stared at Yixing from afar with some dread. In the distance, the green-furred undead leader that was equivalent to a 9th-star High Lord saw this and waved his hand. 2 more green-furred undead rushed out. They were even stronger than the previous one, having the strength of an 8th-star High Lord. Whoosh! Whoosh! The green-furred undead that was equivalent to an 8th-star High Lord was even faster and stronger. Clang! Clang! The ardent flame's profound spear danced and blocked the 2 green-furred undead. Yixing's spear technique was extremely profound. Although the 2 green-furred undead were fast enough, they were still hit by the ardent flame's profound spear. It was easy to block the 2 green-furred undead by using spearman unity, but it was impossible to send them flying. In an instant, the 2 green-furred undead rushed over again. The ardent flame's profound spear was pulled out, and 2 more green-furred undead were blocked. The leader that was equivalent to a 9th-star High Lord saw this, and confirmed that besides Yixing, there were no other martial artists hiding. With a wave of his hand, he led all the green-furred undead to charge forward. Black hole astrology. Flame astrology. 2 beams of starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows. Yixing had used 2 astrology at the same time. The flame astrology caused Yixing's strength to soar. The black hole astrology descended, and a world of darkness enveloped the surroundings. The world of death was incomparably gloomy. The undead were a natural dark race, so the world of darkness couldn't affect them. However, Yixing's senses were much more sensitive in the world of darkness. He could see everything around him more clearly than he could see with his eyes. Even if the entire group of green-furred undead rushed over, and there were existences equivalent to 9th-star High Lords among them, Yixing still managed to block all the attacks with the ardent flame's profound spear. All the green-furred undead were secretly shocked. A 6th-star High Lord actually possessed such formidable strength. This was the first time they had encountered such a monstrous human. At this time, the Western Undead team had also arrived at the center of the island. This team of undead knew that Yixing was strong, no weaker than a 9th-star High Lord. Seeing that Yixing wasn't at a disadvantage against a group of green-furred undead, the newly arrived leader of the undead team waved his arm, and led the rest of the green-furred undead to rush forwards. In an instant, the number of green-furred undead that besieged Yixing reached nearly 40. Among them, 2 were equivalent to 9th-star High Lords and 4 were equivalent to 8th-star High Lords. Even if Yixing's ardent flame's profound spear constantly danced in the air, displaying profound spear skills, it was still difficult for him to resist the siege of so many green-furred undead. It's time. Yixing's thoughts stirred and he summoned an array disc. The large success 4th-level array disc was instantly activated, forming a light shield that covered an area of 1,000 feet, covering all the green-furred undead within. As the green-furred undead spirits saw the sudden appearance of this array formation, they were startled. They could recognize that this was a human array formation, something they feared the most. If they were trapped here and the main force of human martial artists arrived, they would become turtles in a jar. We must immediately kill this human and break this array disc as soon as possible. All the green-furred undead only had one thought in their minds. Their attacks became crazed. Chapter 693. The green-furred undead went berserk, becoming stronger and faster. Their strength multiplied. Yixing felt the strain. The ardent flame profound spear in his hand was nearly sent flying. Divine Dragon Blood Essence, activate. With a thought, Yixing bloomed with golden light. His body was covered in golden dragon scales, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. The sharpness of the dragon claws was even greater than the ardent flame profound spear. Yixing put away the ardent flame profound spear and grabbed a green-furred undead with his left hand. His right dragon claw swiped at the undead's chest. The sharp dragon claw directly pierced the green-furred undead's chest. In the next moment, a corpse jade was dug out. The green light in the undead's eyes faded and it died. While killing the green-furred undead, Yixing used the speed-transmitting bead to send a message to Zhuozhenghai and the others. The divine dragon blood essence was too terrifying for Yixing. Yixing felt that with his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult to tear apart a 9th-star venerable lord. The two undead leaders, who were equivalent to 9th-star venerable lords, joined forces. They attacked from the front and back. Bang! Bang! Yixing's two dragon claws struck out like lightning. Before the attacks of the two undead leaders could land on Yixing, they were sent flying by Yixing. Then, Yixing's figure flashed and turned into a golden light, dodging the attacks of the green-furred undead. In the next moment, Yixing appeared in front of a green-furred undead. Puff! The dragon claw was like a sharp blade, cutting open the undead's chest. The corpse jade was pulled out by Yixing and another green-furred undead died. Yixing was too strong. Even if no one came to support him, he could kill this group of green-furred undead by himself. The array formation's light barrier enveloped this space. These green-furred undead had nowhere to run. Only now did the two undead leaders realize how terrifying Yixing's strength was. He was much stronger than them. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were no match for him. If they continued to fight, they would definitely be annihilated. They looked at each other and attacked at the same time. However, they didn't attack Yixing. Instead, they attacked the array formation's light shield. They all had the strength of a 9th-star venerable lord. If they attacked with all their strength, even a greater success Tier 4 formation wouldn't be able to trap them for long. Yixing naturally knew that the two undead leaders were the most destructive to the light shield. With a flash of golden light, he attacked the two undead leaders. Before the two undead leaders could touch the light shield, they were blown away by Yixing. One of them even had his chest ripped open by Yixing's claw. His corpse jade was almost pulled out. He was scared out of his wits. With a flash of golden light, Yixing charged forward again with the speed of a ghost. How could the two undead leaders still care about attacking the array formation? They dodged and attacked Yixing with the other green-furred undead. There were too many green-furred undead. They attacked from all directions. Their nails were also very sharp. Yixing didn't dare to ignore their attacks. His figure flickered as he dodged most of the attacks. When he couldn't dodge some of the attacks, he waved his dragon claw and struck out like lightning, sending his opponents flying. Then he stabbed a green-furred undead in the chest and pulled out a corpse jade. Another green-furred undead was killed. When Wei Qingxian, Zhuozhenghai, and the others arrived, the green-furred undead were still unable to break through the array formation's light shield under Yixing's attacks. On the contrary, nearly half of the 40 green-furred undead were dead. They lay motionless on the ground. Their corpse jade had already been taken away by Yixing. The High Lords who rushed over all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were still worried about Yixing's safety, but they didn't expect Yixing to be so powerful. The green-furred undead here were twice as many as the ones that attacked the 10th squad, but Yixing killed them all by himself. While the supremacies were shocked, their eyes were filled with excitement. This time around, they were going to reap a huge harvest. Kill! The High Lords roared in unison. They all had array talismans that matched the array disc, so they weren't affected by the array formation's light shield. They directly rushed into the array formation's light shield. The green-furred undead were already in a sorry state after being killed by Yixing. Now that the 1st and 10th squads had arrived, they were completely defeated. One after another, the corpse jade in their chests was forcibly dug out, and they died one after another. This time, they could at least harvest dozens of profound-level corpse jades. It was a huge harvest. Everyone was intoxicated with excitement and joy. No one noticed that in a canyon behind a mountain peak, a huge black shadow drilled out from the ground. The black shadow flew out of the canyon and landed on the peak of a nearby mountain. Its upper body was on the peak, but its tail was still at the foot of the mountain. The black shadow was like a python, but it had 4 legs and a right horn on its head. It was actually a black flood dragon. This mountain peak was more than 200 meters high. From this, it seemed that this black flood dragon was nearly 1,000 feet long. The black flood dragon opened its 2 basket-like eyes and looked down at the humans and undead fighting in the valley below. The black flood dragon's gaze focused on Yi Xing, who had transformed into his dragon form. Its basket-like eyes burst out with excitement. Dragon bloodline. The black flood dragon spat out an excited voice. Its body suddenly rushed down and reached out to grab Yi Xing. Just as the black flood dragon's gaze focused on Yi Xing felt its gaze. He looked up and was shocked to see the black flood dragon descending from the sky. "Be careful," Yi Xing shouted. Boom! The black flood dragon's huge claws grabbed the light shield of the formation, causing a loud explosion. Crack, crack. The light shield of the formation instantly cracked. The flood dragon's claws continued to descend and directly destroyed the light shield. The power of a single blow was enough to destroy the light shield of a large success stage. What kind of strength was this? It was almost equivalent to a strike from a king. Everyone was shocked. Yi Xing could feel that the black flood dragon's target was him. His figure suddenly soared into the sky and flew several miles away from the others to avoid being accidentally injured by the black flood dragon. Divine dragon's blood. The heavens bless this flood dragon. I can evolve into a dragon. The black flood dragon's gaze followed Yi Xing's figure as it let out an excited cry. Rip, the void shattered. The black flood dragon was as fast as lightning as it rushed toward Yi Xing. Once again, it stretched out its claws and grabbed at Yi Xing's head. In the valley, all the Supremes were shocked. Zhuo Zhenghai said in shock, "Dark Abyss Flood Dragon, a Dark Abyss Flood Dragon that likes to live in places with death chi. Heavens, why is there a Dark Abyss Flood Dragon here? It's almost a demonic beast king. How terrifying is its strength?" As soon as Zhuo Zhenghai's voice fell, Yi Xing's dragon claws clenched into a fist and collided with the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's huge claws. Yi Xing had used the dragon race's martial arts for this punch, and its power was fully unleashed. Even among half-step kings, there were very few who could block this punch. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xing was instantly sent flying. His body fiercely crashed into a mountain several miles away. All the Supremes' hearts skipped a beat, and their faces turned pale. It's the 6th watch again. Brothers, where are your monthly tickets? Chapter 694. Yi Xing. Wei Qingxian cried out in alarm. She turned into a streak of light and flew toward the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. "Miss Qingxian, don't!" Zhuo Zhenghai cried out in alarm, trying to stop Wei Qingxian. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was a half-step demon king, and its strength was only a sliver away from being on par with a king. It was much stronger than a half-step king. Wei Qingxian and Yi Xing were both 6-star supremacies. Even with Yi Xing's heaven-defying strength, he was sent flying by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's claw. Zhuo Zhenghai didn't believe that Wei Qingxian could help. In Zhuo Zhenghai's opinion, if Wei Qingxian angered the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon, she might be instantly killed by it. However, Wei Qingxian didn't listen to Zhuo Zhenghai's advice. She instantly used her frost astral aspect, and an extremely cold aura spread out. Zhuo Zhenghai also rushed toward the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. Yi Xing was too far away, and he couldn't save him in time. However, if Wei Qingxian was in danger, he still had hope of saving her. At this moment, the green-furred undead saw that the human cultivators had stopped attacking the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon, and that the formation that trapped them had been broken. They quickly seized the opportunity to escape. Wei Qingxian circulated the minor reincarnation technique and activated her sovereign bloodline. A terrifying aura erupted as she struck her palm toward the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. The cold wind whistled, and the area several hundred meters in front of her was instantly covered in frost. The temperature dropped to the extreme. An icy palm struck the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. Visible frost covered the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's body in the blink of an eye. All the supremacy's mouths instantly formed an O shape. They never expected Wei Qingxian's strength to be so terrifying. Even the half-step Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was frozen with a single palm strike. However, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was indeed too strong. It was infinitely close to a king. Its attention was focused on Yixing, who had been blasted into the distance, so it was struck by Wei Qingshuan's palm. Roar! The dark abyss flood dragon's body was frozen. It immediately let out an angry roar, and the frost on its body shattered. Pop! There was a loud explosion as the dark abyss flood dragon's gigantic tail swept over. The air was blown apart by the force of the tail, and waves of air surged as it rushed towards Wei Qingxian. At this moment, Wei Qingxian had already struck out with her second palm. This time, the frost palm failed to freeze the dark abyss flood dragon's body, and was directly dispersed by the flood dragon's tail. Wei Qingshuan's body trembled as she was hit by a terrifying recoil force. She was sent flying backward. Whoosh! The dark abyss flood dragon turned its huge head and roared at Wei Qingxian, shooting out a black water arrow. The dragon's foots. Dragon. Flood. Qingxian. At this moment, Zhuo Zhenghai's aura erupted to its peak as he charged forward. With a loud shout, he thrust his spear forward, unleashing his most powerful attack. Boom! Half of the dragon's arrow was shattered by Zhuo Zhenghai's attack. The remaining half was deflected and shot into empty space. However, the power of this arrow was indeed terrifying. Zhuo Zhenghai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying. At this moment, Yixing, who had been smashed into the mountain, rushed out. Seeing the dark abyss flood dragon attacking him, he roared, "Hey!" The dark crowbow appeared in Yixing's hand. In his dragon form, Yixing easily drew the bow to a full moon, and a starlight arrow shot out. The dark abyss flood dragon swayed its body and extended a claw, destroying the starlight arrow that had changed directions 8 times. Roar! The dark abyss flood dragon roared. It turned into a huge black shadow and charged toward Yixing. After shooting the arrow, Yixing's azure cloud wings appeared on his back. Like an arrow, he flew into the distance and escaped without a trace. Yixing and the dark abyss flood dragon were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown more than 10 kilometers away. Continue hunting the green-furred monsters. Don't worry about me, it can't catch up to me. I'll be fine. Yixing's voice came from afar. Yixing. Wei Qingxian shouted anxiously. She also exploded with speed and chased after him. Zhuo Zhenghai had blood at the corner of his mouth. He had been injured after blocking the black dragon's arrow. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his injuries and the green-furred undead that were running away. He yelled, "Chase! Chase after them!" The supremacies soared into the sky and used their profound cloud wings to chase after Zhuo Zhenghai. Yixing was at the very front. Behind him was the dark abyss flood dragon, followed by Wei Qingxian, and then Zhuo Zhenghai and the other supremacies. However, as time passed, everyone's speed became apparent. Some of the 7-star supremacies obviously couldn't keep up. Zhuo Zhenghai, Wei Qingxian, and the others were slower than the dark abyss flood dragon, and the distance between them grew larger and larger. As for Yixing, he was the fastest. His wind force had already reached the level of a mid-rank king. His speed had reached the limit, and it was shocking. Even though the dark abyss flood dragon was proficient in flying, he was still much slower than Yixing. However, when the dark abyss flood dragon left the island and reached the surface of the sea, it dove downwards and directly rode on the surface of the sea. Its speed increased explosively, and it was not much slower than Yixing. It chased closely behind Yixing. Zhuo Zhenghai couldn't leave the 7-star supremacies behind to fend for themselves. He could only call out to those who were faster to stop. Wei Qingxian saw that she couldn't catch up to Yixing and the dark abyss flood dragon, so she could only give up. Yixing, you must live. You haven't left the star continent and seen the vast world. I don't want you to be just a memory in my heart. The path of martial arts is cruel, and the lifespan of the strong is long. I want to have you by my side in the future. Wei Qingxian prayed silently as she watched Yixing disappear into the horizon. Yixing had already transformed into his human form. In terms of speed, there was no difference between his human form and his dragon form. Yixing flew at high speed for several hours, but the dark abyss flood dragon was still following behind him. Although the distance between them had increased, the dark abyss flood dragon's speed was only slightly slower than Yixing's, so the distance between them was very limited. Another island appeared in front of him. Yixing didn't continue to flee and landed on the island. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon chased after him relentlessly. As a half-step demon king, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's demonic energy was abundant and his stamina was abundant. Yixing couldn't compare to him. In terms of flying endurance, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was naturally much stronger. Therefore, if they continued to fly, Yixing would probably die from exhaustion, but the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon would still be as lively as a dragon and a tiger. This evil creature, if I don't let it suffer a little, it won't know how powerful I am. Yixing was furious from being chased. He looked at the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon with a vicious gaze. In less than 10 breaths of time, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon had caught up to the island. Its 300-meter-long body was like a mountain ridge. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon looked at Yixing with excitement. It looked at Yixing playfully and said, "Brat, you finally can't run anymore? After devouring you, this flood dragon will evolve into a dragon and become a demon king. I will be invincible in the Star Continent. This flood dragon king will lead the demon race to wipe out all of you humans and become the ruler of the Star Continent." Chapter 695. Yixing looked at the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon with disdain and said, "You stinky reptile. How dare you dream of becoming a dragon?" The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was enraged and roared, "What did you say? How dare you call the Great Lord Flood Dragon a stinky reptile? You deserve to die. Lord Flood Dragon will slowly chew you up and swallow you whole. You stinky brat." Yixing said indifferently, "If I flatter you, you won't eat me?" The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon raised his huge head and said proudly, "Brat, you have the dragon's bloodline in your body, which is greatly beneficial to Lord Flood Dragon. Lord Flood Dragon will definitely swallow you." Yixing said, "Since you're going to swallow me, why can't I call you a stinky reptile? Stinky reptile. This lord will also tell you that the noble dragon's bloodline isn't something a stinky reptile like you can touch. Hurry up and scram before this lord shows his might. Otherwise, I'll peel off your skin, pull out your tendons and chop off your head to kick like a ball." The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was too powerful. If Yixing really wanted to compete with him, he could only fight with his life on the line. To be honest, Yixing really didn't want to fight with his life on the line. It was too risky. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon thought highly of himself and was angered by Yixing. He shouted, "Stinky brat, you've completely enraged the Great Lord Flood Dragon. Originally, Lord Flood Dragon could have given you a quick death, but you've angered Lord Flood Dragon. Lord Flood Dragon will slowly play with you to death and torture you to death." With a flash of golden light, Yixing's body instantly transformed into a dragon and erupted with a terrifying might. He shouted, "Stinky reptile. Since you don't know what's good for you, then come. Let's see who will win." Seeing that Yixing used the power of the dragon's bloodline, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's eyes shone with greed. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon sneered and said, "Stinky brat, your ant-like body is the one who's wasting the noble dragon's bloodline. Only the Great Lord Flood Dragon can match the noble dragon's bloodline. And you, even if you have the noble dragon's bloodline, you're still as tiny as an ant in front of Lord Flood Dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out a huge claw and grabbed towards Yixing's head. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was 300 meters long. Just his powerful physique alone was enough to sweep through many half-step kings. Adding on his vigorous demonic power, he was an invincible existence among half-step kings. Even if it was just an ordinary claw attack, it still contained an extremely terrifying power. Even a half-step king would find it hard to contend against it. Flood Dragon's claw attack. Dragon Flood Dragon's claw attack. Dragon's dragon. Dragon's Flood Dragon's attack. Dragon. However, Yixing had only used the 7th move of the Dragon Clan's martial arts, which belonged to the first 9 moves. But now, Yixing made a strange movement and used the 18th move. The Dragon Clan's martial arts he learned in the Divine Dragon Forbidden Land would become stronger the further one went. Moreover, every 9 moves would increase in power by a large margin. The 18th move was the last move of the second 9 moves. It was also the strongest move Yixing could use right now. Yi Xing's strength exploded to the limit as he clenched his dragon claw into a fist and punched out. Bang! The small fist collided with the huge dragon claw, creating a loud noise that sounded like a landslide. Terrifying shockwaves instantly spread out in all directions. This island was only a dozen li in radius. Under this intense collision, the entire island shook. Especially the ground where Yi Xing was standing, it was as if it was cracking. The shockwaves were like blades, shaving off a thick layer of earth and rocks. Apart from the cracks on the ground, everything within a radius of a few li was clean. And a few li away, everything was in ruins. All the shaved earth and rocks were blown several li away. Yi Xing's dragon fist and dragon claw only lasted for 2 breaths of time. In the end, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's strength was stronger. The moment the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon used his demonic energy, another powerful shockwave blasted out and pushed Yi Xing back. Yi Xing slid back over 100 meters before stopping. His legs dragged 2 gullies on the ground as he panted heavily. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon looked at Yi Xing and raised his head arrogantly. The power of this punch is much stronger than the previous one. It should be your strongest attack, right? But in front of this Lord Flood Dragon, it still can't withstand a single blow. Stinking brat, enjoy this Lord Flood Dragon's destruction. Really, I can only fight with my life on the line, Yi Xing muttered. Even after using his strongest Dragon Clan martial arts, he was still pushed back by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. Other than using the Burning Blood technique to forcefully increase his strength, there was no other way. Since there's no other choice, then let's explode. Burning Blood technique. Yi Xing roared. His eyes suddenly erupted with a blood-red radiance, revealing a dangerous and terrifying aura as his strength increased explosively. The Burning Blood technique allowed the stronger the bloodline power, the more power one would obtain. Yi Xing was in his dragon transformation state, and was burning his divine dragon bloodline. How terrifying was his strength! Yi Xing knew that his divine dragon bloodline was a resource that couldn't be regenerated. Every bit he burned was a bit less, so he couldn't waste it. He had to make full use of his time. The moment Yi Xing's strength erupted, he charged towards the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon with bloodshot eyes. This Dark Abyss Flood Dragon had never seen the Burning Blood technique before. Seeing Yi Xing's exploding aura and blood-red eyes, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. This fear was instantly extinguished by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. He was a dignified half-step beast king, and the strongest half-step beast king. Unless a king appeared, almost no one could compete with him. Would Lord Flood Dragon be afraid of a stinky human like you? The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon thought to himself. He immediately swung his claw, and a surging power erupted as he clawed at Yi Xing. Yi Xing used the Dragon Clan's martial arts and punched out. Bang! Another earth-shattering explosion. However, this time, Yi Xing didn't move at all, while the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's huge body swayed and retreated several steps. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was shocked. The sharp pain from his claw shocked him greatly. Yi Xing's strength was far inferior to his just now, but now he actually exploded with power that was even stronger than his. It was simply unbelievable. Just as the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was pushed back, Yi Xing's figure leaped several hundred meters, and rushed towards the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's head. Whoosh! The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was shocked. His body swayed, and a huge tail swept over. The blazing profound spear instantly appeared in Yi Xing's hand. Yi Xing didn't dodge, and he stabbed with his spear. The power of the huge tail was terrifying. Coupled with the speed of Yi Xing's spear, the combination of the two reached a shocking level. The penetrating power of the blazing profound spear was already very strong. Coupled with the speed of the two, the penetrating power increased by several times. It directly pierced through the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's sturdy scales and stabbed into his body, penetrating more than a meter deep. The power of the huge tail was indeed terrifying. Yi Xing was also sent flying by the blazing blood technique, but his dragon claw firmly grasped the spear shaft. Whoosh! The blazing profound spear dragged a huge wound on the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon's tail, and blood splattered all over the ground. The intense pain immediately caused the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon to howl in pain. Chapter 696. Whoosh! Not only was Yi Xing in his berserk state extremely powerful, but his defense was also greatly enhanced. He was sent flying 100 meters by the dark abyss dragon's tail, but he didn't feel any pain and charged forward again in an instant. The dark abyss dragon was still struggling due to the intense pain, but Yixing had already leaped onto its back. The dark abyss dragon was shocked and hurriedly rolled away. Yixing stretched out his dragon claws and clawed fiercely, tearing off a large chunk of the dark abyss dragon's scales and leaving a few bloody marks on its body. Yixing walked around the dark abyss dragon's body. No matter how the latter rolled, it couldn't get off Yixing. Yixing's dragon claws dug into the dark abyss dragon's body, and he quickly moved around the dark abyss dragon's body. The bloody marks extended from the dark abyss dragon's body to its head, spanning over 100 meters. Who knew how many scales had been scratched off, and fresh blood was flowing out? "I'm going to pull out your horn," Yixing shouted. He rode on the dark abyss dragon's head and grabbed the horn with one claw, while the other claw pierced towards the root of the horn. The dragon claw pierced into the root of the horn, pulling and clenching. Yixing dug out the entire dark abyss dragon's horn. It was still connected to the tendons, and fresh blood was gushing out from the wound. The pain of having its horn pulled out was much more intense than having a large wound on its tail. The dark abyss dragon was in so much pain that tears flowed out. "Spare me, young master. Spare me." Yixing rode on the dark abyss dragon's head, and the dark abyss dragon couldn't get off Yixing no matter what. It cried out miserably and begged for mercy. Yixing knew that the dark abyss dragon's vitality was very strong. Although it was in a lot of pain now, these injuries weren't fatal. Its body was too big, and Yixing couldn't cause fatal injuries to it. If he spared it now, once it recovered, the one who would die would be Yixing. "I'm going to pull out your tendons." Yixing roared angrily. One of his dragon claws dug into the dark abyss flood dragon's flesh, while the other dragon claw kept scratching. First, the scales were scratched open, and soon blood and flesh flew everywhere. Very quickly, Yixing found a dragon's tendon. With a swipe of his sharp dragon claws, he severed the dragon's tendon. Then he grabbed the dragon's tendon and forcefully pulled it out of the dragon's body. The cramping pain was much more intense than the horn being pulled out. The dark abyss flood dragon's huge body struggled madly, creating huge trenches in the ground. "Master Dragon is in so much pain." The dark abyss flood dragon let out a miserable shriek. The cramping pain almost caused its entire body to convulse. Finally, the dark abyss flood dragon gathered up the last of his strength and soared into the sky. He traversed over 5 kilometers in the sky, before plunging into the pitch-black sea. After the dark abyss flood dragon entered the water, Yixing leaped into the sky, pulling out the dragon's tendon in his hand. He flew into the sky and pulled out the dragon's tendon that was nearly 300 meters long. The seawater below shook violently, setting off layers upon layers of waves. The dark abyss flood dragon was in so much pain that it rolled and struggled in the sea. When Yixing landed on the island, the blood-red light in his eyes receded. He stopped the circulation of the burning blood technique and spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack from the dark abyss flood dragon's tail earlier wasn't a fatal injury. In his berserk state, he couldn't feel it at all. However, it didn't mean that the injury didn't exist. Now that the power of the burning divine dragon bloodline had dissipated, the injury was revealed. Yixing hurriedly ate a profound healing pill and sat down to meditate and heal his injuries. Perhaps it was because of the intense battle with the dark abyss flood dragon that scared the green-haired undead. Or perhaps there weren't any green-haired undead nearby. But Yixing wasn't attacked by the green-haired undead while he was healing. Nearly 2 hours later, Yixing's injuries were completely healed. The seawater had already returned to its calm state. Although Yixing's strength hadn't fully recovered, he didn't dare to stay any longer. The dark abyss flood dragon wasn't fatally injured. If it came back, it would be another big problem. Yixing took out the speed communication pearl, but he couldn't contact Wei Qingxian, Zhuo Zhenghai, and the others. The space in the Sea of Darkness prison was unstable, but the speed communication pearl used space as a medium. The more unstable the space was, the shorter the distance it could travel. In the normal space outside, a high-quality speed communication pearl could send a message over 100,000 miles away. However, in the Sea of Darkness prison, it could only send a message over 1,000 miles away. Yixing had flown at top speed for several hours. Although his speed in the Sea of Darkness prison wasn't as fast as outside, he still flew over 100,000 miles. Of course, he couldn't contact the 10th squad. Not only that, Yixing couldn't contact any of the Dark Star Sex squads. After flying for 100,000 miles, it was impossible to go back the way he came. Just now he was focused on escaping. How could he pay attention to where he had passed through? Moreover, in the Sea of Darkness prison, other than the islands, the seawater was pitch black. It looked the same. How could he remember the route? Whoosh! Yixing soared into the sky and picked a random direction. He didn't care about anything else. He had to get away from this island first. After flying for more than 10,000 miles, Yixing stopped on an island. I've run so far. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon won't chase after me, right? Moreover, it suffered such a big loss. It might not dare to chase after me, Yixing thought to himself. He sat cross-legged on the island and continued to recover his energy. Yixing recovered to his peak state, but no green-haired undead spirit appeared. Perhaps he had run too far. There were no green-haired undead spirits in this area. Otherwise, if a green-haired undead spirit discovered him as a 6-star venerable, it would definitely treat him as prey. In the following time, Yixing wandered around the Sea of Darkness prison, sensing the direction. The deeper he went into the Sea of Darkness prison, the more chaotic the space and the heavier the death chi. The opposite direction was naturally the edge of the Sea of Darkness prison. Yixing felt out the general direction and headed toward the edge of the Sea of Darkness prison. The next day, when Yixing was resting on an island, a green-haired undead spirit finally appeared and attacked him. The two groups of green-haired undead spirits that Yixing had encountered before were both about 20 in number. However, this time, there were more than 50 of them. More than 50 green-haired undead spirits surrounded Yixing, 6-star venerable, delicious food. The leader of this undead spirit group looked at Yixing and spoke in human language. The hair on its body was green with a hint of green. The same was true for its eyes. It seemed like it was about to evolve into a green-haired undead spirit, which was equivalent to a human half-step king. Hula! Hula! The rest of the green-haired undead spirits clapped their hands and shouted in unison. This should be undead spirit language. Yixing couldn't understand what it meant. The undead spirit leader, which was equivalent to a half-step king, let out an ear-piercing laugh. In the next instant, its figure flashed like a stream of light and charged toward Yixing facing a half-step king. Yixing didn't hesitate to activate the divine dragon essence blood and dragon form. Not much time had passed during the battle with the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon yesterday. The Dark Abyss Flood Dragon had escaped by jumping into the sea, so the burning blood technique didn't consume too much divine dragon essence blood. Yixing's dragon form was still powerful. Dang! With a crisp sound, the undead spirit leader's sharp claw piercing toward Yixing's heart was blocked by Yixing's fist. Yixing's other claw pierced toward the undead spirit leader's chest. Chapter 697. How could the undead leader put Yixing, a 6-star venerable, in its eyes? It had invaded the northern netherworld continent and killed several supremacies. It killed 7-star supremacies and 8-star supremacies in an instant. Then it would pounce on them and suck them dry in just a few dozen breaths. Therefore, when the undead leader's claws pierced towards Yixing, it opened its mouth and revealed 2 sharp teeth, biting towards Yixing's neck. In the end, the claws piercing towards Yixing's chest were blocked by Yixing, which shocked the undead leader. Yixing's sharp dragon claws pierced towards the undead leader's chest, which shocked the latter even more. Only now did it realize that the 6-star venerable in front of it was not inferior to it. The undead leader's body trembled and it quickly retreated. However, Yixing's dragon claws were even faster. Ding! A crisp sound rang out as if it had pierced a solid steel body. The undead leader's body was too sturdy. Yixing's dragon claws were so sharp that they could easily pierce through the chest of an ordinary green-furred undead. However, it only left a hole less than half an inch deep on the undead leader's body. Of course, it was impossible to dig out the corpse jade in its chest. However, Yixing's reaction speed was extremely fast. Since the undead leader was already close to him, How could Yixing allow it to escape? Taking a step forward, his figure followed closely behind the undead leader like a maggot attached to a bone. Before the undead leader could retract its claws that were piercing towards Yixing's heart, Yixing grabbed its wrist and locked it. The undead leader struggled fiercely, but Yixing's dragon claws were like iron pliers. Its wrist was locked, and it could not break free. With its wrist locked, the distance between the two could not be increased. The undead leader knew that its strength was not as good as Yixing's, so it naturally knew what would happen. No matter how sturdy its body was, it could not withstand Yixing's continuous attacks. If it did not break free, the corpse jade would be dug out by Yixing sooner or later. Gurgle! The undead leader screamed. All the green-haired undead spirits suddenly went berserk. They all rushed towards Yixing, stretched out their sharp claws, and launched a storm of attacks at Yixing. Yixing used the Dragon Clan's martial arts and swung the undead leader like a weapon. The undead spirit leader's strength was equivalent to a half-step king, and it wasn't much weaker than Zhuozheng Hai. However, it was still far from the half-step demonic beast king Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. As soon as Yixing used the Dragon Clan's martial arts, the undead spirit leader had almost no power to resist. It flew up and down in Yixing's hands, and the green-furred undead spirits that charged at it were all sent flying. Whoosh! Yixing's figure was like lightning. He pulled the undead leader and caught up with a green-haired undead. His dragon claws were like blades, instantly piercing the green-haired undead's chest. With a fierce pull, the corpse jade was pulled out. A green-haired undead was killed. The undead spirit leader was furious. One of its hands was held by Yixing's dragon claws, and it couldn't move. However, its other hand stabbed towards Yixing's eyes. Yixing pulled the undead spirit leader and swung it. At the same time, the undead spirit leader's attack was undone. Pung! The undead spirit leader had just landed on the ground when Yixing fiercely punched its head. Although the head wasn't a vital point, the violent impact still made the undead spirit leader somewhat dazed. Immediately, Yixing pulled the undead spirit leader and charged towards another green-haired undead. In the next instant, the green-haired undead in front of them died, and another corpse jade was in their hands. Yixing in his dragon transformation state was too powerful. Especially when he used the Dragon Clan's martial arts, his strength had multiplied, and he had greatly surpassed half-step kings. These green-haired undead were naturally not his match. The undead spirit leader's strength was equivalent to half-step kings. Originally, it could have fought a few rounds with Yixing. Even if it wasn't his match, it could have retreated. Unfortunately, it had underestimated Yixing at the beginning, and its wrist was grabbed by Yixing. Thus, its movements were restricted, and its strength was completely useless in front of Yixing. Now the undead spirit leader's face was green with regret. However, it was useless. It could only watch as the green-haired undead died one after another under Yixing's hands. As long as the undead spirit leader had a little bit of control over its body, Yixing would immediately swing it up and use it as a weapon to attack. Otherwise, he would give it a few punches, making it dizzy and unable to control its body. It was completely unable to counterattack against Yixing. Undead spirits had a strict hierarchy. With the leader of this group in Yixing's hands, the other green-haired undead didn't dare to escape. They all madly attacked Yixing, wanting to save their leader. For Yixing, this was a great thing. If they fled in all directions, even with Yixing's strength and speed, he wouldn't be able to kill many of them. As long as they escaped into the sea, Yixing wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But now Yixing had captured their leader. None of the green-haired undead ran away. Yixing killed them one after another, obtaining corpse jades one after another. He was very happy. He couldn't wait for these green-haired undead to stay and fight to the death. Then he would be able to obtain more than 50 profound grade corpse jades in this battle. Moreover, there would be 5th grade and 6th grade corpse jades, which would be of great use to Yixing's future cultivation. If the undead spirit leader was killed by Yixing, the remaining green-haired undead would lose their leader and naturally escape. Yixing deliberately left the undead spirit leader alive. However, the undead spirit leader didn't care about the other green-haired undead. It only wanted the other green-haired undead to injure Yixing, giving it a chance to escape. Therefore, at the end of the battle, none of the green-haired undead were able to escape. All of them had their corpse jades dug out by Yi Xing. Even the 2 9th-star Venerable Lord-level green-haired undead died in Yi Xing's hands. Their corpse jades were 6th grade profound grade. After killing all the green-haired undead, it was the undead spirit leader's turn. Under Yi Xing's attacks, the undead spirit leader's body was useless no matter how sturdy it was. The corpse jade in its chest was dug out by Yi Xing, and the undead spirit leader was dead. The corpse jade in the undead leader's chest was also a profound grade 6 corpse jade. However, both the star yuan qi and the death qi were richer than the profound grade 6 corpse jade in the chest of the green-haired undead, who was equivalent to a 9th-star venerable lord. While Yi Xing was admiring the profound grade 6 corpse jade he had dug out from the undead leader's chest, a burst of strange laughter suddenly rang out. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. This voice was clearly discovered from the undead spirit leader's body. Yi Xing was shocked. His body shot back dozens of meters as he vigilantly looked at the corpse of the undead spirit leader. This king knew it. Just by hiding my will in the body of a green-grade undead, I can pass through the spatial crack. This king has succeeded. This king has succeeded. Ahahaha. Ahahaha. A skull-shaped black chi rose from the undead spirit leader's body. Its mouth opened and closed as it let out an ear-piercing laughter. Chapter 698. As soon as Yi Xing heard the skull's black gas calling itself this king, he was shocked. This was obviously a death spirit king's spiritual will, which was attached to a half-step king's body, and came to the star continent. The spiritual will of a king was too frightening. Yi Xing did not even think about it as the azure cloud wings appeared behind him. His body soared into the sky, and he decided to escape first. I smell the surging vitality. I smell the delicious blood. Oh, this world is too beautiful. The skull had an intoxicated expression. When it saw Yi Xing flying into the sky, it immediately chased after him. My body, don't run. Without a body, this king can only watch and can't do anything. This body's aptitude is good, and it's already a 6-star venerable at such a young age. It's too good to be this king's body. Don't run, my body. The skull chased after Yi Xing while mumbling. Even if Yi Xing pushed his speed to the limit, the skull's speed was still much faster than him. Whoosh! Yi Xing instantly took out the black crow bow and shot an arrow. The starlight arrow instantly penetrated the skull, but it was useless. The starlight arrow seemed to have penetrated through the air and shot into the distance. And the skull chased after him without the slightest injury. In just a few breaths' time, the skull caught up with Yi Xing. Yi Xing punched out, and the fist aura directly penetrated the skull like the starlight arrow, as if the skull did not exist. In the next moment, the skull directly rushed into Yi Xing's body and appeared in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows. Ahahaha. 1, 2, 3. You actually have 3 astrological signs. Good body, not only good cultivation talent, but also so many astrological signs. This king is rich. The skull looked at the 3 astrological signs in Yi Xing's glabella space and laughed happily and excitedly. Deep in the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows, there was a ripple. A miniature version of Yi Xing stood in the middle of this ripple. This was Yi Xing's spiritual source, his soul. All of his thoughts came from this source. The skull's empty eye sockets locked onto Yi Xing's spiritual essence and rushed over. Little guy, leave my body. Oh no, you don't need to leave. I don't have a body now. I'm in a spiritual state. I can swallow you directly. Crack, 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 crack. The lower jaws of the skull kept biting and colliding with each other, creating a series of clashing sounds as it bit towards Yi Xing's spirit source. Who before the skull could get close to Yi Xing's spiritual source, the space around the ripple area suddenly spun and formed a black whirlpool. The black hole astrological sign that occupied half of the space between Yi Xing's eyebrows disappeared and turned into a black whirlpool, protecting Yi Xing's spiritual source. The center of the black whirlpool was very calm. Yi Xing's spiritual source was not damaged at all. In fact, Yi Xing could feel that this black whirlpool could forcefully attract the surrounding energy to its center. It had a strong devouring effect. Around the black whirlpool, There was no other energy other than the skull's spiritual energy. The black whirlpool devoured the spiritual energy, making Yixing's spiritual source even stronger. What the hell is this? This king's spiritual will is not under my control. Don't. This king does not want to collapse, do not want to disappear. The skull spun rapidly in the black whirlpool. Its shape was elongated and distorted, and its spiritual energy was spreading. Hera Hera Hera. The twisted skull suddenly chanted in the language of the dead. The elongated skull was affected by a powerful force and returned to its original shape, rushing out of the black whirlpool. Whoosh! The skull rushed out of Yixing's eyebrow space, rushing out of Yixing's body, and into the distance in an instant. An ear-piercing voice came from afar. If this king can't use such an excellent body, then this king will devour you. Just you wait, this king will devour you sooner or later. Hu Yixing let out a long sigh. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had the black hole astrology. Otherwise, if his spiritual source was devoured, it would be the same as his soul being destroyed. In other words, Yixing would truly die. Although Yixing's body hadn't died, it had been occupied by another spiritual body. He was already a different person. Yixing looked in the direction the skull disappeared, and his expression suddenly changed. He cried out in alarm. Not good. This skull is the spiritual consciousness of a king. If it wants to possess someone, no martial artist in the Sea of Dark prison can resist it. One of them will suffer. As he thought of the martial artists in the Sea of Dark prison, one of them would definitely be possessed. However, this martial artist would have the soul of the Death Spirit King, but would also have a human body and be able to integrate into the human world. Yixing felt some fear. I wonder who will suffer? Please don't let it be Qingxian. Qingshuan's father is a supreme being of his generation. He shouldn't allow his daughter to be possessed. He should have left behind some method, so the one who will be possessed should be someone else. In the Sea of Dark prison, there are high lords of the Dark Star religion, the Great Yuan dynasty, and the high lords of various high-grade empires. No matter who it is, being possessed isn't a good result. But I hope that the high lords of the Dark Star religion won't encounter this skull. No matter who you possess, I will find you in the future. Yixing silently thought, his eyes bursting with a resolute light. Yixing didn't care about the skull right now. He could only continue towards the edge of the Sea of Dark prison. Every time he arrived at a large island, Yixing would stop and release his cultivation, waiting for the green-furred dead spirits to come to their deaths. Yixing was both the perfect bait and the powerful main force. He alone could kill all the green-furred dead spirits that appeared. It had to be said that this method was very good. There were always green-furred dead spirits that sensed Yixing's aura and rushed towards Yixing like sharks that had smelled blood. Yixing also mastered the method to kill all the green-furred dead spirits. He had to control the leader of the group first. As long as the leader didn't die, the rest of the green-furred dead spirits wouldn't escape. In the end, they would all be killed by Yixing. This method was tried and tested time and time again. After several hunts, Yixing had more than 100 mystic corpse jades. Although most of them were low-grade mystic corpse jades, there were also many mid-grade mystic corpse jades. If Yixing could directly absorb these corpse jades, it would be enough for him to break through to the 9-star supremacy realm. Damn that Meng Yuansheng. He stole my Starfire seed. Otherwise, I could have used the Starfire seed to refine the deathly aura in the corpse jades and absorb them endlessly. Yixing looked at the corpse jades in his hand, but he couldn't use them. He was furious when he thought of Meng Yuansheng, the crown prince of Deyuan, who had stolen his Starfire seed. Usually, the role of the Starfire seed wasn't obvious. Now that Yixing had obtained a large number of corpse jades, the importance of the Starfire seed was immediately reflected. Chapter 699. If the Starfire seed was still in Yixing's hands, he would have been able to break through to the 9th level of the astral reaching realm and become a 9th-star Venerable Lord. After becoming a 9th-star Venerable Lord, Yixing's strength would be enough to challenge kings. With the power to protect himself, he would be able to leave the ocean of black prison and roam the world freely. Unfortunately, the Starfire seed wasn't in his hands. Meng Yuansheng. One day, you will fall into my hands. Yixing clenched his fists and muttered. While Yixing was waiting for the green-haired undead spirit to take the initiative to die on an island, the skull finally found a suitable target to possess. The skull was very sensitive to human qi and blood. It could sense them even from far away. Moreover, its flying speed was very fast. Therefore, it didn't take long for it to find other martial artists. The skull didn't care about ordinary bodies. After picking a few teams, it finally found a target. This was the second team of the Dark Star sect. There was a handsome and elegant man in the team. Not only was he handsome, but his cultivation talent was also pretty good. He was 32 years old and already an 8th star venerable lord. This handsome and elegant man was naturally the young master of the Dark Star sect, Zhui Yupeng. When he was in the cultivation Saint Pond, Zhui Yupeng was only a little bit away from breaking through to the 8th star venerable lord. Afterwards, he faced the wall for 3 months, and went into seclusion in the reflection room to consolidate his cultivation. When he reached the Ocean of Black Prison, he relied on the corpse jade to break through to the 8th star venerable lord. Although a 32-year-old 8th star venerable lord couldn't compare to Yixing's 22-year-old 6th star venerable lord, the skull checked a few teams and found that Zhui Yupeng's aptitude was the best. The skull didn't dare to have any fantasies about Yixing naturally. Zhui Yupeng was the best target to possess. The skull silently entered the ground and arrived at Zhui Yupeng's feet, drilling into his body. In the next moment, the skull appeared in the space between Zhui Yupeng's eyebrows. A black skull suddenly appeared in the space between his eyebrows, giving Zhui Yupeng a fright. He exclaimed, "Who is it?" "Young sect master. What did you find?" Zhui Yupeng's exclamation made the other high lords of the second squad perk up. They looked around vigilantly. However, there was nothing around him. In the space between Zhui Yupeng's eyebrows, there was only one astrological image, which was a huge purple lightning ball. The skull laughed mischievously. Naturally, only Zhui Yupeng could hear his voice. "Don't panic, don't panic. This king has taken a fancy to your body, which is also my body in the future. Be obedient and let this king devour you. This king will keep your memories. If you have any last wishes, this king will fulfill them for you. What is it? Get out, get out." Zhui Yupeng realized that his body was about to be possessed. His face was filled with fear as he shouted, "Young hierarch. What happened to young cult master? I'm not dreaming, am I? Or sleepwalking? Young cult master didn't see him fall asleep just now. Maybe he was sleeping with his eyes open. Hurry and wake him up. Young cult master. Young cult master, wake up." The High Lord saw that Zhui Yupeng was spouting nonsense as if he was sleepwalking. 2 of them even grabbed Zhui Yupeng from the left and right and shook him. However, the skull in the space between Zhui Yupeng's eyebrows had already pounced on Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin. Zhui Yupeng's attention was on the space between his eyebrows, so he couldn't care less about the others. "Ah!" Zhui Yupeng suddenly hugged his head and screamed in pain. The skull was too ruthless. It rushed up and bit Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin. Magnetic. Suddenly, lightning flashed around Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin. His lightning astrological image split off a lot of electricity to protect Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin. Lightning was very harmful to spiritual bodies. The skull trembled from the electricity. However, Zhui Yupeng's lightning astrological image was only at the supreme level. It couldn't be compared to Yixing's supreme black hole astrological image. Yixing's black hole astrological image used all its power to protect the spiritual origin. However, Zhui Yupeng's lightning astrological image only used part of its power to protect the spiritual origin. Therefore, although the skull was trembling from the electricity, it could still withstand it. Crack! Enduring the electric shock, the black skull rushed up and bit Zhui Yupeng's spiritual origin again. How painful was it to have one's soul torn apart? "Ah!" Zhui Yupeng hugged his head and screamed in pain. He rolled on the ground. "Young cult master, are you okay? Young cult master." The High Lords were shocked. They were all pale. In the space between Huang Xiaolong's eyebrows, the skull sneered. "Wouldn't it be better if you just let me swallow you? That way, you won't be in so much pain. I'll help you fulfill your last wish. If you continue to struggle, I'll slowly bite you to death. I'll make you suffer until you die. Then I'll erase your memory. Zhuo Yuping was in so much pain that he shouted, Okay, I promise you. Give me a quick death. I only have 2 wishes. One is for Yixing to die, and the other is to overthrow the great Yuan dynasty. I want to become the new supreme king, the ruler of the Star Continent. Yixing's image flashed across Zhuo Yuping's spiritual origin. The skull laughed mischievously and said, So it's this guy. Haha. I also want him dead. As for becoming the ruler of the Star Continent, isn't that my goal? Kid, your ambition is pretty good, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Of course, I'll help you fulfill your last wishes. Now give up resisting, relax, and you'll be free. The pain of his soul being torn apart had already made Zhuo Yuping lose the courage to resist. He immediately removed the protection of the thunder astrology. Crack. Now that the skull was free of its restraints, it suddenly grew larger. It opened its mouth and swallowed Zhuo Yuping's spiritual source. Zhuo Yuping's spiritual origin was erased. He instantly lost consciousness and his face lost its color. Young cult master. When the supremacies saw this, they were horrified. The young sect master had died for no reason at all? Just when the High Lords thought that Zhuo Yuping was dead, Zhuo Yuping suddenly sat up. He raised his hands and looked at them. Then he glanced at the High Lords and looked into the distance. What a beautiful world. Zhuo Yuping sighed. The High Lords looked at Zhuo Yuping in surprise. The leader of the second team, Shiman Hong, asked, Young cult master, what happened to you? Are you okay? Delicious food. Zhuo Yuping sighed in his heart. However, he smiled and said, I'm fine. It seems that I was too tired from looking for the green-haired monsters these days. I fell asleep just now and had a nightmare. I dreamed that I was surrounded by green-haired monsters. They were tearing my flesh and blood. It gave me a fright. Fortunately, when I woke up, I realized that it was just a dream. The dream was too cruel. The real world is so beautiful and delicious. Already 700 chapters. There will be more updates today. Looking for monthly votes, go. Chapter 700. It's good that the young lord is fine. Shiman Hong found it strange, but seeing that Zhuo Yuping was fine, he didn't think too much about it. Young lord, you were too scary just now. Yes, if anything happened to the young lord, how would we explain it to the young lord? It's good that the young lord is fine. It was a false alarm. The High Lords patted their chests and let out a sigh of relief. Haha. It was just a dream. I've made a fool of myself. Zhuo Yuping smiled. I've rested enough. Let's use the old method to lure the green-furred monster out. Young lord, do you want to rest some more? A 9-star High Lord asked. No need. I've rested well. I can't wait any longer. Huh? Zhuo Yuping smiled brightly. If Yi Xing and the others could think of a method to lure the green-furred monster out, the second squad could also think of one. The others weren't suitable to be the bait. Zhuo Yuping's cultivation wasn't high, but he was strong. He was the best choice for the bait. He wanted to obtain more corpse jades, so he took the initiative to be the bait. The members of the second squad waited here. Zhuo Yuping flew into the sky and headed for another island 200 miles away. Once the green-furred monster was lured out, Zhuo Yuping would inform everyone to surround and kill it. Zhuo Yuping soon arrived at the other island. He began to chant the incantation of the undead race, spreading it out in all directions. Before long, a group of undead was summoned by the incantation and arrived at the island Zhuo Yuping was on. The green-furred undead looked at Zhuo Yuping from afar. They were a bit surprised and didn't dare to approach. The person who was chanting the incantation was actually a human 8-star High Lord. This puzzled them. Sito. Guguliji Spada. When Zhuo Yuping spoke the language of the undead, the eyes of the green-furred undead lit up. It was as if they suddenly understood something. They all knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhuo Yuping. Soon, a second group of undead arrived at the island. Similarly, when Zhuo Yuping spoke the language of the undead, the green-furred undead all knelt down. Not long after, another group of undead spirits arrived. Within a short period of time, 4 groups of undead spirits had rushed over after hearing Zhuo Yuping's call. Under Zhuo Yuping's command, most of the green-furred undead scattered around the mountain peaks and hid themselves. Only a small group was left to surround and attack him. Delicious food is about to be delivered to our doorstep, Zhuo Yuping muttered to himself. He licked his lips and used his communication pearl to send a message to Shimin Hong and the others. Shimin Hong led the second squad of High Lords and quickly killed their way over. Their eyes were filled with excitement. This time, there were a lot of green-furred undead. They would be able to obtain a lot of profound-grade corpse jades. The High Lords immediately joined the battle. Seeing that the green-furred monster didn't run away, Shimin Hong laughed loudly and said, "Young sect leader, this time we have a good harvest, ha!" As he laughed, Shimin Hong rushed in front of Zhuo Yuping and blocked the attack of the undead leader. Shimin Hong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. His laughter stopped abruptly. He lowered his head and saw a treasured saber piercing through his body. The tip of the saber came out from his chest and directly pierced through his heart. At this moment, the person standing behind him was the Dark Star Sect's young sect leader, Zhuo Yuping. Even though Shimin Hong was a half-step king, with his heart pierced, his life was rapidly draining away. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The rest of the High Lords hadn't seen Zhuo Yuping's action. Those who saw it were shocked, and their eyes were also filled with disbelief. The dignified young sect leader was actually waving his saber at his own people, while fighting the green-furred monster. How could they believe this? "Young sect leader, what are you doing?" "Senior brother Shimin." Some High Lords screamed. At this moment, most of the High Lords who hadn't noticed Shimin Hong looked over, and they were all dumbstruck. At the same time, more and more green-furred monsters rushed out from their hiding places and pounced on the High Lords. Under the shocked gazes of the High Lords, Zhuo Yuping opened his mouth wide. In an instant, 2 long fangs grew out and bit into Shimin Hong's neck. At this moment, they realized that young sect leader Zhuo Yuping had turned into a monster and was on the same side as the green-furred monsters. However, it was already too late. There were too many green-furred monsters rushing over. While the High Lords were still in shock, they were a lot slower. They didn't even have time to send out a message before they were drowned by the green-furred monsters. The entire second team was wiped out. Shimin Hong's corpse dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short few dozen breaths, his flesh and blood were all dried up, and he turned into a human-skinned skeleton. Delicious. How could there be such delicious food in the world of death? Zhuo Yuping's face was filled with intoxication. Soon, Zhuo Yuping pounced on the corpse of another 9th-star High Lord and continued to devour its flesh and blood. After sucking this 9th-star High Lord dry, Zhuo Yuping burped. Touching his bloated stomach, Zhuo Yuping muttered, "This body's cultivation is still too low. It has no appetite at all. I only ate 2 and I'm already full. However, even though my cultivation is low, my improvement is fast. After digesting this flesh and blood, I should be able to reach the peak of the 8th-star High Lord realm. At that time, I'll be able to break through to the 9th-star High Lord realm. If I can devour the flesh and blood of a king, it shouldn't take me too long to become a king." After saying that, Zhuo Yuping waved his hand and the green-furred undead swarmed forward. Several green-furred undead bit on the same corpse, and soon all the corpses were turned into human-skinned skeletons. Throw them all into the sea. After that, pass on this king's order. All the undead are to hide in the depths of the Sea of Black Prison, and not show themselves. After this king's human body becomes a king, I'll summon you. At that time, this king will bring you to conquer the entire star continent and raise all the humans in captivity. You can eat one whenever you want." Zhuo Yuping ordered the green-furred undead in the language of the dead. All the green-furred undead were delighted. They knelt down and bowed to Zhuo Yuping. Then, carrying the human-skinned skeletons on the ground, they jumped into the Sea of Black Prison and spread out to deliver the order of the King of Dead Souls. Next, it's time to live the life of a human. The undead only know how to eat and digest. The life of a human is so colorful. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Zhuo Yuping smiled faintly and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he made a move and made himself look very wretched, as if he had just escaped death after a great battle. Whoosh! Zhuo Yuping soared into the sky and flew into the distance. With his perception of blood qi, it was easy for him to distinguish which direction had human martial artists. Soon, Zhui Yuping found a team of the Dark Star sect nearby. Help! Help me! Zhui Yuping shouted in horror from afar. It's the young master. The young master is injured. My God! The second team must have been severely injured. Hurry up and save the young master. The 7th update is here. The 8th update will be here too. Chapter 701. Yixing waited on the island for a long time, but the green-haired undead did not appear. Could it be that there isn't even a team of green-haired undead nearby? Yixing was surprised as he flew into the sky. After flying for thousands of miles, Yixing landed on another island. There might be green-haired undead nearby. However, after waiting for a long time, the green-haired undead still did not appear. Yixing changed his position again. After changing positions 5 times, Yixing did not lure out a single green-haired undead. How strange! Yixing muttered as he sat on a huge rock on the island. Previously, he had encountered many green-haired undead attacks. However, all of a sudden, it seemed that all of them had disappeared. Yixing's eyes suddenly lit up. He sensed that something was approaching. Yixing opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and looked into the distance. He looked in the direction he sensed and a disappointed expression appeared on his face. Unlucky! Yixing muttered. It wasn't any green-haired undead that came, but a team of High Lords from the Great Yuan dynasty. When Yixing was in the first team was very strong. The Great Yuan dynasty team was also quite fearful and did not dare to make a move. However, Yixing was alone now. It was obvious that if he was discovered by the Great Yuan dynasty team, he would definitely be attacked by them. Although Yixing was not afraid of them, this was the Sea of Black Prison. There were green-haired undead. Any martial artist who died in the Sea of Black Prison could become food for the green-haired undead. Yixing was unwilling to fight with them here. Moreover, the Dark Star sect leader had also instructed him to avoid the Great Yuan dynasty team as much as possible. Yixing immediately soared into the sky and flew in the opposite direction. Yixing was on an island. The group from the Great Yuan dynasty noticed him from afar. There were supremacies among them who cultivated eye techniques. They were sizing up the island and saw Yixing. Captain, there was someone on the island just now. I think it was that demon star of troubled times Yixing. Yixing was the #1 assassin of De Meng's Supreme King Indian. He was also a De Yuan King Lord, so of course he would recognize him. The Great Yuan dynasty had a lot more High Lords than the Dark Star sect. The teams they sent out all had half-step kings and 3 or 4 9-star High Lords, while the rest were all 8-star High Lords. The captain of this team was the half-step king of the Meng clan, Meng Zhongshui. Meng Zhongshui's younger brother, Meng Zhongshan, had died at the hands of Yixing in a life-and-death gambling match. Regardless of whether it was for public or private grudges, Meng Zhongshui had killed Yixing and made him the bureau chief. Encountering Yixing in the ocean of Dark Prison caused Meng Zhongshui's killing intent to erupt. Meng Zhongshui immediately opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and looked at the island before him. He shouted, Meng Tianfang, where is Yixing? Yixing's speed was extremely fast. Although Meng Zhongshui was a half-step king, his eyesight was inferior to the 9-star High Lord Meng Tianfang, who cultivated eye techniques. Meng Tianfang pointed in the direction Yixing had flown and said, he ran that way. Meng Zhongshui waved his hand and said, chase. Yixing is alone. The heavens want him to fall in our hands. Kill him and the Supreme King will reward us handsomely. The High Lords cheered in unison and raised their speed to the limit, chasing after Yixing. At the same time, Meng Zhongshui took out the speed communication pearl and sent it to the Great Yuan dynasty's team ahead, telling them to intercept Yixing. Yixing didn't want to meet the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists in the ocean of Dark Prison to avoid a life-and-death battle. However, with the pursuers behind and the obstructions in front, it was impossible for Yixing to escape even if he wanted to. In the end, Yixing was intercepted by 2 Great Yuan dynasty's teams on a small island. The 2 teams, one in front and one behind, sandwiched Yixing in the middle, eyeing him covetously. The half-step king Meng Zhongshui's eyes revealed a sinister glint as he said, Yixing, The heavens have sent you to our hands. Let's see where you can run now. Today you are destined to die. Yi Xing's gaze fell on Meng Zhongshui as he said, "If we fight in the ocean of dark prison, won't we be letting those green-furred monsters take advantage of us? They will become stronger by devouring the flesh and blood of martial artists. Is this good?" Meng Zhongshui sneered. "How strong can your corpse make those green-furred monsters? Don't worry, I won't leave you with an intact corpse. I'll burn you to ashes, not even leaving behind a single trace." Yi Xing's cold gaze swept over the reverends lying on the ground as he said, "I'm talking about you guys. Don't force me to start a massacre. I don't want to kill too many people in the ocean of dark prison." "You start a massacre?" Meng Zhongshui's voice was filled with contempt, causing the reverends to roar with laughter. The martial artists present were all high-level astral-reaching realm reverends. Moreover, they were at least 8-star reverends. The number of 9-star reverends wasn't small either, and there were even 2 half-step kings. Among these 20 reverends, at least half of them were experts on the reverend list. The strongest among them was even one of the top half-step kings. On the other hand, Yi Xing was only one person, and a mere 6-star reverend at that. How could the reverends put him in their eyes? Yi Xing's eyes squinted. His gaze condensed and gradually turned sharp. He didn't want to kill people in the ocean of dark prison, but that didn't mean he wouldn't kill people in the ocean of dark prison. If the other party insisted on taking his life, then he would have no choice but to ruthlessly kill them all. "Meng Tianfang, do you have the confidence to deal with him?" Meng Zhongshui glanced at Meng Tianfang. Meng Tianfang was ranked 19 on the Reverend list. There were 72 people on the Reverend list. The Reverends hadn't stepped into the Astral Sea realm yet. Even half-step kings were still considered Reverends. The top 15 on the Reverend list were all half-step kings. In other words, among the 9-star Reverends, only 3 of them were ranked higher than Meng Tianfang. From this, it could be seen that Meng Tianfang's strength was definitely at the peak among the 9-star Reverends. He was extremely close to half-step kings. Meng Tianfang smiled relaxedly. "Even if he has the strength of a 9-star Reverend, I'm more than enough to deal with him." Meng Tianfang knew that when Yi Xing was a 3-star Reverend, he already had the strength of a 7-star Reverend. Now that he was a 6-star Reverend, his strength must be even more heaven-defying. However, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be to challenge someone of a higher level. Reverends were all high-level astral-reaching realm experts. Every level would have a huge difference in strength. In Meng Tianfang's opinion, he had already overestimated Yi Xing's strength by judging him as a 9-star Reverend. Moreover, his strength was almost unrivaled in the same realm. Of course, he had full confidence in dealing with Yi Xing. Meng Zhongshui nodded. "All right, capture him alive. I'll let him slowly taste the taste of death." The corner of Meng Tianfang's mouth raised, revealing a trace of a cruel smile. His eyelids blinked, and his eyes suddenly changed color. He walked towards Yi Xing. Yi Xing raised his hand, and the dark crow bow appeared in his hand. Without waiting for Yi Xing to draw the bow, Meng Tianfang's gaze sharpened. Yi Xing felt a sharp aura slicing towards his throat. 8th update. Is it cruel enough? Please vote for me. Chapter 702. The sharp aura was a wind blade. It appeared too suddenly and was too fast. It was out of Yi Xing's expectation, and Yi Xing instantly felt the threat of death. Without any time to think, Yi Xing unleashed all his strength. The dark crow bow in his hand made a loud sound, and a starlight ripple shot out. Yi Xing became one with the bow and his speed was godly. The starlight ripple appeared at an unbelievable speed, and hit the wind blade that was about to cut Yi Xing's neck. Although the wind blade was sharp, it was not tough. It was similar to the starlight ripple, and both were destroyed when they collided. Meng Tianfang exclaimed softly. Meng Tianfang thought that even if the eye of the wind blade could not decapitate Yi Xing, it could at least severely injure Yi Xing. However, he did not expect Yi Xing to be able to react in time, and block the eye of the wind blade without suffering any damage. Swoosh! 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 3 rays of starlight shot out from Yi Xing's glabella into the sky. Yi Xing had used 3 astrological aspects at the same time. The black hole astrological aspect and the Sagittarius astrological aspect were above Yixing while the flame astrological aspect was further away. The three astrological aspects poured down the power of the stars. The black hole astrological aspect formed a dark world, the Sagittarius astrological aspect enhanced archery skills, and the flame astrological aspect enhanced Yixing's power. The surrounding fire origin qi gathered around his body and raged. Yixing knew that Meng Tianfeng's strength was terrifying from the first exchange. If he did not use his dragon form, he would have to use his full strength. The three astrological aspects bloomed, and Yixing instantly pulled the dark crow bow into a full moon. In the blink of an eye, a starlight arrow was formed. Yixing's archery skills were profound and his one with the bow had reached the second level. The power of his archery skills was already terrifying. With the addition of the Sagittarius astrological aspect, all the 9 star supremacies present felt their hearts skip a beat. Meng Tianfeng also felt the same and was shocked. Yixing's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. He was able to threaten his life. Wind blade spiral. Meng Tianfeng shouted as a vortex of wind seemed to gather in his eyes. He then glared at Yixing fiercely. At the same time, Meng Tianfeng took a step forward. While he cast an eye technique in his eyes, he also unleashed a middle-grade Xian martial saber. A middle-grade Xian martial saber slashed at Yixing kill. Yixing shouted as the starlight arrow left the bowstring and shot toward Meng Tianfeng's saber. As soon as the starlight arrow left the bowstring, Yixing pulled the bowstring back and released it. His speed was extremely fast, and a starlight ripple shot out. Its speed was not any slower than the starlight arrow's speed. The rapidly spinning wind blade was struck by the starlight ripple. At the same time, the starlight arrow collided with Meng Tianfeng's blade aura. Explosions sounded at the same time. Meng Tianfeng was slightly shocked and took a step back. He was shocked. He had not expected Yixing's archery skills to be so powerful. However, although he had lost to Yixing in a head-on fight, his eye technique had turned the tables. The wind blade spiral was the most terrifying skill of the wind blade eye technique. Even though the starlight ripple that Yixing shot out was much sharper than before, it was unable to split the spinning wind blade apart. It only slowed down the speed of the wind blade slightly. Ninth Heaven God's travel technique. Yixing activated the force of wind to the extreme. His body was like a ray of light as he dodged Meng Tianfeng's eye technique attack. He pulled the Wuxian bow into a full moon again, and shot a starlight arrow at Meng Tianfeng. Meng Tianfeng's gaze followed Yixing's movements. No matter how fast Yixing moved, he could not be faster than Meng Tianfeng's gaze. The spinning wind blade followed closely behind Yixing. Meng Tianfeng's eye technique was powerful, but he was also very wary of Yixing's archery skills. He immediately dodged the arrow. The starlight arrow's direction of attack changed according to Meng Tianfeng's movements. Meng Tianfeng dodged 8 times in the blink of an eye, but the starlight arrow still caught up with him. He had no choice but to use his blade to block it. He used his blade in a hurry, but the power of the starlight arrow did not decrease at all. The dark weapon blade hit the starlight arrow, and a terrifying shockwave exploded. Meng Tianfeng's body shook and he retreated continuously with a shocked expression. Meng Tianfeng's gaze was still locked on Yixing. The spinning wind blade was like a maggot that had fallen into a bone. No matter how fast Yixing moved, it followed him closely. To Meng Tianfeng's disappointment, bang! There was a loud bang. The black profound bow in Yixing's hands was simply too nimble. It was as if it was part of his arm. Yixing had just shot out an arrow, and at the critical moment, he pulled the bowstring once more. Starlight ripples shot out. The spinning wind blade that was about to catch up with Yixing was hit by the starlight ripple. It slowed down instantly and distanced itself from Yixing again. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yixing, who was moving like a shooting star, shot another arrow at Meng Tianfeng. Arrow after arrow, Yixing's aura became stronger with every arrow he shot. The power of each arrow was stronger than the previous one. The reason why Meng Tianfeng could be ranked 19th on the list of supremacies and become one of the most powerful 9-star supremacies was because of the combination of his eye technique and his martial arts skills. It was impossible to defend against his attacks. However, the combination of Meng Tianfang's eye technique and martial arts skills did not have much effect in front of Yi Xing. The bow and arrow were too flexible in Yi Xing's hands, and the speed of his attacks was too fast. Meng Tianfang's eye technique was useless. Apart from the enhancement of his eye technique, Meng Tianfang's abilities were only slightly above average among the 9-star supremacies. It was incomparable to the power of Yi Xing's archery skills. Meng Tianfang could not block the third arrow. Although he slashed with his saber at lightning speed and caused the starlight arrow to change its direction slightly, the starlight arrow still hit his body. With a thud, Meng Tianfang's shoulder was hit by the arrow, and his body was blasted several miles away by the starlight arrow. Meng Tianfang was injured and could not control his body. The wind blade eye technique could not lock onto Yi Xing anymore, and the spinning wind blade that was attacking Yi Xing collapsed on its own. In the next instant, Yi Xing pulled the bowstring again, and the starlight arrow appeared and locked onto Meng Tianfang, who was several miles away. Whoosh! The void shook as Meng Zhongshui in the distance suddenly attacked. A 30-meter wide water ball shot toward Yi Xing like a cannonball. The water ball was extremely fast and contained a terrifying power. Yi Xing did not dare to face it head-on and instantly dodged. He locked onto Meng Tianfang's arrow and did not shoot it. Yi Xing, your strength is still so heaven-defying. You have indeed exceeded my expectations. Looks like I have to take action myself. Meng Zhongshui shouted coldly. Although these words seemed to be praising Yi Xing, they were actually filled with killing intent. Meng Zhongshui, you are ranked 6th on the supremacy list. Don't fail to capture a 6-star supremacy. That would be too shameful for my great Yuan dynasty. The half-step king in the opposing team laughed lightly. Today is the first day of the new house renovation. I'm exhausted. That's all for this chapter. There will be more tomorrow. Chapter 703. He was also a half-step king of the Meng clan, and his name was Meng Qi. The Meng royal family was a large family with many branches. Not every Meng family warrior had a harmonious relationship with each other. Between them, there was competition and conflict. There were even some who had enmity. Meng Qi's branch had enmity with Meng Zhongshui's branch, and there was a huge conflict between the two. Meng Qi was ranked 2nd on the supremacy list, even higher than Meng Zhongshui. Just based on this point, Meng Qi always placed himself in a higher position in front of Meng Zhongshui. Meng Zhongshui coldly glanced at Meng Qi and said, Meng Qi, shut your crow's mouth. You think I, Meng Zhongshui, can't capture a mere 6-star venerable? Ridiculous. Meng Qi sneered and said, Then I'll watch from here. If you can't do it, don't expect me to save you. But don't worry, if you die, I'll avenge you and slaughter this little bastard. Hee hee. Yi Xing coldly glanced at Meng Qi. This person gave him a feeling that he was even stronger than Dark Star cult Shuo Zhenghai. And Shuo Zhenghai was the strongest half-step king of the Dark Star cult. It seemed that Meng Qi was the true enemy. Meng Zhongshui coldly snorted and ignored Meng Qi. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Meng Zhongshui had used his astrology, and it was an extreme water attribute astrology. The water Yuan Qi in the universe was attracted by Meng Zhongshui and gathered around him like a small river flowing around him. Meng Zhongshui raised his hands and grabbed at his chest. A large amount of water Yuan Qi condensed between his palms, turning into a surging water ball. Yi Xing could feel that this small water ball contained a surging power. Once it lost Meng Zhongshui's control, it would definitely explode and produce a shocking might. Such might was something that few half-step kings could resist. Golden dragon scales appeared around Yi Xing's body, and Yi Xing instantly dragonized. Meng Zhongshui's strength was a whole level higher than Meng Tianfang's. Yi Xing had used his full strength to kill Meng Tianfang. If he didn't dragonize, he wouldn't be Meng Zhongshui's match. Hu Yi Xing had just dragonized when Meng Zhongshui's water ball had already blasted over. With a flash of golden light, Yi Xing dodged instantly. The water ball exploded where Yi Xing had been standing. Boom! The explosion created a huge crater in the ground. The exploding water ball created a terrifying shockwave that turned into water arrows that shot out in all directions. The speed at which the water arrow exploded was too fast. Even though Yi Xing had already dodged several hundred meters away, it still caught up to him in an instant. Yi Xing waved his golden dragon claws and destroyed all the water arrows that shot at him. If it wasn't for the power of the water ball's explosion, these water arrows were nothing to Yi Xing, who in the blink of an eye, Meng Zhongshui condensed another water ball, and with a push of his palms he blasted it over. Meng Zhongshui's attainments in water momentum were extremely high. Moreover, his control over water yuan qi was even more miraculous. Although it was only a single water martial skill, it was extremely powerful, and it was hard to find a match in the same realm. As the saying went, quality was more important than quantity. Many half-step kings cultivated many kinds of martial skills, but none of them were Meng Zhongshui's match. Yi Xing's countermeasure was still to dodge. His speed exploded, and he dodged the water ball's direct attack. As for the water arrows after the water ball exploded, they couldn't threaten him and were easily destroyed. Boom 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 boom. One after another, water balls shot at Yi Xing like cannonballs and exploded. Craters appeared on the ground one after another, and it was a scene of devastation. Yi Xing originally wanted to use dodging to make Meng Zhongshui's attacks futile, and then counterattack when Meng Zhongshui's stamina was exhausted. However, Meng Zhongshui's attacks became faster and faster, and the might of the water balls increased instead of decreasing. Let's see how long you can dodge. Water Dao's power lasts for a long time, and the water yuan qi in this ocean of black prison is even more abundant. No matter how you dodge, you'll still die under my water explosion mysterious art, haha. Meng Zhongshui loudly roared. Seeing Yi Xing being forced to dodge everywhere by the water balls, he was extremely happy. He's right. Seems like there's no need to wait any longer, Yi Xing said inwardly, who another water ball shot over. This time Yi Xing didn't dodge or evade. Instead he rushed forward and punched out, facing the water ball head-on. Bang! Dragon fist collided with the water ball, and it instantly exploded. Yi Xing felt a frightening impact, and his body shook as he retreated several steps. Meng Zhongshui's expression was slightly surprised. He was very clear on how frightening his water ball attack was. Yi Xing had faced it head-on, yet he had only retreated a few steps. His strength was already at the peak of half-step kings. However, he's still a bit lacking compared to me. Meng Qi wants to laugh at me? No way. Meng Zhongshui sneered inwardly. The water yuan qi in all directions was inexhaustible. He grabbed with both hands and condensed another berserk water ball, shooting it at Yi Xing. Yi Xing could barely withstand the first head-on collision, but Meng Zhongshui didn't believe that Yi Xing could withstand the second one. Meng Zhongshui, on the other hand, could continuously blast out a third, a fourth, or even hundreds of water balls. Dragon Race Martial Arts, first move. Facing the water ball shooting over, Yi Xing knew that he couldn't block it. He immediately used Dragon Race Martial Arts, and a frightening power gushed out of his body, increasing his strength by several folds. Bang! Yi Xing punched out, and the water ball instantly exploded. A frightening shockwave spread out, but Yi Xing didn't retreat half a step. What Meng Zhongshui was horrified. Yi Xing's strength had suddenly increased by another level. It was beyond his expectations. The High Lords watching the battle were also shocked. It was hard to imagine that a 6-star venerable could erupt with such power. It was appalling. Even Meng Qi, who was ranked second on the High Lords list, showed a trace of surprise. His eyes narrowed. Why don't you try taking a punch from me? Yi Xing smashed the water ball with his fist, then changed his stance and shouted loudly. Yi Xing had already practiced Dragon Race martial arts to an extremely proficient level. He could change his moves as he pleased. In an instant he changed from the first move to the 9th move. Bang! Yi Xing punched out, and a shockwave spread out in the air. With a loud explosion, a bright golden light rushed towards Meng Zhongshui. Die for me. Meng Zhongshui saw that Yi Xing still had the strength to counterattack. It was very likely that he would be mocked by Meng Qi. He was furious and roared. A huge amount of star power fell from the water star form, and the surrounding water yuan qi shook. Meng Zhongshui pushed his strength to the limit, condensing a huge water ball, and blasted it towards Yi Xing. In less than a blink of an eye, the water ball collided with Yi Xing's golden dragon fist. Bang! The explosion shook heaven and earth. The water ball exploded in all directions, but the golden light passed through it. Not good. Meng Zhongshui's pupils shrank. The power of Yixing's punch was much stronger than the previous one. The water ball's explosion couldn't block Yixing's punch at all. Bang! The golden dragon fist instantly arrived in front of Meng Zhongshui and hit his chest. Meng Zhongshui was instantly sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 704. The power of Yixing's punch was too terrifying. Meng Zhongshui flew several miles away before falling to the ground. Meng Zhongshui spat out blood. His internal organs had been shattered by Yixing's punch. He had suffered a fatal injury. Captain! Meng Zhongshui's team members were horrified. They quickly rushed toward Meng Zhongshui, who was several miles away. Whoosh! Yixing was about to end Meng Zhongshui's life when a fiery red figure appeared in front of him. This person was stepping on the void. His whole body was covered in raging flames. An extremely high-level flame star floated in the sky. It was the captain of the other team, Meng Qi. It seemed that Meng Qi was proficient in the power of fire. Meng Qi was in a good mood after Meng Zhongshui suffered a fatal injury. He smiled faintly and said, "Little bastard, you taught Meng Zhongshui a lesson. This is good and somewhat beyond my expectations. However, I have to tell you that you still have to die. Only death awaits those who make an enemy of the great Yuan dynasty." Yixing's gaze focused on Meng Qi, revealing his killing intent. Although Meng Zhongshui wanted to kill Yixing, at least Meng Zhongshui respected Yixing as his opponent and would not insult Yixing verbally. As for Meng Qi, this was the first time Yixing had met him. Meng Qi kept calling him a little bastard. Yixing had a name. Everyone in the Star Continent knew Yixing's name. It was impossible for Meng Qi not to know. Yixing did not want to waste his breath on a person who did not even call him by his name, and directly called him a bastard. What he needed to do was to kill him. Make him shut his mouth forever. Boom! Yixing punched out. It was still the 9th move of the Dragon Clan's martial arts. There was an explosion in the void. The golden fist aura carried impact ripples as it blasted toward Meng Qi. Yixing's action was within Meng Qi's expectations. He sneered, "Fire Dragon's 8 skills." Meng Qi's palms formed into claws. He lifted and clawed. Surging fire Yuan Qi gathered under his claws to form a roaring fire dragon. This flaming dragon was vivid and lifelike. Raging flames raged around it, and its might was shocking. The flame dragon followed the momentum of Meng Qi's claw and charged forward, colliding with Yixing's golden fist aura. Boom! After a loud explosion, the flaming dragon paused. Flaming scales on its body splashed everywhere. Yixing's body also trembled as he felt a terrifying force coming at him. He retreated dozens of meters. Meng Qi was indeed much stronger than Meng Qishui. He definitely deserved to be ranked second on the sovereign list. Although the Honorable Lord list only included the Honorable Lords of the Yuan dynasty, those who were ranked high on the Honorable Lord list were definitely among the top of the Honorable Lords in the entire Starland. For example, the Dark Star cult's strongest half-step king, Zhuo Zhenghai, was only ranked 5th or 6th on the Reverend list. After all, the Great Yuan dynasty was the ruler of the Starland. It had too many honorable lords. To be able to stand out from the many honorable lords and be listed on the Honorable Lord list was a reflection of one's strength. Since Meng Qi was ranked 2nd on the Honorable Lord list, his strength could be imagined. I'm not on the same level as that trash Meng Qishui. Little bastard, that was just the most ordinary move of the Flaming Dragon 8 arts. Try and take another move from me. Twin Dragon Roar. Meng Qi sneered and shouted. His hands formed into claws as a sea of fire Yuan Qi gathered. Under each of his claws, a flaming dragon was formed. The flaming dragons were controlled by Meng Qi. They both roared and rushed out at the same time, attacking Yixing from the left and right. Just one flaming dragon was enough to force Yixing back. Now that 2 flaming dragons were attacking at the same time, their power could be imagined. The first 9 moves of the dragon race martial arts couldn't be blocked. I must go all out and fight, Yixing thought. Dragon race martial arts, the 16th move. The dragon race martial arts had 81 moves. Each move was stronger than the previous one. Moreover, after every 9 moves, the power would increase greatly. The power of the 9th move was already very different from the 10th move, not to mention the 16th move, which was much stronger than the 10th move. Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted from Yixing's body. He threw out 2 punches to meet the 2 flaming dragons attacking from the left and right. 2 explosions sounded at the same time. The 2 flaming dragons collapsed under Yixing's punches, turning into splashes of flames. Although the flaming dragons were lifelike, they were not real flaming dragons. They were formed from flaming astral energy and fire yuan qi. Once they received an attack that exceeded their limit, they would collapse. Meng Qi's eyes revealed a look of shock. Yixing's strength had increased by another level. This was completely beyond his expectations. At this moment, Meng Qi had lost his composure. Yixing always made others think that his strength had reached its limit, and that he had used all his trump cards. In the next moment, his strength would increase greatly. The feeling he gave others was as if there was no end to it. He was like a deep, unfathomable pool of water. Meng Qi was shocked. Yixing's attack did not stop at all. The killing intent in his eyes did not diminish. Instead, his strength increased. He used the 17th move to attack Meng Qi. The golden dragon fist collapsed the void, forming a black collapsed area. It carried a terrifying power as it blasted towards Meng Qi. Meng Qi's mind shook. He used the 8 arts of Flame Dragon. He controlled 2 flaming dragons to block Yixing. Boom! Boom! The 2 flaming dragon fists were destroyed. Yixing's fist strength was still terrifying. It shook Meng Qi and forced him to retreat. The 18th move. Yixing's fist changed. Its power increased. His strength was even more terrifying. He used the strongest move he could currently use. Meng Qi still used the 8 arts of Flame Dragon to block. The 2 flaming dragons roared and surged out, colliding with the golden dragon fists. Boom! The 2 flaming dragon fists were instantly destroyed. The terrifying fist strength struck Meng Qi's body. Meng Qi's body was blown away, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The hearts of the spectating High Lords twitched. Meng Qi was ranked 2nd on the High Lords list. Yet he was beaten to the point of spurting out blood by Yixing. This was too hard to believe. The High Lords were dumbfounded. Meng Qi fell several hundred meters away. The flames around his body surged as he roared in anger. "Little bastard, you dare to injure me? I'm going to turn you into ashes today. Turn you into ashes." Meng Qi used the ultimate secret art of the 8 arts of Flame Dragon. The surrounding fire yuan qi turned into flaming dragons and drilled into his body. Soon numerous flaming dragon heads appeared. There were a total of 8 dragon heads on either side of Meng Qi's head. It seemed like Meng Qi had 9 heads. The ultimate secret art of the 8 arts of Flame Dragon consumed a terrifying amount of energy each time it was used. Meng Qi had to ignite his astral energy to support it. In this state, he could fight to a draw with the number 1 on the High Lords list. This was the ultimate battle strength of a half-step king. Yixing had seen the half-step beast king Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. Meng Qi's current strength was extremely close to the Flood Dragons. Yixing wasn't surprised at all. Burning Blood Law. Yixing also used his final trump card. His strength once again rose. Chapter 705. Die. Meng Qi roared and rushed toward Yixing with his 9 heads. Meng Qi clawed out and the 8 dragon heads above him spat out flames, forming a terrifying flame dragon. It contained a terrifying destructive power and attacked Yixing. The higher the level of the bloodline burned, the stronger the power of the burning blood technique. The divine dragon blood essence was a powerful bloodline. After being activated by the burning blood technique, Yixing's strength increased by several times. Compared to Meng Qi's ultimate secret skill of the flame dragon's 8 laws, the increase in strength was much greater. Boom! Yixing punched out and a golden dragon fist rushed out. The void in front of him collapsed instantly. In an instant, the golden dragon fist collided with the blazing flame dragon. In an instant, the earth shook, and the entire island shook. In the explosion, the flame dragon's body was covered in layers. Looking at the golden dragon fist rushing toward him, the madness in Meng Qi's eyes turned into fear. Bang! The punch landed heavily on Meng Qi's body. Meng Qi's body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He died instantly. Captain Meng Qi. Some of the great Yuan dynasty's honorables exclaimed. Some flew into the sky and turned to flee. The rest of the honorables were only half a beat slower. They all flew into the sky and fled. Even Meng Qi had died in Yi Xing's hands. The remaining honorables were nothing in front of Yi Xing. If Yi Xing started a massacre, they would all die. However, Yi Xing naturally wouldn't waste his energy on these supremacies. He immediately dispersed the burning blood technique. He had only used the burning blood technique once, so it didn't consume much of his divine dragon essence blood. Yi Xing swallowed an elixir and adjusted his breathing. He quickly left the island and headed toward the edge of the Sea of Abyss prison. The area he was in should be very far from the honorables of the Dark Star sect. Yi Xing would use the communication bead to contact the Dark Star sect's team every once in a while, but he could not reach them. For the rest of the journey, Yi Xing did not encounter any obstacles. News of him had definitely spread amongst the exalted lords of the Daryuan dynasty. However, even an expert like Meng Qi, who was ranked second on the exalted lord rankings, had died at Yi Xing's hands, so the others naturally didn't dare look for trouble with Yi Xing. That would be courting death. When he entered the Sea of Darkness prison, he'd been constantly searching for the green-haired dead spirit, so his journey was very slow. Now, when Yi Xing saw that he was unable to lure the green-haired dead spirit out, he directly flew towards the edge of the Sea of Darkness prison. And he merely used a little over a day to leave the Sea of Darkness prison. Yi Xing landed on the icy ground, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He finally got out of this damn Sea of Black prison. After leaving the Sea of Black prison, the distance of the communication pearl was no longer affected, so Yi Xing immediately contacted the Black Puma King. According to the speed communication pearl, Yi Xing was more than 80,000 li away from the Black Puma King. In other words, after Yi Xing entered the Sea of Darkness prison, and was chased by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon for a period of time, then came out, he was more than 80,000 li away from where he entered the Sea of Darkness prison. On the other hand, the Dark Star sect's team did not search too far horizontally, and focused on searching vertically, so they didn't stray too far from where they entered the Sea of Darkness prison. Yi Xing wasn't 80,000 li away from them, but at least 50 to 60,000 li. Of course, they wouldn't be able to contact him in the Sea of Darkness prison. I'll be right there. I'll come to your aid. The two of them spoke at the same time after confirming the distance and direction. When the speed communication pearls were connected, they could sense the distance and direction of the other party. Yi Xing flew towards the Black Puma King, and the Black Puma King also flew towards Yi Xing. Not long after Yi Xing left, a person stepped through the void and stopped at the spot where Yi Xing had been standing. This person looked very young, about 20 years old, and was wearing a black dragon robe. It was the crown prince of the Great Yuan dynasty, Meng Yuansheng. In the Sea of Darkness prison, although the supremacies of the Great Yuan dynasty knew that Yi Xing wasn't far from them, they didn't dare find trouble with Yi Xing ever since Meng Qi had died. However, they still paid attention to Yi Xing's whereabouts, and had already sent people to leave the Sea of Darkness prison as quickly as possible to report the news to the monarchs in the vicinity. Among the monarchs of the Great Yuan dynasty, the crown prince, Meng Yuansheng, was the closest to this area and had rushed over immediately after receiving the news. Monarchs were very sensitive to the universe, so they quickly discovered Yi Xing's departure trajectory, and chased after Yi Xing. Yi Xing was rushing to meet up with the Black Puma King, while Meng Yuansheng was rushing with all his strength to chase after Yi Xing. The two exerted different amounts of strength, so naturally, Meng Yuansheng was faster. Yi Xing had only flown 1,000 li when he keenly sensed a powerful aura chasing after him. Yi Xing opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye and Super Brain to look behind him. Soon he discovered Meng Tiansheng's figure 100 li away. Meng Tiansheng. As soon as Yi Xing saw Meng Tiansheng, flames of anger burned in his eyes. His Starfire Seed was still with Meng Tiansheng. If Yi Xing had the Starfire Seed, the corpse jade on him would be enough for him to cultivate to the 9th level of Astral Reaching Realm. Unfortunately, I'm not his opponent now. Killing intent flickered in Yi Xing's eyes, but he hid it in his heart and continued flying towards the Black Puma King. Whoosh! The azure cloud wings flapped, and Yi Xing streaked across the sky like a beam of light, his speed suddenly exploding. Yi Xing used the wind momentum to the limit. Surging wind yuan qi gathered around his body as Yi Xing flew at full speed. His speed far surpassed astral-reaching realm reverend lords. Only kings could compete with him. This kid sped up. His speed is actually this fast? 100 li away, Meng Tianxing locked onto Yi Xing's aura, and was astonished. Yi Xing's explosive speed was actually not inferior to his, a one-star king. This truly shocked Meng Tianxing. This king doesn't believe that I can't catch up to a puny 6-star venerable like you. Meng Tianxing coldly snorted and sped up. In any case, the astral wind of a king was extremely dense, so Meng Tianxing could maintain his extreme speed for a long time. Yi Xing was only a 6-star venerable. Regardless of strength or quantity, his astral wind couldn't be compared to a 1-star king. Meng Tianxing was very sure that Yi Xing wouldn't be able to maintain his extreme speed for too long. After chasing Yi Xing for 10,000 li, Meng Tianxing thought to himself, "You should be exhausted soon." Yi Xing's speed didn't slow down as Meng Tianxing had expected. He still maintained his extreme speed, tearing through the sky like a beam of light. Soon, he had covered another 10,000 li. Behind him, Meng Tianxing's heart started to tremble again. Yi Xing was only a 6-star venerable, yet he could maintain his extreme speed for 20,000 li. It was truly unbelievable. What was even more unbelievable to Meng Tianxing was that even after flying for more than 30,000 miles, he was still more than 100 miles away from Yi Xing. He had not closed the gap at all. Yi Xing, on the other hand, was still as fast as a beam of light. He seemed to be full of vigor, and didn't show the slightest sign of slowing down. Chapter 706. I don't believe that you can. Meng Tianxing muttered to himself. Just as he was about to make up his mind to chase Yi Xing to death, he felt a terrifying aura coming from afar. To be able to make me feel danger, this person is at least a 2-star king, or even stronger. Unfortunately, father is quite far away. Meng Tianxing stopped his pursuit. He glared at Yi Xing before turning around and leaving. Ahead, Yi Xing and the Black Tiger King quickly met up. Seeing that Yi Xing was fine, the Black Tiger King finally relaxed and asked, "Who was the king that chased after you?" Yi Xing said, "Meng Tianxing." The Black Tiger King squinted his eyes and looked in the direction Meng Tianxing left. It's actually the great Meng Crown Prince. At least he escaped quickly. Meng Tai will be here soon. Let's retreat first. As soon as the Black Tiger King finished speaking, Yi Xing felt a dark aura enveloping him. It was the Black Tiger King using the Complete Darkness aura. The Complete Darkness aura covered their tracks. Even if the Supreme King Meng Tai came here, he wouldn't be able to find out where Yi Xing and the Black Tiger King left. In less than 2 hours, the Black Tiger King brought Yi Xing and the other kings of the Dark Star sect to gather. Yi Xing was the first to return. The rest of the High Lords were still in the Ocean of Darkness prison. I never thought that there would be a Dark Abyss Flood Dragon in the Ocean of Darkness prison. Moreover, it's a half-step beast king. I was chased by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon, and used all my strength to escape. However, I couldn't contact my teammates and could only choose to go to the edge of the Ocean of Darkness prison. At first, I was still able to lure out some green-furred monsters to kill. However, it seemed like all the green-furred monsters disappeared. I searched many places but couldn't lure out any more. Instead, I met the Great Yuan Dynasty's team. After a big battle with the Great Yuan Dynasty's High Lords, they were scared and didn't try to kill me again. I kept going out of the Ocean of Darkness prison before being chased by the Great Meng Crown Prince. Then I met up with Brother Black Tiger and returned here together. Yi Xing recounted his experience in the Sea of Dark prison. However, he concealed the fact that he had injured the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon. This matter would involve the Burning Blood technique. Yi Xing's black hole astrology and dragonization were no longer unknown trump cards, but the Burning Blood technique was still there. He still had to reserve what he should. Yi Xing didn't even mention the Black Skull to the others. Once the free news spread, everyone who came out of the Sea of Black prison was suspected, causing panic. However, Yi Xing had already told the Black Leopard King about it on their way here. Only he and the Black Leopard King knew about it. As long as the King of Death's soul revealed a trace, they would find out who he was. If more people knew about it, the King of Death's spirit would pay more attention to it. If the King of Death's spirit wanted to hide it, it would be difficult to find him. Several days later, the sovereign lords of the Dark Star Church came out of the ocean of black hell. The 5th and 6th squads came out together, the 4th and 7th squads came out together, and the 3rd and 8th squads came out together. However, when the 2nd and 9th squads came out together, the Dark Star Church's martial practitioners were all shocked. Only Zhuo Yuping was left in the 2nd squad. None of the others came out. The other squads also lost members, but at most, they only lost 2 members. Some lost 1, and most of them didn't lose a single member. The 2nd squad was second only to the 1st squad in strength. However, other than Zhuo Yuping, they were all wiped out. This was truly shocking. Yi Xing and Black Biaoqing looked at each other and raised their eyebrows. Both of them were suspicious of Zhuo Yuping. In the Sea of Black prison, there was a King of Death soul's consciousness that was looking for someone to possess. Zhuo Yuping's team had suffered heavy losses. No matter how they looked at it, Zhuo Yuping was a major suspect. The two frowned slightly. If the King of Death soul really possessed Zhuo Yuping, then it would be troublesome. If it was an ordinary High Lord, they would be directly arrested and put on trial. With Black Biaoqing's status, as long as he gave a sufficient reason, it would be easy for him to put a High Lord on trial. However, Zhuo Yuping was different. He was the Dark Star Church's young sect master, Zhuo Xinglong's son. Could he also be arrested and put on trial? Zhuo Xinglong couldn't put his son on trial just because he was suspicious. Therefore, just suspicion wasn't enough to put Zhuo Yuping on trial. There had to be evidence. Otherwise, if Zhuo Yuping insisted that he wasn't possessed, who would the Dark Star Church believe? Just because he suspected that his son was possessed by the King of Death Soul, he would execute his son? Or would he imprison his son for life? That's impossible. No father would treat his own son so lightly. Moreover, the Dark Star Church's sect master had high hopes for Zhuo Yuping. How could he destroy his son just because of a little suspicion? We have to focus on Zhuo Yuping and see if we can find evidence. Yi Xing and Black Biaoqing exchanged glances and understood each other's thoughts. Team 1 and Team 10 were the last to come out of the Sea of Darkness prison. Because Yi Xing was chased by the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon, and his whereabouts were unknown, Team 1 and Team 10 had been searching for Yi Xing's whereabouts. In the process of searching for Yi Xing, they also used Wei Qingxian as bait to kill some green-furred undead spirits. Later, the green-furred undead spirits didn't come out. Wei Qingxian persisted in searching for Yi Xing for a period of time, but in the end, she left the Sea of Darkness prison without any results. Therefore, it was delayed until the end. Yi Xing. As soon as Team 1 came out, Wei Qingxian saw Yi Xing. She rushed over and looked at Yi Xing. "Are you okay?" Wei Qingxian had personally experienced how powerful the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon was. Moreover, the Dark Abyss Flood Dragon could control the water and move at lightning speed. It wasn't inferior to Yi Xing in the slightest. Wei Qingxian hadn't received any news about Yi Xing in the past 2 days, and her heart had been hanging in suspense. Now that she saw Yi Xing, she was finally relieved. Yi Xing spread out his hands and smiled. "Very good. My ability to escape is even stronger than my strength. That evil creature couldn't catch up to me. After chasing for a long distance, it didn't give up. However, I ran too far away and couldn't find a way back in the Sea of Darkness prison, so I left the Sea of Darkness prison through other landmarks. I was the first to come out." Wei Qingxian smiled. "I knew it. You wouldn't be taken advantage of so easily." After everyone had arrived, the Dark Star Sect Master collected a third of the corpse jades as sect resources. Then he led everyone back to the Dark Star Sect. Although the green-furred undead spirits weren't completely exterminated, they were all hiding. There was nothing they could do about it. In the end, the Dark Star Sect Master left 3 kings in the northern Nether region to prevent the green-furred monsters from coming out and wreaking havoc. Chapter 707. After returning to the Dark Star Sect, Zhuo Yuping's mission was given to the Black Biaoqing. The Black Biaoqing's mission to Yi Xing was to cultivate wholeheartedly and become a king as soon as possible. Even though Yixing had handed over a third of the corpse jades to the Dark Star sect, there were still a lot of corpse jades left. It was more than enough for Yixing to cultivate to the 9th star Sovereign Lord realm. The problem was that the corpse jades were filled with dense death qi. Every time Yixing absorbed a bit of energy from the corpse jades, he would need a long time to use his life force to slowly dissolve the death qi in his body. If it were spirit-grade corpse jades, a king would be able to refine the death qi within. But profound-grade corpse jades were something even a king could do nothing about. Yixing could only rely on his own life force to slowly dissolve the death qi. This was much slower than constantly absorbing corpse jades, but it was still much faster than cultivating normally. However, as a result, Yixing spent most of his time leisurely. During this time, Yixing cultivated his archery, martial arts, and comprehended the power of heaven and earth. Sometimes he would also go to the Dark Star sect's library to read. The library was an important place in the Dark Star sect. However, as the Fiend Star of the Chaotic Era, Yixing's status in the Dark Star sect also rose as his cultivation increased. He could enter and exit an important place like the library as he wished. Not only did the library have a large number of martial arts manuals, but there were even more cultivation notes left behind by the Dark Star sect's martial seniors. Yixing mainly read these notes. He absorbed the cultivation experiences of his predecessors to increase his own knowledge. Days like this quickly passed day after day. The days in the Star Continent were very peaceful. The green-furred undead spirit in the Sea of Black prison didn't come out again. The Black Biao King kept an eye on Zhui Yupeng, but Zhui Yupeng was still the same as before. As for the others who came out of the Sea of Black prison, they were also normal. Although the days were peaceful, Yixing's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he used his super brain to scan the books, so his reading speed was very fast. In a few months, Yixing had read through all the books in the library. Half a year later, Yixing's attainments in archery made another breakthrough, reaching the 9 transformations of heart. The 9th layer of heart force was already his limit. Even though Zhang Xian had yet to achieve a breakthrough in his mastery of one with the bow, he had still managed to reach the pinnacle of the 2nd level. Yixing's cultivation base had also stabilized to peak level 6 astral reaching realm. As long as the death qi in his body was dissolved by the life force, he would be able to absorb the energy from the corpse jade again, allowing his cultivation base to break through to level 7 astral reaching realm and become a reverend. Not much time passed. 2 months later, on the 7th day of the 10th month, Yixing had broken through the 7th level of the astral reaching realm with the help of the profound grade 5 corpse jade, becoming a 7-star reverend. The 6th to 7th level of astral reaching realm was the breakthrough from mid-level to high-level astral reaching realm. Yixing's power had increased drastically. In addition to his attainments in archery, Yixing's strength was much stronger than when he had broken through to become a 6-star venerable in the Sea of Black prison. Even if he didn't use the power of the divine dragon essence blood, it would be hard for him to find a worthy opponent under the king realm. After becoming a 7-star reverend, I should be able to escape from a king realm expert, right? Yixing thought to himself. Yixing's breakthrough to 7-star reverend caused his star power to surge. Black Biao King immediately rushed over. Wei Qingxian had broken through to the 7th level of astral reaching realm half a year ago, and Yixing had also become a 7-star reverend. The cultivation speed of these 2 monstrous geniuses was extremely fast. Black Biao King was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Brother Black Biao, could you please find a king realm expert to test me? Let's see if I can escape from a king realm expert. Yixing said. All right, I'll find King Lanqin. Black Biao King nodded and took out a communication pearl, immediately notifying King Lanqin. In the mountains behind the Left Star emissary's mansion, Yixing was about 30 li away from the mansion, standing in the void. In front of him, 10 li away, King Lanqin was also standing in the void. As for Black Biao King and Wei Qingxian, they were in the air above the mansion, opening their martial Dao heavenly eyes and watching Yixing and King Lanqin. Black Biao King had given Yixing a mission, which was to return to the mansion under King Lanqin's obstruction. If Yixing could break through King Lanqin's blockade, then Yixing would be able to escape even if he encountered a King Realm expert. If Yixing couldn't return, then he would have to continue cultivating in the Dark Star sect. Only when he had the power to protect himself in front of a King Realm expert could he leave. King Lanqin looked at Yixing in front of her and sighed inwardly. In a few short years, she had personally witnessed the growth of Yixing and Wei Qingxian, these two monstrous geniuses. And now, Yixing had actually reached the point where he could face off against a one-star King Realm expert like her. King Lanqin, please make your move, Yixing shouted from afar. All right. King Lanqin collected her thoughts and shouted. A terrifying aura instantly erupted, suppressing the surroundings with her King Realm aura. King Lanqin made a grabbing motion with her hand. Instantly, the water yuan qi in the air gathered, forming a giant astral water hand that grabbed at Yixing. This astral water hand was more than 30 meters long, like a small mountain. It grabbed Yixing's head. To Yixing, it seemed to blot out the sun. 9 Heavens Godly Wonder Art. Yixing's figure flickered as he dodged the astral water hand's attack. His force of wind had already reached the peak of the mid-level King Realm of the Union of Heaven and Man. Moreover, he had cultivated the mid-grade mystic level technique of the 9 Heavens Astral Wander to the Perfection Realm. His speed was shocking. The giant astral water hand missed, and Yixing's body drew an arc in the air like a ray of light. He wanted to go around King Lanqin and reach the left emissary's residence. At the same time, King Lanqin's figure moved like lightning. A mid-grade mystic weapon appeared in her hand, and she swung it. An azure water sword aura shot out in an instant. No matter how fast Yixing was, he couldn't outrun King Lanqin's attack. He leaped into the air and dodged again. Swish, swish, swish. The moment King Lanqin attacked, her moves flowed like water. She swung her sword again and again, her water sword aura slicing the void into pieces. Yixing couldn't dodge the astral water sword and returned to the left emissary's residence. He had a hard time dodging the astral water sword. Swish, swish, swish. Yixing used 3 celestial bodies at the same time. He drew the raven bow into a full moon. Swish. An arrow of starlight shot out. There were no transformations, only pure power. When the starlight arrow hit the water ripple sword aura, it shattered it into pieces. Swish, 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 swish. Yixing's figure flickered as he shot out arrow after arrow of starlight, counterattacking King Lanqin. King Lanqin's heart shook. Yixing's attack made her, a 1-star King Realm, feel threatened. Swish. A beam of starlight shot out of King Lanqin's forehead. She had also used her celestial body, and it was a top-grade water-type one. After using her celestial body, King Lanqin's strength increased greatly. The astral water sword she swung out was even more terrifying. The arrows of starlight were destroyed by the astral water sword. Chapter 708. King Lanqin slashed out again and again. Sometimes the sword light was like waves, sometimes like ripples, and sometimes like flowing water. Every strike contained extremely powerful water yuan qi. It was on a completely different level from the attacks of sovereigns. Sovereigns used their own strength to draw in all kinds of yuan qi between heaven and earth. As for kings, they could not only draw in the yuan qi of heaven and earth, but also refine it for their own use. With the same move, sovereigns could only draw in a bit of the yuan qi. Kings could draw in the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and also unleash the yuan qi within their bodies. Naturally, they were much stronger. With Yixing's current strength, he could defeat any half-step kings without dragon forming. However, he was in a difficult position before King Lanqin. He was not her match at all. Wherever the sword light passed, Yixing's starlight arrows, no matter how many transformations they contained, were all destroyed. Yixing could only retreat pathetically, not to mention reaching the left emissary's residence. If not for Yixing's movement technique being fast enough, King Lanqin would have already injured him. Kings are indeed extraordinary. With King Lanqin's strength, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through her blockade even if I transform into dragon form. I'll only have a chance if I use dragon race martial arts. Yixing thought to himself. However, I still have a powerful archery technique that I haven't used yet. Let's test the power of the Dark Wind Fire Arrow Incantation. Dark Wind Fire Arrow Incantation. Yixing had learned this archery technique from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. As he had the trump card of transforming into a dragon, Yixing would always transform into a dragon whenever he encountered an enemy he couldn't deal with. He had never used this archery technique before. However, this archery technique contained the power of darkness, wind, and fire. It was definitely powerful. His attainments in archery had reached Heart's 9 transformations, and the second level of One with the Bow. The 3 powers had also reached the mid-step king level of One with the World. It was enough for him to unleash the power of this archery technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yixing pulled open the black bow. The 3 powers of heaven and earth circulated, and the starlight arrow instantly contained 3 different kinds of yuan qi of heaven and earth. The 3 types of heaven and earth yuan qi gathered together, due to the Dark Wind Fire Arrow art, causing the power of the starlight arrow to multiply. In addition to his attainments in the 9 transformations of the heart and the power of the second level of the One with the Bow, the power of the arrow of starlight had reached an extremely powerful level. Whoosh, the Dark Wind Fire Arrow shot out. The black arrow of starlight burned with flames as it constantly spun. With a sharp gust of wind, it shot toward King Lanqin with unstoppable force. Bang 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 bang. Wherever the arrow light passed, the astral swords were destroyed. Queen Lanqin's heart shuddered as she became slightly shocked. The power of the arrow had actually made her slightly fearful. It was enough to threaten her life. All rivers returned to the sea. Empress Lanqin let out a soft cry and used her ultimate move. The treasured sword in her hand swung out countless times in an instant. Every sword light gathered together and turned into a sea of sword light, with the feeling of waves crashing. The Dark Wind Fire Arrow instantly shot into the sea of sword light and collided with countless sword lights. It pierced a fist-sized hole in the sea of sword light. After being blocked by all rivers returned to the sea, the Dark Wind Fire Arrow's power was greatly reduced. However, Queen Lanqin had used up a lot of energy to forcefully block it with her sword. She swung her sword back to block the Dark Wind Fire Arrow, but her body shook slightly and she couldn't help but take a step back. This arrow had forced a king to retreat. Just as Queen Lanqin's sword clashed with the Dark Wind Fire Arrow, Yixing had already used the 9 Heavens Astral Wander art. He rapidly moved in an arc, circling around Queen Lanqin and heading for the left emissary's residence. Queen Lanqin wanted to block with her sword, but the Dark Wind Fire Arrow forced her back a step, slowing her attack by half a beat. By the time she drew her sword, Yixing had already flashed past her body. Whoosh, Yixing shot out another arrow. This time it wasn't the Dark Wind Fire Arrow, but a normal starlight arrow. After blocking Queen Lanqin's attack for a moment, Yixing didn't slow down at all as he rushed for the residence. Finally, Yixing arrived safely in the air above the residence, unharmed. The Lanqin Emperor arrived right behind him. She stared at Yixing in surprise and said, "That arrow just now was really powerful. If you used 2 of those archery moves in a row, I might not be able to stop you. I might even be injured and defeated." Yixing said, "That arrow used up too much energy. I can't use it continuously. However, I still have dragon form as a trump card. If I were to meet a king of the Deyuan dynasty in the wilderness, I might not lose in a direct battle." Queen Lanqin nodded. Although she hadn't seen Yixing's dragon form with her own eyes, she had heard that Yixing had beaten up Zhuo Yupeng at the Cultivation Saint Pond. It was because Yixing had used dragon form that he had defeated Zhuo Yupeng. Yixing looked at Black Tiger King and said excitedly, "Now I can go out." Black Tiger King was full of smiles. Yixing's growth was getting closer and closer to his expectations. He was already a king now. When Yixing became a king, Black Tiger King estimated that Yixing's strength wouldn't be inferior to his own. At that time, the Dark Star sect would have 2 mid-step kings, and they would be able to fight the Deyuan dynasty head-on. If Yixing became a 2-star or 3-star king, then overthrowing the Deyuan dynasty would only be a matter of time. Black Tiger King nodded. "All right, but be careful. Keep in touch and let me know your location. If you're in danger, I'll immediately rush over to save you." I'll go to the Dark Star Pagoda and consolidate my Dark Star Xian body. After that I'll go out and explore. Yixing looked at Wei Qingxian and said, Qingxian, do you want to travel the world together? Wei Qingxian thought for a while and said, I'll break through to 8th star Venerable Lord in at most a month. I'll cultivate in peace during this time. After I become an 8th star Venerable Lord, I'll come find you. The two looked at each other and smiled. Yixing said, All right, I'll wait for you. The next day, Yixing headed to the Dark Star Pagoda and cultivated, consolidating his Dark Star Xian body to the limit of small success. After exiting the Dark Star Pagoda, Yixing headed to the teleportation hall, preparing to leave. Yixing already knew the location of the Dark Star sect. It was located on an island in the sea east of the East Divine Continent. There were countless islands in the sea, and this was also the reason why the Deyuan dynasty had never been able to find the Dark Star sect's location. The outer layer of the island had been completely sealed by the sect's ancestors. It couldn't be seen from the outside, and no one could enter or leave. To leave the Dark Star sect, one had to go through the teleportation hall. Yixing. Before Yixing could enter the teleportation hall, he was stopped outside. Yixing looked at Zhuo Yuping with surprise in his eyes. After returning from the Sea of Dark prison, Yixing and Black Tiger King had always thought that Zhuo Yuping was the most likely person to be possessed by the Death Spirit King. However, Zhuo Yuping didn't reveal any flaws. Everything was the same as before. Chapter 709. Yixing did not expect that Zhuo Yuping would take the initiative to find him. What's the matter? Yixing looked at Zhuo Yuping indifferently. Zhuo Yuping looked at Yixing with a fierce look in his eyes. Let's settle the score between us. Do you think I'll let go of what happened in the cultivation sacred pool? Yixing chuckled. Are you looking for a beating? Although Yi Da's expression was calm, he was carefully analyzing Zhuo Yuping's words to see if there were any flaws in his words. Unfortunately, Yixing did not feel that Zhuo Yuping was any different from before. Zhuo Yuping snorted. Yixing, do you really think no one can defeat you? I'm now a 9th star Venerable Lord, and my strength is incomparable to before. I can suppress you in a matter of minutes. I waited for you to break through to the 7th star Venerable Lord realm before fighting you to let you know that I won't take advantage of you. In the cultivation sacred pool, Yixing was a 5th star Venerable while Zhuo Yuping was a 7th star Venerable Lord. Now Yixing was a 7th star Venerable Lord while Zhuo Yuping was a 9th star Venerable Lord. The difference in cultivation between the two was still 2 realms. Won't take advantage of me? Yixing chuckled. If you really won't take advantage of me, it won't be too late to fight me when our cultivation reaches the same realm. Zhuo Yuping was stunned. Then he said angrily, Aren't you known as the Fiend Star of Troubled Times? If we fight at the same realm, you won't be the Fiend Star of Troubled Times. Cut the crap. Do you dare accept my challenge? Yixing narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuo Yuping for a while. Who says I don't dare? If you're looking for trouble, I'll fulfill your wish. Yixing did not feel that there was anything wrong with Zhuo Yuping's words. He wanted to see if Zhuo Yuping was different from before. The two soon arrived at a wasteland. One was the Fiend Star of Troubled Times, and the other was the young hierarch. The two of them were about to fight. When the nearby warriors saw this, they were naturally excited and stood in the distance to watch. Before he even made a move, Yixing's body was already in dragon form. At the same time, he used the black hole astral form and the fire astral form. Zhuo Yuping also used the thunder and lightning astral aspect. Dazzling lightning flashed. The two of them had fought before, so they did not use any probing attacks. The moment they made their move, they brought out their peak strength. With the treasured spear in his hand, Zhuo Yuping's aura soared. He shouted, Lose for me. A spear thrust out, accompanied by a purple lightning. The higher Yixing's cultivation was, the stronger his dragon form would be. Now that he was a 7-star High Lord, he was no weaker than a 1-star king after dragon form. He threw a punch at Zhuo Yuping's spear. Boom! The tip of the spear collided with the golden dragon fist, causing sparks to fly. Yixing did not even take half a step back, but Zhuo Yuping's body shook and retreated a dozen steps. Although Zhuo Yuping's strength was strong, in Yixing's eyes he was not much different from the dark abyss flood dragon he had met in the ocean of dark prison. At most, he was at the limit of half-step king. He was still a little bit away from a true king. On the other hand, Yixing's dragon form was a strength that could contend against a one-star king. Zhuo Yuping naturally could not block it. Yixing took a large step forward and punched out with his golden dragon fist, attacking Zhuo Yuping repeatedly. Dang 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 dang. Every time the purple lightning mystic spear and dragon fist collided, a crisp sound would erupt, causing Zhuo Yuping to retreat again and again. Extreme purple flash. Zhuo Yuping retreated several li with a furious expression. He roared and used the ultimate move he had comprehended. With a flash of purple lightning and a thunderous boom, the terrifying spear technique had already arrived in front of Yixing. Yixing sneered. With a flash of golden light, his body retreated explosively and his dragon claw slapped out. He did not collide with the opponent's attack head-on, but instead deflected it. However, Zhuo Yuping's spear was extremely fast and powerful, so it was not so easy to deflect it. It continued to stab toward Yixing's chest. Yixing dodged the spear's sharpest moment and punched out with his other hand. Bang! With a loud explosion, the purple lightning mystic spear was bent by Yixing's punch. The purple lightning mystic spear was bent straight and fiercely flicked, causing Zhuo Yuping's body to shoot backward. Boom! With a flash of golden light, Yixing's figure rushed forward and instantly caught up, punching Zhuo Yuping's chest. Zhuo Yuping was hit and immediately vomited blood as he was sent flying 1,000 meters away. In the distance, the spectating martial artists all sucked in a breath of cold air. The dragon scales on Yixing's body disappeared and he returned to his human form. He retracted his fist with a look of surprise on his face. When he sent Zhuo Yuping flying with his fist, he felt a suction force suddenly appear in Zhuo Yuping's body, sucking away some of his strength. Although the process was brief, Yixing was still keenly aware of it. If there was a difference between this and Zhuo Yuping, then this did not happen the last time Yixing fought with Zhuo Yuping. This is strange. It can be considered an anomaly on Zhuo Yuping's part. However, only I know of this. Even if I tell others, no one will believe me, Yixing thought to himself. He took out a speed communication bead and reported this matter to the Black Puma King. I understand. I will increase the surveillance on him. If he wants to fight with you at this time, he probably has some ulterior motive. Do you want to stay here for a while? The Black Puma King sent a message. It's fine. I will pay attention, Yixing replied. If Zhuo Yuping had really been possessed by the Death Spirit King, then it would be impossible to expose him in a short period of time. How could Yixing keep waiting? Under the gazes of numerous martial artists, Yixing arrived at the teleportation hall. Through the teleportation array, he left the Dark Star sect and arrived at a certain place in the East Divine Continent. Yixing first changed his clothes. His old clothes were burned to ashes with origin chi flames. Then he found a lake to take a bath. He cleaned his body with origin chi flames to prevent Zhuo Yuping from leaving any marks on his body during the battle. After doing all this, Yixing used the momentum of darkness to cover his tracks and flew towards the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. Yixing's first stop was the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, the Dark Canyon. The Black Biao King had comprehended the momentum of darkness to perfection in the Dark Canyon. Yixing's momentum of darkness was only a step away from perfection. He wanted to complete this last step in the Dark Canyon. Only by comprehending the momentum of heaven and earth to perfection would one have a chance of comprehending the true meaning of Tao. The earlier one reached perfection, the greater the chance of comprehending the true meaning of Tao. Yixing arrived at the Dark Canyon. He entered the canyon and sat down cross-legged. He sensed the aura of darkness around him and comprehended the momentum of darkness. The aura of darkness enveloped Yixing. Even if someone came to the Dark Canyon, they wouldn't be able to see or sense his existence. At the same time, in the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Yuping had a faintly discernible mass of black energy in his hand. He had a cold smile on his face. Yixing, oh Yixing, you must have thought that I left some mark on your body. After leaving the Dark Star sect, you would burn your clothes and wash your entire body. But that's useless. I've absorbed a little of the death energy in your body. Through this little bit of death energy, I can sense the location of the death energy in your body. Haha. How could this king not know where you are? Chapter 710. Azure Cloud Mountain Range Dark Canyon. Yi Xing calmed his mind and tried to comprehend the darkness momentum. His sense of touch extended, and it was extremely mysterious. Suddenly, Yi Xing's mind jolted and he opened his eyes. He had sensed several powerful auras. To be able to make him feel powerful, these auras were at least Astral Sea Realm kings. How could there be kings in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range? Moreover, there were several of them. It was truly strange. Yi Xing instantly thought of himself. Could it be that they're here for me? How do they know my location? In this dark canyon, even if there were kings nearby, as long as they didn't open their martial Dao Heavenly Eye, they wouldn't be able to discover Yi Xing's existence. It would be hard to explain why these kings had come for him, unless they knew his location. After a few breaths of time, Yi Xing was sure that these kings had indeed come for him. This was because these kings' auras were getting clearer and clearer. They should be heading straight for Yi Xing's location. Apart from Brother Black Tiger, no one knows my location. Why are these kings coming for me? Could it be that Zhui Yuping really did something to my body and I didn't wash it off? Yi Xing was puzzled. He immediately covered his body with the darkness aura and flew away from the dark canyon. He flew in a different direction, increasing the distance between him and the king's auras. However, Yi Xing discovered that the king's auras were getting closer and closer. They didn't go to the dark canyon at all. Instead, they changed directions and headed straight for Yi Xing. At this moment, Yi Xing was extremely sure that these kings had not only come for him, but they could also pinpoint his location. Even the darkness aura couldn't hide his whereabouts. Yi Xing immediately crushed a warning talisman. When the warning talisman was crushed, a warning formation that the Black Biao King carried with him would shatter as well. This meant that Yi Xing was in danger. The Black Biao King would know Yi Xing's location through the speed communication pearl, and would use the teleportation formation of the Dark Star Sect to quickly reach where Yi Xing was. In the Dark Star Sect, the Black Biao King had been secretly monitoring Zhui Yuping. However, when Zhui Yuping returned to the Zhou family manor, he entered an underground secret room and disappeared from the Black Biao King's senses. It was as if Zhou Yuping knew that the Black Biao King was monitoring him, so he intentionally shook him off. Back then, the Black Biao King had his suspicions. He felt that there must be a reason why Zhui Yuping had fought Yi Xing before he left the Dark Star Sect. After Yi Xing left the Dark Star Sect, he might be in danger. Therefore, he had been paying attention to the warning formation on his body. Sure enough, as the Black Biao King expected, after a short period of over an hour, the Black Biao King received Yi Xing's request for help. The Black Biao King immediately sent a voice transmission to the Dark Star Sect's Master and the Sovereign Sect's Master, and then he rushed to the teleportation hall at the first possible moment. He used the speed communication pearl to confirm Yi Xing's location, and then used the teleportation formation to teleport towards the Ascension Mountain Range. However, because it wasn't a fixed-point teleportation between teleportation formations, one-way teleportation would cause distance to occur. After teleporting, one wouldn't appear at a fixed location, and would appear in an area instead. So the Black Biao King couldn't teleport directly to Yi Xing's side. The Black Biao King appeared in the Ascension Mountain Range, and it was over 10,000 kilometers away from Yi Xing. At such a close distance, the speed communication pearl could already communicate directly. Yi Xing, how are you? The Black Biao King sent a message to Yi Xing. As soon as the Black Biao King arrived at the Ascension Mountain Range, he sensed the auras of a few other kings, and one of them was especially familiar. It was the Deyuan Supreme King Meng Tai. It's the Deyuan dynasty. I don't know how they know my location, but it should be Zhui Yuping's doing. They have a high-grade profound grade flying ship, and they're only a few hundred kilometers away from me. They're about to catch up to me. Yi Xing's voice sounded out from the Black Biao King's speed communication pearl. Only a few hundred kilometers away? The Black Biao King's eyes instantly turned red with anxiety. He ignited his astral energy and broke through the limits of his speed as he flew over. Over 5,000 kilometers away, Yixing similarly broke through the limits of his speed as he flew at extreme speeds. However, the flying ship behind him was truly too fast. It was a high-grade profound-grade flying ship that was driven by high-grade star crystals and controlled by a king. It could be considered as the fastest speed on the star continent, and it was even faster than Yixing flying at full speed. With every blink of an eye, the distance between the two parties would close by dozens of kilometers. The distance of a few hundred kilometers would not last for more than 10 blinks of an eye. The Black Biao King was still 5,000 kilometers away, and there was no way he could catch up. On the flying ship there were a total of 5 kings, including the damning Supreme King. If they caught up, Yixing would not have the strength to resist at all. This could be said to be the most dangerous moment since Yixing had returned to the star continent. There was no way he could escape, and there was no way he could defeat them. This was a situation of certain death. Unless, a thought flashed through Yixing's mind as he thought of the great space-breaching talisman he had obtained in the Stellar Hall. Only the great space-breaching talisman could save his life. However, once the great space-breaching talisman was used, it would tear apart the space around the star continent and reach another star continent. Once he reached another star continent, it would be almost impossible for him to return to the star continent. Yixing still had many things to do in the star continent, and he was unwilling to leave just like that. After a few breaths, the high mystic class flying ship behind them was even closer to Yixing. Yixing could already see the kings on the flying ship clearly. Other than the Supreme King Meng Tai, there was also the 2-star King Meng Tong, and the Deyuan Crown Prince Meng Yuansheng. The other two were the 2-star King and the 3-star King respectively. Seems like I'm really at my wit's end. Apart from using the Great Space-Breaching Talisman, there's no other way. But I'm definitely not willing to leave the star continent just like that. The Deyuan dynasty has to pay the price. I want to take back what belongs to me. Yixing's eyes were burning with flames of anger. He stopped and stopped running. He turned around and stood proudly in the void, looking at the flying ship that was approaching him rapidly. Cowards of the Deyuan dynasty, do you still have the guts to make a bet with me? Yixing shouted at the 5 kings on the flying ship. The flying ship stopped in the sky in front of Yixing. The 5 kings were excited, but there was also a hint of anger in their eyes. The Deyuan dynasty's demon star was right in front of them, and they could exterminate him at any time. Of course, the 5 kings were excited. However, Yixing, a mere 7-star supremacy, had dared to shout at the 5 kings and call them cowards. Of course, they were furious when they heard this. The Supreme King Meng Tai stood at the bow of the ship and looked down at Yixing. Yixing, you are about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. I know that He Biao is rushing here. I can kill you before he arrives, but I won't. I want him to watch you die as soon as he arrives. I want him to feel the pain of having his hopes shattered before his eyes. Chapter 713. Yixing He. Sorrow surged onto the Black Tiger King's face, and he was unable to speak about Yixing's death. When all the other kings saw the Black Tiger King's expression, they instantly understood that Yixing had probably been killed by the Supreme King, Meng Tai, and they revealed shocked expressions. The Black Tiger King quickly restrained his expression, and his gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he looked at the Dark Star Sex Master and shouted, "Where's Zhu Yuping?" The Dark Star Sex Master was stunned. Even though the Black Tiger King's strength had surpassed him since a long time ago, the Black Tiger King had never spoken to him in such a tone. When the Black Tiger King saw that the Dark Star Sex Master didn't answer him, he asked with a grim voice, "Where's Zhu Yuping?" The Dark Star Sex Master looked vigilantly at the Black Tiger King and said, "Why are you looking for Yuping?" The Sovereign Sex Master, King Xiaomu, walked forward and said, "Black Tiger, what happened? Speak properly." The Black Tiger King said, "Zhu Yuping is the true culprit behind Yixing's death. It was he who exposed Yixing's location to the Deyuan dynasty." The Dark Star Sex Master was surprised, and he said loudly, "That's impossible. Even though Yuping didn't get along well with Yixing, it's absolutely impossible for him to collude with the Deyuan dynasty." The Black Tiger King said, "Senior brother, I'm afraid the current Zhuo Yuping isn't your son anymore. The expressions of everyone transformed into astonishment. The Black Tiger King's words caused them to be extremely shocked. If Zhuo Yuping wasn't the Zhuo Yuping of the past, then what was he? The Dark Star Sect's master thought extremely highly of Zhuo Yuping, and he was furious when he heard this. He said, "Junior brother, I know it's very difficult for you to get angry because of Yi Xing's death, but what nonsense are you speaking?" King Xiaomu said, "Black Tiger, what do you mean by that? Yuping is Stardragon's only son." By now, the Black Biao King was sure that Zhuo Yuping was the one who had been possessed by the Death Spirit King. Yi Xing once encountered the spirit body of the King of Death Soul in the Sea of Dark Prison. Since the King of Death Soul failed to possess Yi Xing, he would definitely choose to possess someone else. Zhuo Yuping's team was completely annihilated, and Zhuo Yuping's natural talent far surpassed the others, making him an extremely good target for possession. After returning from the Sea of Dark Prison, Yi Xing and I suspected that Zhuo Yuping had already been possessed by the King of Death Soul. The sect leader of the Dark Star sect became agitated and shouted, "Impossible! How could my son be possessed? That's impossible." The kings all looked at the Black Biao King with strange expressions. Being possessed meant that he was dead, and his body had been taken over by his enemy. Zhuo Yuping was the young sect leader of the Dark Star sect. Who would believe that Zhuo Yuping had been possessed? The Black Biao King said, "Yi Xing knew that you wouldn't believe this, so he only told me about it. Ever since he returned to the Dark Star sect in the Sea of Dark Prison, I've been paying attention to Zhuo Yuping, and he didn't reveal any flaws. Until this time, when Yi Xing left the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Yuping took the initiative to challenge Yi Xing, and the two fought. He knew that his strength was not as good as Yi Xing's, and he would definitely lose if he fought Yi Xing. Yet he still wanted to fight Yi Xing. He must have done something to Yi Xing's body during the battle, and that's how he knew about Yi Xing's whereabouts. Otherwise, how could the Great Yuan dynasty's people know about Yi Xing's specific location?" Although the Black Biao King's words were suspicious of Zhuo Yuping, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect didn't believe that his son had been possessed. The sect leader of the Dark Star sect said, "That's only your suspicion. You don't have any proof. It's impossible for Yuping to have been possessed." The Black Biao King said, "Senior brother, do you know that if Zhuo Yuping has been possessed, then the current Zhuo Yuping is no longer your son, but the enemy who killed your son? Whether or not he has been possessed, let him come out and face us. This time, I must make him reveal his true self." King Xiaomu said, "The Black Biao King's words aren't without reason. Star Dragon, let Yuping come out and face everyone. If he hasn't been possessed, he's still the young sect leader. If he really has been possessed, can you tolerate the enemy who possessed your son's body?" King Xiaomu was an elder of the Zhuo clan, and the previous sect leader. His words naturally carried more weight than the Black Biao King's, and the sect leader of the Dark Star sect would listen to him. After hesitating for a moment, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect took out the speed communication pearl. Just like how Yi Xing and the Black Biao King's speed communication pearl were connected, and the Black Biao King could determine Yi Xing's location from thousands of miles away, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect and his son, Zhuo Yuping, could do the same. In the next moment, the sect leader of the Dark Star sect's expression changed. Zhuo Yuping's speed communication pearl had actually been cut off from his own. He couldn't sense Zhuo Yuping's location at all. The sect leader of the Dark Star sect said, He should have sealed the speed communication pearl. I can't contact him." All the king's expressions changed. Why would the speed communication pearl be sealed for no reason? This was a big point of suspicion. Just now, they didn't really believe that Zhuo Yuping had been possessed, but now they had a lot of doubts in their hearts. The sect leader of the Dark Star sect said, "He's still in the sect. Let's go back. We'll be able to find him once we go back." The Black Biao King waved his hand and said, "He harmed Yi Xing. He knows that he can no longer hide his identity, so he must have already escaped. If he tells the Dark Star sect's location to the Great Yuan dynasty, the Dark Star sect will be in danger." Although the Dark Star sect's headquarters was covered in layers of formations, and even 4-star kings would lose their lives if they barged in, They only had about 2,000 years of accumulation. On the other hand, the Great Yuan dynasty had tens of thousands of years of accumulation. In terms of accumulation, the Great Yuan dynasty was much more profound. If they knew the location of the Dark Star sect's headquarters, the Great Yuan dynasty might be able to take down the Dark Star sect with some of their resources. At this moment, it was no longer a matter of whether Zhuo Yuping had been possessed or not, but the Dark Star sect's foundation. The severity of the matter was more than 10 times greater. All the king's expressions changed. Xiaomu King said, "Return." When the kings returned to the Dark Star sect, Zhuo Yuping's figure was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, in the secret underground room of Zhuo Yuping's residence, 2 human skin skeletons were found. One was the Zhuo family's half-step king, and the other was the 5-star venerable Shimenju. It seemed like the two had not been sucked dry for long. Zhuo Yuping had been possessed by the Death Soul King. There was no doubt that this was an irrefutable fact. The Dark Star sect immediately sealed off the entire island and conducted a comprehensive search. However, there was no sign of Zhuo Yuping. He had already left the Dark Star sect. Zhuo Yuping's possession was a huge threat to the safety of the Dark Star sect. The Dark Star sect was filled with worry. However, after the Black Tiger King returned to the Dark Star sect, his mood became better. Yi Xing and I left a trace of mental energy in each other's bodies. We can sense each other's life and death. I am sure that Yi Xing is not dead, but I can't sense his location. This is really strange. Could it be that he is no longer in the space of the Star Continent? From Wei Qingxian, the Black Tiger King knew that Yi Xing was not dead. The anger in his heart that had nowhere to vent was finally extinguished. The Black Tiger King believed that Yi Xing, as the demon star of the Great Yuan dynasty, would return one day as long as he was not dead. Chapter 7:14. When the space-breaching talisman shattered the space, Yi Xing was hit by the Supreme King Meng Tai's saber aura. The saber aura entered his body and he was severely injured. Soon he fell unconscious. After being unconscious for a long time, Yi Xing slowly woke up. Yi Xing found himself lying on a hard wooden bed. When he moved his body slightly, a sharp pain came from his back and right shoulder, making it difficult for Yi Xing to move. He was injured, seriously injured. Yi Xing even felt that he could not circulate the astral energy in his body. His internal organs and meridians were all damaged to varying degrees. Yi Xing instantly thought of the Supreme King Meng Tai's saber. Fortunately, he had activated the Great Space-Breaching Talisman in time. If he had been a split second slower, this saber would have sliced his body into 2 and killed him instantly. Now Yi Xing had returned to his human form. The divine dragon blood essence in his body had been burned. He could no longer transform into a dragon. His body was very weak and he felt powerless. Even raising his hand was difficult. This was definitely the most serious injury he had ever suffered in his life. If it wasn't for the fact that his Dark Star Xian body had reached the limit of small success, and his vitality was extremely strong, almost comparable to that of a king, this injury would have been fatal. The vitality in his body would have slowly been destroyed, and he would have died in the end. However, Yi Xing's vitality was now stronger than the injuries he had suffered. As time passed, his vitality would become stronger, and his body would gradually recover. It was just that it would take a long time. Although my injury is serious, it is not important. As long as I have time, I will completely recover. Moreover, I have the Starfire Seed and can refine the Death Aura in the Corpse Jade. This will allow my cultivation to break through and become an 8-star supremacy, or even a 9-star supremacy. The important thing is which star continent I am in, and whether I can return to the star continent. There are too many things I care about there. Yi Xing thought to himself. He turned his head slightly and looked around the room. It was a very simple room. In addition to the wooden bed, there was a small wooden cabinet, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. I can't fall on someone's bed after breaking through the void. It seems that someone saved me. When he comes, I will ask him where I am. As Yi Xing was thinking, footsteps came from outside the room. After a few breaths, the door opened with a creak. A gray-robed elder with a snow-white beard walked in. Oh, young master, you are awake? The gray-robed elder entered the room and smiled when he saw Yixing. Uncle, thank you for saving my life. How many days have I been unconscious? Yixing knew that he must have been unconscious for a long time. Young master, the gray-robed elder. Young master, you have been unconscious for a long time. It has been 5 days since my young master saved you from the back mountain. As for how long you have been unconscious, I don't know. Yixing was surprised that he had been unconscious for such a long time. It seemed that he was seriously injured this time. Yixing looked at the gray-robed elder carefully. Although he was seriously injured, his eyesight was still there. He could see that the gray-robed elder was a 9-star supremacy. A 9-star supremacy was just a servant. Then he must be from a big family. However, the decor of this room was too plain. It looked like a farmhouse, not a room of a large family. Yixing said, "Thank you for saving my life. Is your young master not here?" The gray-robed elder came to the bedside and said, "Young master is seriously injured. My young master went to buy medicine for you." Yixing smiled in his heart. His injuries could not be cured by ordinary medicinal herbs. The reason he could wake up was all because of his own recovery ability. If he wanted to heal his injuries quickly, he would probably need a level 5 medicinal pill. Yixing asked, "Uncle, how should I address your young master? Where is this place?" "This is the Gu family. My young master is." The gray-robed elder hesitated and said, "My young master is the Gu family's young master, Gu Qingchen." Gu family, Gu Qingchen. Yixing remembered the name of the person who saved him. However, he wanted to know more than that. Yixing continued asking, "Uncle, where is this area?" The gray-robed elder looked at Yixing in confusion and said, "Young master, you were injured in the back mountain of the Gu family. Don't you know the Gu family of Evergreen City?" Yixing smiled awkwardly and said, "I really don't know. When I was injured, I was teleported by a force and then fell unconscious. I have never heard of the Evergreen City." The gray-robed elder said, "I see. Although the Gu family is a big family in Evergreen City, it is nothing in the entire Yuezhou. Young master, do you know the star-plucking palace in Yuezhou?" Yixing shook his head. "I don't know." The gray-robed elder was surprised and said, "You don't even know the star-plucking palace? Are you not from the Star Elephant Dynasty?" Star Elephant Dynasty? Yixing's heart skipped a beat. He knew that there was a Star Elephant Palace in the Starry Crescent Land. Was this a coincidence? Or was he in the Starry Crescent Land? Yixing shook his head and said, "I know of the Star Elephant Dynasty, but I have never heard of the Star-Plucking Palace. I am from the Dark Moon Palace." The Dark Moon Palace was one of the 7 superpowers in the Starry Crescent Land. Moreover, the Dark Moon Palace had a good relationship with the Star Elephant Palace. Therefore, Yixing said that he was from the Dark Moon Palace. As for the Big Dipper Sword Sect, Yixing did not mention it. In the Starry Crescent Land, the disciples of the Star Elephant Palace and the Dark Moon Palace had been hunting down the disciples of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. If this was the Starry Crescent Land, the territory of the Star Elephant Palace, then wouldn't Yixing be looking for trouble by saying that he was related to the Big Dipper Sword Sect? When the gray-robed elder heard the words Dark Moon Palace, his eyes were filled with respect and he said, "Young master, so you are a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. My apologies. No wonder you have never heard of the Star-Plucking Palace. Compared to the Dark Moon Palace, the Star-Plucking Palace is not worth mentioning. There really is a Dark Moon Palace." Yixing's heart suddenly lit up. There could not be so many coincidences. This must be the Starry Crescent Land. The Starry Crescent Land, I can't believe that I am here. Although I can't go back to the Starry Crescent Land, one day, Qingxian will become the strongest cultivator in the Starry Crescent Land. I will wait for her here. One day we will meet again. Yixing thought to himself. His mood was inexplicably better. It's a pity that I have to come to the Starry Crescent Land before I can destroy the Deyuan dynasty. I am a demon star in a chaotic time. Brother He Biao has been so kind to me, but I can't help him at all. I am so sorry. Yixing sighed. If he could go back to the Starry Crescent Land, he would definitely try his best to do so. However, he had never heard of anyone going back to the Starry Crescent Land. There was no road. How could one go back? Chapter 7:16. Gu Qingchen was obviously not lying. Although he said no, his expression and actions told others the truth. The gray-robed elder, Gu Jinyang, strode to Gu Qingchen and took out the hand that Gu Qingchen had hidden behind his back. There were large bruises on the back of the hand and the forearm. Some parts were even greenish and purplish. It was obvious that he had been hit with great force. They bullied you again? Gu Jinyang was furious and his tone was agitated. Gu Qingchen nodded silently. Bastards. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Gu Jinyang cursed angrily. His body was shaking. Grandpa Jinyang, it's all my fault for not being able to break through to the Star Vortex realm and bringing shame to the family. Don't be angry. I'll work hard and break through to the Star Vortex realm before I turn 16. When I become the family head, no one will dare to bully me. Gu Qingchen blamed himself when he saw that Gu Jinyang was trembling with anger. Yixing rolled his eyes. This child was really naive. Gu Jinyang grabbed Gu Qingchen's shoulder and shouted, "Who said you brought shame to the family? Listen, you didn't bring shame to the family. You're the son of Gu Tsangnan. Only the family owes you. You don't owe the family anything." Gu Qingchen nodded slightly. Oh. Although it was a reply, there was confusion in his eyes. He missed the days when his parents were still in the family. Since his parents disappeared, everything had changed. The Gu family was no longer the Gu family in his heart. Other than Gu Jinyang, who had always treated him well, everyone else had been polite to him in the first 2 years. Later, when the news of his parents' death spread, his status in the Gu family plummeted, and he slowly became an existence that anyone could bully. Although he was naive, he was not ignorant. He understood some things in his heart, but he was powerless to change them. Even so, Gu Qingchen did not blame the heavens. Instead, he blamed himself. He did not understand why he was stuck at the 9th level of the celestial vortex realm, unable to condense a celestial vortex in his dantian, when other people had stepped into the celestial vortex realm at the age of 15 or 16. The star tempering realm was only the foundation of martial arts. The star vortex realm was the real beginning of martial arts. If he could not even enter the star vortex realm, how could he be worthy of respect? I must step into the star vortex realm, I must. Gu Qingchen shouted in his heart. Seeing Gu Qingchen's appearance, Gu Jinyang sighed. Although he was Venerable 9-star, he couldn't interfere in the disputes between Gu Qingchen and the younger generation of the Gu clan. Gu Jinyang was very clear that if he interfered, he would definitely attract even more powerful forces. It would be impossible for him to stay by Gu Qingchen's side. Gu Tsongbei could spare Gu Qingchen's life, but he would definitely not care about Gu Jinyang's life. Thus, Gu Jinyang could only silently stay by Gu Qingchen's side and take care of his daily life. He would guide him in his cultivation, and when Gu Qingchen went out to train, he would protect him. However, in the Gu clan, Gu Jinyang could not interfere in anything. Gu Jinyang asked, "Who hit you this time?" He narrowed his eyes, hiding a trace of murderous intent. Although he could not interfere, he had to remember who had hurt Gu Qingchen. What if one day, something happened to Gu Qingchen, and he was completely abandoned by Gu Tsongbei? Then even if he had to risk his life, Gu Jinyang would pay back this debt, and pay back double. Gu Qingchen said softly, "It was Qingshan who ordered his subordinates to hit me. Qingshan asked them to hit my face, but I used my hands to block them, so my face was not injured. Grandpa Jinyang, this is a small injury. It will be fine soon after applying some medicine. I will go and boil some medicine for Big Brother first." Talking about this in front of Yixing, an outsider, clearly put Gu Qingchen in a difficult position. He was too embarrassed to stay in the room, so he left immediately after speaking. Gu Jinyang took a deep breath and restrained his expression. He looked at Yixing and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of young Master Yi." Yixing did not laugh. Instead, he said seriously, "This child is very talented. He did not break through to the celestial vortex realm because someone did something to his dantian. If the problem is not solved, He will not be able to break through to the celestial vortex realm, even if he cultivates for the rest of his life. Yixing had also checked Gu Qingchen's heavens will earlier, and discovered that his heavens will fire was green in color. There were a total of 4 flames. This was a 4-star green life, which was enough for him to cultivate to the 4-star supremacy realm. With this kind of cultivation talent, it would not be strange for him to cultivate to the 7th level of the celestial vortex realm at the age of 16. How could he not break through to the celestial vortex realm? Gu Jinyang was stunned. Young Master Yi, you can see the problem with Qingchen? Yixing blinked to express his affirmation. Although Gu Jinyang did not find anything wrong with Gu Qingchen, he had always been suspicious. Now that he heard Yixing say this, he looked at Yixing with a glimmer of hope. Gu Jinyang quickly walked to the bedside and asked excitedly, "Young master, do you know how to save him?" Yixing blinked again and said, "There is an aura left behind by a supremacy in Qingchen's dantian. As long as this aura is present, Qingchen will not be able to form a celestial vortex in his dantian. When I recover from my injuries, I can get rid of this aura." Gu Jinyang was shocked. An aura left behind by a supremacy? Yixing said, "That's right. I don't know how many supremacies Qingchen has interacted with. If there are not many, or if there is only one, then the answer is very clear." Gu Jinyang suddenly raised his voice and said loudly, "I know who it is. It is Supremacy Tang Bin from the Star-Plucking Palace." When young master was 13 years old, Supremacy Tang Bin came to the Gu clan. Gu Songbei asked Supremacy Tang Bin to take young master as a disciple. After that, Honorable Lord Tang Bin had examined the young master's aptitude. At that time, Honorable Lord Tang Bin had said that although the young master was blessed by the heavens, his physique was flawed, and it would be difficult for him to even break through to the celestial vortex realm in this lifetime. Since then, young master's position in the Gu clan had plummeted, and he was slowly bullied by the younger generation of the Gu clan, especially Gu Songbei's son Gu Qingshan, who was the worst. "My young master was bullied by him the most," Yixing said. It seems that Gu Songbei asking Tang Bin to take Qingchen as a disciple was just putting on a show with Tang Bin. As a high-level astral reaching realm supremacy, Tang Bin cooperated with Gu Songbei to put on a show. "Are they close?" Gu Jinyang said. Gu Songbei's wife, Tang Yu, is from the Tang clan. She is Tang Bin's younger brother's daughter. As he spoke, Gu Jinyang slapped his thigh and said, "I understand now. 6 years ago, no wonder Tang Ming came to the Gu clan and said that there was an opportunity to break through to the mid-level supremacy realm in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. He invited the family head and madam to the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land to train, but he never returned. This was definitely a conspiracy. The goal was to kill the family head and madam, so that Gu Songbei could become the family head." There was a lot of information in Gu Jinyang's words. Yixing asked, "Tang Ming, who is he?" The description of the power in the first 2 chapters was wrong. The Gu clan was a 2-star power, not a 4-star power. The Star-Plucking Palace was a 3-star power, not a 5-star power. Chapter 717. Gu Jinyang said, "Tang Ming is Tang Yu's father and Tang Bin's younger brother. He's a 3-star venerable like the patriarch and madam." Yixing was able to see through Gu Qingchen's problem and solve it. Gu Jinyang had placed all his hopes on Yixing. Therefore, even though it was the first time he met Yixing, he still told him about the Gu clan's past. Of course, this was also because Gu Jinyang thought that Yixing was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. He trusted Yixing a lot. The Dark Moon Palace was a 4-star force, one of the 7 superpowers in Starry Crescent Land. It was on the same level as the Astral Palace behind the Astral Dynasty. In front of such a superpower, the Zhaixing Palace was nothing. Therefore, since Yixing could see through Gu Qingchen's problem, Gu Jinyang believed that Yixing could solve Gu Qingchen's problem. Like the Gu clan, the Tang clan is a 2-star force. Gu Jinyang explained again in detail. Yixing finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. The Tang clan and the Gu clan were 2-star forces in Yuezhou. They were under the jurisdiction of the Zhaixing Palace, a 3-star force. Tang Bin of the Tang clan had become a 7-star venerable lord, due to some fortuitous encounters. He had a prominent position in the Zhaixing Palace and became an elder, causing the Tang clan's status to soar. As a result, Gu Songbei, who had married the Tang clan's woman, also had a higher status in the Gu clan because of his wife's prosperity. Moreover, he was somewhat dissatisfied with his brother, Gu Songnan, as the patriarch. Therefore, one day when Gu Qingchen was 10 years old, Tang Bin's younger brother, Tang Ming, came to the Gu clan and said that there was an opportunity to become a mid-level venerable in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. He went to the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land with Gu Songnan and his wife and never returned. After that, Gu Songbei became the acting patriarch. However, due to Gu Songnan and his wife's high prestige in the Gu clan, Gu Songbei's authority was limited at first. 2 years later, news spread that Gu Songnan and his wife had died in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. At this time, Tang Bin, an elder of the Star-Plucking Palace, also came to the Gu clan. Gu Songbei asked Tang Bin to take Gu Qingchen as his disciple, but Tang Bin left a trace of his aura in Gu Qingchen's body, making it impossible for Gu Qingchen to break through to the Star Vortex realm. From then on, Gu Qingchen's position in the Gu family plummeted. As for Gu Songbei, with the support of his wife, Tang Yu, his power in the Gu family grew. By now, the majority of the elders in the Gu clan had already sided with Gu Songbei. They were only waiting for Gu Qingchen to reach the age of 16. At that time, before Gu Qingchen had broken through to the Star Vortex realm, Gu Songbei would officially become the head of the Gu clan. Gu Qingchen saved my life. I have to help him break through to the Star Vortex realm and ascend to the position of the Gu clan's patriarch. Yi Xing thought to himself. In the following days, Gu Jinyang knew that it was impossible for Gu Qingchen to break through to the Star Vortex realm. Hence, he did not let Gu Qingchen practice any cultivation techniques. Instead, he allowed Gu Qingchen to practice martial arts every day. Gu Qingchen's comprehension was not bad. Furthermore, as the Venerable 9-star, Gu Jinyang was more than capable of guiding Gu Qingchen in his cultivation of supreme martial arts. Gu Qingchen's martial arts attainments were not weak. Many of his supreme martial arts had reached the great perfection realm. Other than practicing martial arts every day, Gu Qingchen also brewed medicine for Yi Xing. Although it did not have much of an effect, Yi Xing did not refuse Gu Qingchen's kindness. Time passed by. After a month, Yi Xing's injuries had recovered quite a bit. He could already get out of bed and walk around. Furthermore, Yi Xing could use part of his astral energy. It could be said that he had recovered some of his strength. As Gu Qingchen's 16th birthday approached, his days in the Gu clan became more and more difficult. In this month, he was beaten a few more times. Almost every time, he was bullied by Gu Qingchen. After he could get out of bed and walk around, Yi Xing left the courtyard and went to a flat area in the back mountain to watch Gu Qingchen cultivate. As an 8-star venerable, Yi Xing's eyesight was much better than Gu Jinyang's. Furthermore, he had the super brain scan, so he could clearly see any flaws in Gu Qingchen's cultivation. Yi Xing naturally gave Gu Qingchen a few pointers. This allowed Gu Jinyang to understand his own flaws. As he slowly corrected them, his martial arts attainments grew higher and higher. There were signs of him breaking through to the transformative realm. Gu Jinyang was very impressed by this. Gu Qingchen was even more worshipful of Yi Xing. Because Yi Xing's pointers made him feel like his comprehension of martial arts had suddenly improved. As Yi Xing's strength recovered, Gu Jinyang could sense that Yi Xing's aura was becoming more and more terrifying. His cultivation base had reached a level that even he could not judge. Gu Jinyang knew that he had met an expert. However, he did not find it strange that Yi Xing was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. As a 4-star power, the Dark Moon Palace even had Star Sea Realm Kings among their genius disciples. Therefore, when Yi Xing started to give pointers to Gu Jinyang consciously stopped and let Gu Qingchen cultivate according to Yi Xing's pointers. Another half a month passed. Yi Xing's injuries were getting better and better. He had recovered more than 70% of his strength. In another half a month, he would be completely recovered. Gu Qingchen's several supreme-grade martial arts had also broken through to the transformative realm under Yi Xing's pointers. His strength had increased greatly. Furthermore, Yixing also took out some low-grade spirit herbs for Gu Qingchen to cultivate his physical body cultivation technique. This would strengthen his physical body in the star-tempering realm and lay a good foundation. On this day, Gu Qingchen went out to buy herbs again. Unlike before, he jogged all the way to Yixing with an excited smile on his face. "Big brother Yixing, I won. Gu Qingchen said excitedly. He was so happy that he danced with joy. Martial arts that have reached the transformative realm are indeed powerful. In addition, my physical strength has increased greatly. This time, I defeated all the one-star marquises who bullied me." Gu Qingchen was so excited that he could not sleep. He was at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm and had defeated several star vortex realm martial artists. For so many years, Gu Qingchen had been beaten up. He had never felt so elated before. Looking at the excited Gu Qingchen, Yixing had a thought. Gu Qingchen could be considered elated this time. However, his strength had increased greatly, and this would definitely attract Gu Songbei's attention. Now, other than Gu Qingchen and Gu Jinyang, no one in the Gu family knew about Yixing's existence. However, from today onwards, Gu Songbei would definitely send people to investigate. My injuries will recover soon. I don't need to stay here anymore. Yixing looked at the mountains and thought to himself, I can find a place to live in seclusion and not let the Gu family know. After Gu Qingchen becomes the family head, I will leave and go to the Big Dipper sword sect to see Brother Feng. Gu Qingchen did not notice Yixing's expression and said excitedly, It's a pity that I didn't beat Gu Qingchen today. I only tied with him. He is at the 2nd level of the Star Vortex realm. It seems that I have to break through to the Star Vortex realm to defeat him. After I become the family head, I will continue to cultivate diligently. In the future, I will become an expert like my father and mother. At that time, I will go to the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land to find them. Chapter 719. Yixing stood up and put away all the corpse jades. Originally, he was going to refine the corpse jades to raise his cultivation after he recovered. But now, it seemed that he had to find a place to raise the quality of his starfire seed before he could refine the corpse jades. With his current cultivation, only the corpse jades of profound grade 5 and 6 would be effective. Qingchen will turn 16 in a month. Even if I help him break through to the Star Vortex realm, he won't be able to escape from Gu Songbei's evil hands without my help. I'll wait for a month and deal with Qingchen's problem before heading to the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. Yixing thought to himself. After leaving the wooden house, Yixing went to the other side of the mountain and opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye. On this day, Gu Qingchen was cultivating at the back of the mountain as usual. Gu Jinyang was watching from the side. Yixing checked Gu Qingchen's surroundings and did not find anyone watching him. Yixing's figure flashed and left the mountain. Soon he arrived at Gu Qingchen's location. Yixing's speed was so fast that even Gu Jinyang, a venerable 9-star, could not see Yixing's figure. When Yixing suddenly appeared, both Gu Qingchen and Gu Jinyang were shocked. Seeing that the person who appeared was Yixing, the two of them relaxed. Young Master Yixing is so fast. Even the family head does not have such speed. It seems that young Master Yixing is at least a mid-level venerable. Gu Jinyang exclaimed inwardly. At the same time, he guessed Yixing's cultivation. When Gu Qingchen saw Yixing, he cheered after recovering from his shock. Big brother Yixing, your injuries are all healed. Yixing smiled and nodded. I'll clear the aura in your Dantian today. With your cultivation, you'll be able to break through to the Star Vortex realm soon. Gu Qingchen's eyes lit up, and he became excited. He had been dreaming of breaking through to the Star Vortex realm. Gu Jinyang said, Young Master, it's your fortune to meet young Master Yi. Hurry up and thank him. Sai. Yixing raised his hand and stopped Gu Qingchen from thanking him. He said, If you hadn't saved me, I might have been torn apart by the wild beasts in the mountains. How could I still be alive today? I helped you solve some small problems. Compared to you saving my life, this is nothing. As he spoke, Yixing walked over to Gu Qingchen and said, Sit down. Oh, Gu Qingchen sat down. Yixing sat down opposite Gu Qingchen. He stretched out his hands and grabbed Gu Qingchen's hands. Relax your mind and don't move your body. It will be done very soon. Gu Qingchen nodded. Very quickly, Gu Qingchen felt a warm current pass through Yixing's palms. It traveled along his arms and into his body, finally reaching his dantian. The heat flow lingered in his dantian for a while, and a warm feeling came, which was very comfortable. In less than 10 breaths, the energy flow in Gu Qingchen's dantian dissipated and left his body. Tang Bin, who had left his aura in Gu Qingchen's dantian, was a 7-star supremacy, while Yixing was an 8-star supremacy. Yixing's astral energy was much stronger than Tang Bin's, so it was naturally easy for him to remove Tang Bin's aura. Yixing released his hands and said, "All right, I have removed the aura in your dantian. You can now condense a star vortex and break through to the star vortex realm." Gu Qingchen's eyes lit up as he nodded excitedly. Yixing stood up and walked to the side, standing beside Gu Jinyang. In order not to disturb Gu Qingchen, Gu Jinyang did not say anything. However, he bowed deeply to Yixing to express his gratitude. Yixing quickly helped Gu Jinyang up. Gu Qingchen closed his eyes and circulated his cultivation technique. The dense inner qi in his body gathered in his dantian. In the surrounding void, the astral energy also sensed it and automatically flowed towards Gu Qingchen, being absorbed by his body. When one broke through to the star vortex realm, the fluctuation of astral energy was very small. It could only be felt within a few hundred meters. Gu Qingchen's residence was already remote enough in the Gu clan. Now Gu Qingchen was in the back mountain of his residence. Other than Yixing and Gu Jinyang, there was no one else within a few hundred meters. The Gu clan naturally did not know that Gu Qingchen was breaking through to the star vortex realm. Gu Qingchen's cultivation should have reached the star vortex realm long ago. However, due to the aura left by Tang Bin in his dantian, as long as Gu Qingchen condensed a star vortex, the aura would disperse the star vortex. Therefore, no matter what, Gu Qingchen could not condense a star vortex and break through to the star vortex realm. Now the aura in Gu Qingchen's dantian had been removed by Yixing. Gu Qingchen's cultivation talent was very high, and he had not stopped cultivating during the 2 years when he was stuck at the 9th level of the star tempering realm. His cultivation had accumulated a lot. Now that he had condensed a star vortex, there was no external force to stop him. Naturally, he succeeded. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Qingchen's aura changed. The star vortex in his dantian had completely condensed and formed. The internal qi in his body had undergone a qualitative change. It had turned into star essence of a higher quality, and his strength had increased greatly. Gu Qingchen's cultivation had broken through to the 1st level of the star vortex realm, and officially entered the martial path. However, Gu Qingchen's cultivation did not stop after he broke through to the star vortex realm. His aura was still increasing rapidly, and the star essence in his body was getting stronger. Gu Qingchen's cultivation at the 9th level of the star tempering realm was too strong. Now that he had broken through to the star vortex realm, the consolidated astral energy in his body was like a gate that had been opened. It gushed out crazily and strengthened his cultivation. Mid-1st level, late 1st level, peak 1st level, Gu Qingchen's cultivation was increasing at a visible speed. Soon, the surrounding astral energy in the void sensed it and gathered toward Gu Qingchen's body. Gu Qingchen started to break through to the 2nd level of the star vortex realm again. It was not that Gu Qingchen was biting off more than he could chew. It was just that he had accumulated too much over the past 2 years. Now that he had accumulated enough, breaking through to the next level would not stop his cultivation from increasing. Therefore, he continued to break through. Not long after, Gu Qingchen's aura increased by another notch. His cultivation had broken through to the 2nd level of the star vortex realm. After breaking through, Gu Qingchen's cultivation continued to increase. Soon he reached the mid-2nd level. Late 2nd level. It was only when he reached the late 2nd level of the star vortex realm that he stopped consolidating his cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes, and they were filled with surprise. In the past, Gu Qingchen had been looking forward to breaking through to the star vortex realm. However, he had not succeeded for 2 years. Today, not only had he broken through to the star vortex realm, But his cultivation had also made continuous breakthroughs. He had advanced triumphantly all the way to the second level of the star vortex realm. How could he not be happy? I have broken through to the star vortex realm, and I am a 2-star marquis. Gu Qingchen stood up and felt the cultivation in his body. His voice was trembling with excitement. Similarly excited was Gu Jinyang. He looked at Gu Qingchen with gratification, unable to contain his joy. Chapter 720. In order to give Gu Songbei a surprise, on Gu Qingchen's coming-of-age ceremony, Yixing sealed Gu Qingchen's cultivation, so that he still looked like a level 9-star tempering realm martial artist. After breaking through to the star vortex realm, the inner chi in his body had been strengthened to star origin, and he could cultivate spiritual martial arts. Gu Qingchen had awakened the upper-class metal element astrology. Yixing had inherited the lower-class spiritual martial art, metal elemental / As for the martial arts inheritance, the Gu family had their own martial arts. With Yixing's guidance, Gu Qingchen's inferior spiritual martial art improved by leaps and bounds. After a month, Gu Qingchen's metal origin / had reached the perfection stage. Although Yixing's guidance had contributed greatly to Gu Qingchen's speed, it was also largely due to Gu Qingchen's talent in martial arts and his diligence. The Starry Crescent Land's calendar was the same as the Star Continent's calendar. After teaching Gu Qingchen how to cultivate the inferior spiritual martial art, another year had passed. Yixing was already 23 years old. Half a month after the end of the year, Gu Qingchen's birthday was on the 15th of January. On this day, Gu Qingchen would reach adulthood at the age of 16. This day was a big event for the Gu clan. When the young master reached adulthood, he would inherit the position of clan leader. However, everyone in the Gu clan knew that it was impossible for Gu Qingchen to succeed. In the morning, the elders of the Gu clan walked out of their mansions and came to the Gu clan's ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was a place to worship the ancestors. Regardless of whether the position of clan leader was inherited or taken away, it had to be carried out in the ancestral hall. The acting clan leader, Gu Songbei, was a middle-aged man in his 30s. He smiled and greeted the elders in the clan. He was in a very good mood. In the entire Gu clan, other than the great elder, Gu Jinyuan, who was not on good terms with him, the rest of the elders were on good terms with him. Although the great elder, Gu Jinyuan, was the leader of the Gu family, as long as Gu Qingchen could not even step into the star vortex realm, he did not have the qualifications to inherit the position of patriarch. Gu Jinyuan could not stop Gu Songbei from taking away Gu Qingchen's right to inherit the position of patriarch, nor could he stop Gu Songbei from ascending to the position of patriarch. Today's matter was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was to strip Gu Qingchen of his right to inherit the patriarch position. The second stage was for Gu Songbei to officially become the patriarch. Both of them had to testify in front of the ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall. Beside Gu Songbei stood a beautiful middle-aged woman. All the elders respected her, even more than Gu Songnan. She was naturally Gu Songbei's wife Tangyu. The Tang family was powerful. Furthermore, Lord Tangbin was Tangyu's biological uncle. This caused Tangyu's position in the Gu family to be rather high. In name, the Gu family's matters were managed by Gu Songbei, the acting family head. In reality, the person who truly made the decisions was Tangyu. Young Lord Qingchen is here. A guard shouted from outside the ancestral hall. Immediately after, someone ran in and reported to Gu Songbei, family head, among the people that Gu Qingchen brought, other than Gu Jinyang, there's also an unfamiliar young man. Gu Songbei's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "An unfamiliar young man? What's his cultivation?" The person who was reporting said, "This person has concealed his cultivation, and his aura is completely hidden. I can't tell." Gu Songbei asked again, "Where's Qingchen?" The person who was reporting said, "He's still at the 9th level of the star tempering realm." As long as there were no accidents with Gu Qingchen's cultivation, no one could stop him, Gu Songbei, from becoming the Gu family's family head. Gu Songbei waved his hand, and the person who was reporting retreated. Soon Gu Qingchen walked in. As for Yixing and Gu Jinyang, they were stopped outside the ancestral hall. Today was a major event for the Gu family. Even in the Gu family, only the elders could enter. The others had to wait outside. Of course, it was the same for outsiders. The moment Gu Qingchen entered the ancestral hall, everyone's gazes landed on him as they inspected his cultivation. Most of these elders were one-star venerables, and very few were two-star venerables. Of course, they could not see Yixing's seal, and thought that Gu Qingchen had yet to break through to the star vortex realm. Greetings, uncle and elders. Gu Qingchen's expression did not change as he bowed to everyone. After breaking through to the star vortex realm, Gu Qingchen's mental state had improved tremendously. In addition to Yixing's intentional training, Gu Qingchen could be said to have undergone a complete transformation. In the past, if Gu Qingchen faced Gu Songbei and the other elders, he would definitely be very timid and would not be able to raise his head. Now, however, he could face them with a normal expression. Of course, Gu Qingchen's heart was not as calm as he looked. His heart was still beating faster. The elders were surprised by Gu Qingchen's performance. However, seeing that Gu Qingchen's cultivation had yet to break through to the star vortex realm, they did not look at him anymore. Without breaking through to the star vortex realm, there was no change. From today onwards, Gu Qingchen's right to inherit the family head position would be taken away, and he would become an ordinary family member. The great elder, Gu Jinyuan, did not support Gu Songbei to become the family head. However, seeing that Gu Qingchen's cultivation was still at the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. He could not stop today's matter, nor was he interested in stopping it. Since Qingchen is here, then today's ancestral worship will begin. Gu Songbei walked to the center of the ancestral hall and faced the ancestral tablet. He bowed deeply and said, "Ancestors above." First, Gu Songbei recited a long memorial speech. It was nothing more than praising the merits of the ancestors and the contributions that each generation of the family head had made to the family. Looking at the history of the family heads, they were all heroes with unparalleled martial arts and were the best in the family. Those who took over the family head position at a young age were also geniuses of the younger generation. When they reached adulthood, they were all star marquee. There has never been a precedent of someone who did not become a star marquee when they reached adulthood. As Gu Songbei spoke, he changed the topic and turned it to Gu Qingchen. Today there is a disdainful descendant, Gu Qingchen. As the successor of the family head, his aptitude is extremely poor. After cultivating for a few years, he has yet to step into the star vortex realm. When he reached adulthood, he has wasted the family's nurturing. With such behavior, if he were to inherit the family head position, wouldn't it bring shame to the Gu family? It would make our ancestors blush with shame. The current family head, Gu Songbei, requests instructions from the ancestors to strip Gu Qingchen of his right to inherit the family head position. Elders, please make a decision. As soon as Gu Songbei finished speaking, some elders wanted to speak up in support. However, Gu Qingchen spoke before anyone else. Gu Qingchen said, "Uncle, this is the family ancestral hall. How can you slander me in front of the ancestors?" The elders' words immediately stopped in their mouths. Gu Songbei looked at Gu Qingchen in surprise and shouted, "What did you say? When did I slander you?" Gu Qingchen revealed a trace of a smile and said, "I have clearly broken through to the star vortex realm. Why did uncle say that I have yet to become a star marquee and bring shame to the Gu family and our ancestors? If this is not slander, what is it?" As he spoke, Gu Qingchen used the method that Yixing had taught him to unseal the cultivation in his body. The aura of a second-level star vortex realm instantly leaked out from Gu Qingchen's body. Chapter 721. In the Gu clan ancestral hall, Gu Songbei, Tang Yu, and the Gu clan elders were stunned. Gu Qingchen's cultivation was actually second-level star vortex realm. In an instant, everyone's expressions became extremely interesting. Great Elder Gu Jinyuan opened his eyes. His eyes were also filled with shock, but they shone brightly. Gu Songbei looked at Gu Qingchen and exclaimed, This is impossible. How did you break through to the star vortex realm? Gu Qingchen looked at Gu Songbei and said, "Oh, uncle, is it really impossible for me to break through to the star vortex realm? Why?" Although Gu Songbei had treated Gu Qingchen badly ever since he became the acting clan leader, Gu Qingchen did not hate him. Even though Gu Jinyang had told Gu Qingchen that he could not break through to the star vortex realm, and that it might be Gu Songbei's doing, without any evidence, Gu Qingchen could not hate his uncle. However, ever since Yi Xing had told him about the problem in his dantian and solved it for him, Gu Qingchen was filled with hatred for Gu Songbei no matter how pure he was. Gu Qingchen stared at Gu Songbei's eyes. His gaze was sharp as a sword, and there was anger hidden in his eyes. Gu Songbei had a guilty conscience. Being stared at by Gu Qingchen, he felt guilty and avoided his gaze. Tang Yu walked up to Gu Songbei and said, "Gu Qingchen, after you broke through to the 9th level of the star-tempering realm, your cultivation did not improve for 2 years. My uncle, Honorable Lord Tang Bin, was right. Your aptitude is too poor, and it will be difficult for you to achieve great things. Now that you suddenly broke through to the 2nd level of the star vortex realm, haha, you must have used some medicine to forcefully raise your cultivation in order to inherit the clan leader's position, right? You already have a bleak future ahead of you. Now that you have not even built a solid foundation, you are spoiling things by pulling up seedlings to help them grow. What can you achieve in the future? If the clan leader's position is passed to you, it will be a great decline." Gu Qingchen's aptitude was not bad. He was a 4-star green life. However, Honorable Lord Tang Bin had left a trace of Honorable Lord's aura in Gu Qingchen's dantian, so Gu Qingchen could not form a star vortex and break through to the star vortex realm. Naturally, exalted Lord Tang Bin would not lie through his teeth and say that Gu Qingchen's aptitude was poor. Instead, he would say that Gu Qingchen's physique was not good enough. Now, Tang Yu had directly labeled Gu Qingchen as someone with poor aptitude. The elders in Gu Songbei had long been in cahoots. Once Tang Yu's words came out, someone echoed, "Madam is right." At this moment, a cold laugh resounded. The first elder, Gu Jinyuan, spoke. "Qingchen's fate is a 4-star green fate, the highest fate in the history of our Gu clan. You call this a lack of aptitude? Then everyone here, including this old man, would have the aptitude of trash." Previously, when Gu Jinyuan saw that Gu Qingchen was already 16 years old, but still had not broken through to the star vortex realm, he also believed Honorable Lord Tang Bin's words. Naturally, he could not be bothered to speak up for a useless Gu Qingchen. Now it was different. Honorable Lord Tang Bin had said that it would be difficult for Gu Qingchen to break through to the star vortex realm. Now that Gu Qingchen had broken through to the star vortex realm, it meant that he could continue to cultivate. With Gu Qingchen's cultivation talent of a 4-star green fate, he would definitely become a 4-star venerable in the future. The Gu clan had never had a middle-level venerable. As the Gu clan's first elder, how could Gu Jinyuan not stand on Gu Qingchen's side? If it wasn't for Gu Jinyuan mentioning it, the Gu clan's elders would have all forgotten about Gu Qingchen's fate. Now that they were reminded by Gu Jinyuan, they realized that Gu Qingchen's fate had broken the Gu clan's record. This was a future 4-star venerable. How could he not be qualified to succeed the position of clan leader? Although the elders had already colluded with Gu Songbei and had received benefits from him, there were still fence-sitters. Seeing that Gu Qingchen's fate was high, his potential was great, and he had the first elder's protection. A few elders immediately changed their tone and spoke up for Gu Qingchen. "First elder is right. A 4-star green fate means that he will definitely become a 4-star venerable in the future. How could Qingchen's talent not be enough to succeed the position of clan leader? If Qingchen enters the star-plucking palace, he might even become a high-level astral-reaching realm venerable in the future, just like Tang Bin of the Tang clan. How could his right to succeed the clan leader be taken away?" Gu Songbei's and Tang Yu's faces darkened. In order to become the official clan leader of the Gu clan, they had waited for several years for Gu Qingchen to turn 16. The reason why they had not killed Gu Qingchen earlier was so that they could become the official clan leader today. Instead, they had forcefully snatched the position away from them, which would make them look bad. However, judging from the current situation, it would be very difficult for Gu Songbei to become the clan leader. Gu Songbei and Tang Yu did not understand. Gu Qingchen had the aura left behind by Tang Bin in his body. This was the aura left behind by a venerable. As long as it remained in Gu Qingchen's dantian, he would not be able to break through to the star vortex realm. However, Gu Qingchen had just broken through to the celestial vortex realm. And he had even broken through to the second level of the celestial vortex realm. What was going on? How could Tang Bin make a mistake? At the same time, Gu Songbei thought of the report just now. Other than the old servant Gu Jinyang, there was also an unfamiliar young man who had come with Gu Qingchen. Could it be him? Gu Songbei's heart jumped. Gu Songbei thought about it, and could only think of the unfamiliar young man. This was because the unfamiliar young man was the only anomaly beside Gu Qingchen. Since there was a change in the situation, it could only be the doing of this unfamiliar young man. How dare you meddle in my Gu clan's business? You're courting death. Gu Songbei clenched his fists and a fierce aura exploded. In the ancestral hall, everyone in the Gu clan had restrained their aura. At this moment, Gu Songbei's aura exploded and revealed a fierce aura. Naturally, it attracted everyone's attention. Gu Songbei stared at Gu Qingchen and shouted, "You were able to break through to the star vortex realm because of the stranger who came with you, right?" Previously, he had been stared at by Gu Qingchen and felt a little guilty. Now Gu Songbei was going all out, and had made up his mind to snatch the position of the clan leader. The awkwardness in his heart had disappeared. Gu Qingchen stared at Gu Songbei and asked loudly, "Someone left an aura in my dantian, so that I would never be able to break through to the star vortex realm. Was this your idea or someone else's?" Gu Songbei coldly snorted and said, "Since you already know, then I'll say it clearly today. The position of the Gu family's patriarch must be taken by me. Even if you don't want to, you have to." The elders of the Gu clan all looked at Gu Songbei. Although they had colluded before, it was under the premise that Gu Songbei had a legitimate reason to do so. Now Gu Songbei was clearly trying to snatch it. Moreover, it was in front of the ancestral tablets in the ancestral hall, causing the elders to be stunned. Chapter 722. Gu Songbei, you have quite the nerve. In front of your dead ancestors, you actually dare to say such disgraceful words. The first elder, Gu Jingyuan, shouted angrily. With a flash, he appeared beside Gu Qingchen. Gu Songbei laughed and said, "I'm the strongest person in the Gu family. All these years, the Gu family has been in good order under my management. Why can't I be the patriarch?" Gu Jinyuan said, "A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. The Gu family is a large family that has been passed down for thousands of years. The reason why it has been prosperous is because it acts according to the family rules. According to the family rules, you Gu Songbei are not qualified to be the patriarch. It's already your great fortune to be the acting patriarch for a few years. If you dare to snatch the patriarch's position, you'll be disobeying your ancestors and a traitor to the family." "Traitor?" Gu Songbei sneered and said, "Those who oppose me are the traitors of the Gu family. Now I announce that I, Gu Songbei, am the official patriarch of the Gu family. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed without mercy." Gu Jinyuan shouted, "You said you're the strongest person in the Gu family, but I don't believe it. If you dare to disobey your ancestors and disrupt the family rules, I'll kill you." The two looked at each other like fighting cocks, and a terrifying aura erupted from them. The elders looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One was the acting patriarch, and the other was the first elder. They were both peak 2-star venerables, and were at the top in terms of strength and power in the family. Now that the two were opposing each other, a life and death battle was about to break out. No matter which side they stood on, they would become enemies with the other side. Most of the elders were hesitating. Only a small number of elders stood behind Gu Songbei and Gu Jinyuan. Seeing this, Tang Yu covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "My Tang family is very supportive of Songbei becoming the official patriarch. Moreover, my uncle, Supreme Lord Tang Bin, has come to the Gu family as a guest. Whoever dares to disobey the patriarch, haha. You know what the consequences are? Tang Yu's words were soft, but everyone's expression tightened when they heard it. Supreme Lord Tang Bin was an elder of the Zhaixing Palace, and now he was in the Gu family? After Gu Tsungnan and his wife went missing, the Gu clan did not even have a 3-star supremacy. A mid-level supremacy could suppress the entire Gu clan, let alone supremacy Tang Bin. Tang Yu's gaze swept across the elders as she asked, "Have you all not made your choice yet?" The elders looked at each other with fear in their eyes, and walked behind Gu Tsongbei. 90% of the elders stood on Gu Tsongbei's side. That's right. A proud smile appeared on Tang Yu's face as she said, "With the support of the Tang family, the Gu family will be able to develop even better. The person who stopped Songbei from becoming the head of the family has no concept of the family at all. He only thinks about his own benefits and doesn't think about the family. He really deserves to die." Ha 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 ha. Gu Songbei laughed wildly and said, "Gu Jinyuan, this family head will now strip you of your position as the first elder. If you surrender, I can still spare your life on account of your contributions to the family. Otherwise, I'll let you die today." As he spoke, Gu Songbei's gaze swept across the elders who stood behind Gu Jinyuan. "You all are really not afraid of death." The elders had long regretted it in their hearts. Now that they felt Gu Songbei's killing intent, their hearts trembled as they hurriedly said, "We support the head of the family, we support the head of the family." As they spoke, they had already moved to stand behind Gu Songbei. Only Gu Jinyuan was left beside Gu Qingchen. Gu Jinyuan was so angry that he trembled. He pointed at Gu Songbei and shouted, "How much of the family's benefits did you betray to get the Tang family to work for you?" In contrast to Gu Jinyuan's anger, Gu Qingchen's expression was still calm. Yi Xing had already predicted this and told him about it. Gu Qingchen said, "Uncle, I'll call you uncle for the last time. Are you blinded by greed and went to the Tang family for the head of the family and betrayed the family's benefits, or were you instigated by others? Or were you forced to?" Gu Songbei laughed and said, "I'm doing this for the development of the Gu family. What are you, a brat, no? Originally, I wanted to politely get the head of the family position, but I didn't expect you to ruin it at the last moment. If I had known this, why would I have waited for a few years? I would have killed you long ago. Now what's the use of keeping you alive?" Gu Songbei shouted. His killing intent surged as he slapped Gu Qingchen's head with his palm. "How dare you?" Gu Jinyuan shouted angrily. He was about to stop Gu Songbei when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. It was Tang Yu who had suddenly thrown a flying knife at Gu Jinyuan's head. If this knife hit Gu Jinyuan's head, he would definitely die. Tang Yu was also a 2-star venerable, and her strength was not much inferior to Gu Jinyuan's. It was difficult for Gu Jinyuan to block this flying knife with a sudden sneak attack, let alone Gu Qingchen. Gu Jinyuan's speed exploded to the limit, and he barely dodged the flying knife's attack. At the same time, a shrill scream was heard. The scream came from Gu Songbei's mouth. His palm fell on Gu Qingchen's head, and it was caught by a hand. This hand was like an iron clamp, squeezing Gu Songbei's palm together, and the bones inside were crushed into pieces. What was more frightening was that a scorching strong current came from the hand and invaded Gu Songbei's meridians, making Gu Songbei feel as if his entire arm was being cut by a knife. The owner of this hand, who was standing beside Gu Qingchen, was a young man in black. It was Yi Xing. The people of the Gu family did not know Yi Xing. Looking at this unfamiliar young man, they were all shocked. Gu Songbei was a 2-star venerable, but his palm was so easily caught by the other party. What kind of cultivation did this unfamiliar young man have? Could he be a middle-stage venerable? "Who are you? Let me go!" Gu Songbei shouted, and there was fear in his eyes. Bang! Yi Xing's strong current exploded in his palm, and Gu Songbei's palm was directly blown into pieces, turning into a cloud of blood mist. "Ah!" Gu Songbei screamed. His entire palm was gone. Even if his injury was healed, he would still be a cripple. Songbei. Tang Yu was shocked. Her figure flashed to Gu Songbei's side, and she looked at Yi Xing with fear. She shouted, "Uncle!" Lord Tangbin was in the Gu family. However, he did not plan to show himself at the beginning. He only wanted to support Gu Songbei and Tang Yu. After all, interfering with the succession of the family head was not a good reputation. He did not care about what the Gu family thought, but there were many families in the world. And there were many families stronger than the Tang family. If he interfered and broke the rules, it would cause the other families to hate him. Therefore, he did not plan to show himself, and only secretly stayed in the Gu family. Moreover, he did not need to show himself. As long as Tang Yu reported his name as the family head, Gu Songbei would become the family head. Naturally, there would not be many people who would dare to stop him. However, he had to show himself now. Chapter 723. A long howl sounded from the family head's residence. With that howl, a figure rushed into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several miles and appeared above the Gu family's ancestral hall. Tangbin's cultivation aura erupted. The terrifying aura of a supremacy spread in all directions, forming a huge pressure. Under this pressure, many Gu family martial artists swayed, unable to stand steadily. Who is it? How dare you not give me supremacy, Tangbin face. Come out. Tangbin stood in the sky and shouted. His voice reverberated, deafening the Gu family martial artists. Looking at Tangbin in the sky, the Gu family martial artists' eyes were filled with fear. The Gu family was only a 2-star inferior family. Compared to them, a 7-star supremacy was too terrifying. As long as a 7-star supremacy wanted to, he could easily wipe out the Gu family. Tang Yu glared fiercely at Yixing and shouted, I don't care who you are or where you've come from. Since you've dared to hurt my husband today, my uncle will tear you to pieces and make sure you die without a proper burial. Yixing looked very young, only 18 or 19 years old. With such a young appearance, even if he was a supremacy, he shouldn't be that old. Such a young supremacy shouldn't have a high cultivation. Although there were many factions in the Starry Crescent Land that were stronger than the Zhaixing Palace, Tang Yu didn't believe that Gu Qingchen would know any of them. Therefore, with Tangbin, a 7-star supremacy, around, although Tang Yu was wary of Yixing, she didn't think much of him. She believed that Yixing would die without a doubt. Yixing glanced coldly at Tang Yu, grabbed Gu Qingchen's arm, and left the Gu family's ancestral hall. Hu Yixing's cultivation aura erupted. He was also a 7-star supremacy. The Zhaixing Palace was a 3-star faction. Even the weakest 3-star faction had a king overseeing it. Yixing had no enmity with the Zhaixing Palace. His goal today was to let Gu Qingchen become the family head. It wasn't good to start a feud with the Zhaixing Palace. Therefore, it was better to scare Tangbin away. Whether it was Tangbin or the Gu family martial artists, they were all shocked. They had never imagined that Yixing would be a 7-star supremacy at such a young age. The younger one was, the more potential one had. Yixing was already a 7-star supremacy at such a young age. It was very likely that he would become an 8-star supremacy, or even a 9-star supremacy in the future. On the other hand, Tangbin was already over 100 years old. The reason he had become a 7-star High Lord was because of various fortuitous encounters. He had already reached the peak of his cultivation, and could not make any further progress. Upon seeing that Yixing was also a 7-star supremacy and that he was so young, Tangbin's aura calmed down a lot. Tangbin said, Your Excellency is also a 7-star venerable lord, so you're definitely not a nobody. May I know your name and which force you're from? Although his aura had calmed down considerably, Tangbin's tone was still unyielding. Although he did not have the same potential as the other party, as an elder of the Zhaixing Palace, the Zhaixing Palace behind him was not to be trifled with. More importantly, the Zhaixing Palace was a subordinate force of the Celestial Elephant Palace, which was one of the 7 supreme forces in the Starry Crescent Land. Yixing said indifferently, I'm a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. The Dark Moon Palace was one of the 7 supreme forces in the Starry Crescent Land. It was on the same level as the Celestial Elephant Palace. Whether it was Tangbin or the Gu clan cultivators, they were all shocked when they heard Yixing say that he was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. The Starry Crescent Land was extremely vast, and the 7 fourth-grade forces were high and mighty. It was not easy for cultivators of ordinary forces to meet a disciple of one of the 7 fourth-grade forces. But now, there was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace standing in front of them. How could they not be shocked? Tang Bin looked at Yixing, his gaze clearly showing signs of retreat. Although the Zhaixing Palace was the strongest force in the Yuezhou, it could not be compared to the Dark Moon Palace. However, Tang Bin was also somewhat surprised. How could a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace know the Gu clan's young master, Gu Qingqian? Tang Bin cupped his fists and said, "So young master is a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. Sorry for the disrespect. How may I address you?" Yixing said, "Yi Yangsheng. The Gu clan's young master, Gu Qingqian, is a good friend of mine. He saved my life before. Whoever dares to covet his position as the clan head is my enemy." Yixing had killed the disciples of the Xingxiang Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley in the extraterritorial Starry Crescent Land. At that time, the disciples of other sects had seen it. The name Yixing might not be safe in the Starry Crescent Land, so Yixing had used a fake name. Yixing's name was Yi Risheng. The sun was Yang, so Yi Yangsheng was Yi Yangsheng. Tang Bin was surprised, but it was only for a moment. What kind of force was the Dark Moon Palace? Tang Bin did not believe that someone would dare to impersonate a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. Especially after seeing Yixing's extraordinary bearing, Tang Bin dispelled the suspicion in his heart. He said, "Young Master Yi is right. Gu Qingqian inherits the position as the clan head. My star-plucking palace also supports this. Who dares to covet his position as the clan head? No one dares." Yixing waved his hand and said, "You can get lost now." Tang Bin's expression stiffened, but since he believed that Yixing was a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, Tang Bin naturally did not dare to give him any face. He smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, I will leave now, leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Bin turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. Yixing's gaze turned towards Gu Songbei and Tang Yu. His gaze was casual. However, Gu Songbei and Tang Yu felt as if 2 rays of sword light had swept over, and their hearts trembled. At the same time, Gu Songbei and Tang Yu knelt on the ground. At this moment, Gu Songbei could no longer care about the pain in his hand. There was only fear in his heart as he said, "Young Master Yi, please spare my life. Spare my life." Tang Yu directly kowtowed to Yixing and said, "This lowly concubine had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Young Master Yi, please forgive me. Young Master Yi, please forgive me." When Yixing announced his identity as a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, even the Star-Plucking Palace's elder Tang Bin was scared witless. Gu Songbei and Tang Yu were only 2-star venerables. In front of Yixing, they were like ants. If Yixing wanted to kill them, he could easily kill them with a raise of his hand. How could they not be scared? This was especially true for Tang Yu. When Tang Bin arrived, she arrogantly threatened Yixing, saying that she would crush Yixing into smithereens and die without a proper burial. Now, when Tang Yu recalled her words, she wanted to slap her own mouth. Her heart was filled with fear, and she repeatedly kowtowed to Yixing. Although Yixing looked down on Gu Songbei and Tang Yu, he was not the person involved. They were fighting for Gu Qingqian's position as the family head, and the person they wanted to harm was also Gu Qingqian. Yixing was only here to help. As for Gu Songbei and Tang Yu's life and death, it was up to Gu Qingqian to decide. This was because the one who would remain as the family head was Gu Qingqian, not Yixing. Yixing looked at Gu Qingqian and said, "Whether they live or die, you decide for yourself. You are now the family head of the Gu family. If you want them to die, just give the order and they will die." Chapter 725. Xinghaidong Xianyi and Fengqingze were the disciples of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley respectively. Among the 7 superpowers of Starry Crescent Land, Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley had the most interactions, and many of their disciples were friends. Xinghaidong Xianyi and Fengqingze were about the same age, 37 or 38 years old. Their cultivation bases were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and there wasn't much of a difference in strength. They were all at the peak of half-step kings, and their personalities were quite similar. Therefore, they decided to come to the Sky Flame Ancient Land to train together. The three's cultivation bases were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and they were only half a step away from breaking through to Starseed realm and becoming kings. Their first goal in coming to the Sky Flame Ancient Land was to find the heart-burning fruit. Now they finally came across a heart-burning fruit tree that was about to ripen. The three were naturally very happy. The three's gazes fell on Yixing, a 7-star reverend. Xing Haidong saw through Yixing's cultivation base and smiled disdainfully. He took a step forward and said, "Kid, these 3 heart-burning fruits aren't something you can touch. You can scram." Xian Yi and Feng Qingze also didn't put Yixing in their eyes. Xian Yi happily said, "There are 3 heart-burning fruits on this tree. 1 for me, 1 for Brother Haidong, and 1 for Brother Qingze." Huh? Feng Qingze smiled and nodded. Yixing recognized their origins from their attire. Yixing had killed many disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley in the Outer Realm Star Continent, so he naturally recognized the insignia of these 3 sections. Yixing didn't want to attract trouble, but trouble came knocking on his door. The heart-burning fruit was very useful to him. He was the one who discovered it first and waited here for it to ripen. But now he had to leave with his tail between his legs. This was something Yixing couldn't do. Although Yixing's divine dragon essence blood had been exhausted, and he had lost a powerful trump card, as long as he didn't encounter a Starsea Realm king, he didn't fear any martial artist below the Starsea Realm. These 3 were all half-step kings. Even if they were the peak half-step kings, Yixing didn't put them in his eyes. Yixing's expression was calm. His gaze swept across the 3 of them and he said, "This place. I came here first." Xian Yi and Feng Qingze looked at each other with a smirk. Xing Haidong glared at him and shouted, "I told you to get lost." Yixing was only a 7-star supremacy, while the 3 of them were half-step enlightened masters. Naturally, they did not think much of Yixing. Not only that, all 3 of them were disciples of the 7 strongest forces. Even if Yixing was also a disciple of one of the 7 strongest forces, the 3 of them were certain that he wasn't from the Astral Elephant Palace, Mystic Moon Hall, or Devil Ceiling Valley. Yixing's gaze turned cold. The pimp was right. Astral Elephant Palace's martial artists were indeed the most domineering. Although the 3 of them didn't think much of him, this Astral Elephant Palace's disciple was the most arrogant. Yixing looked at Xing Haidong with disdain and snorted. "Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me?" Xian Yi laughed strangely and said, "This kid is quite arrogant. Brother Haidong, it seems like he doesn't think much of your Astral Elephant Palace." Xing Haidong was furious. His killing intent soared as he looked at Yixing. He shouted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, Xing Haidong suddenly attacked. He slapped his palm towards Yixing's head. If this palm landed, Yixing's head would definitely explode. Yixing's expression was cold as he punched out. The momentum of fire circulated, and his fist burned with terrifying might. Boom! Fist and palm collided. There was a loud explosion. Yixing's figure was like a mountain, and he didn't retreat even half a step. Xing Haidong, on the other hand, was startled and took several steps back. Xian Yi and Feng Qingze were shocked. They never thought that a 7-star supremacy would have such strength. The 2 of them looked at each other and revealed vigilant looks. They erupted with terrifying auras that locked onto Yixing. Although the 2 of them didn't attack, as long as Xing Haidong couldn't win, the 2 of them would definitely attack Yixing. After Xing Haidong's shock, he was furious. His strength was outstanding among martial artists of the same level. Few could contend with him. Today he was actually forced to retreat by a 7-star supremacy. In his opinion, this was simply a great humiliation. Whoosh! Xing Haidong immediately used his astrology. It was an extremely high-grade water astrology. As the water astrology fell, Xing Haidong's strength soared. Whoosh! At the same time, Yixing also used his flame astrology. In the heavenly flame ancient land, The most abundant energy in the world was fire origin energy. The flame astrology complemented the nearby flames, and its power covered the sky. Compared to the two, Yixing's aura firmly suppressed Xing Haidong. Sweeping through the ages, Xing Haidong let out a furious roar and used his ultimate move. Surging water yuan qi gathered in his palm and struck towards Yixing. In an instant, the water origin energy rushed over like a wave, wanting to sweep away everything in front of it. The dark crow bow instantly appeared in Yixing's hand. Facing this powerful palm, Yixing drew with the bow. Dark origin energy gathered and formed a dark vortex. Xing Haidong's palm was completely turned into nothingness. Bang! At the same time, Yixing gently pulled the dark crow bow and released it instantly. A wave of starlight suddenly shot out. The starlight wave was as fast as light and rushed in front of Xing Haidong in an instant. The sharp aura made Xing Haidong shudder. He was shocked and quickly used astral energy to protect his body. At the same time, he quickly retreated. When Xianyi and Feng Qingze saw this, they were shocked. At the same time, they attacked. Xianyi pointed out a pitch-black astral finger. Feng Qingze formed a seal with both hands, forming a powerful sealing force that shrouded Yixing Nine Heavens' astral travel technique. Yixing quickly retreated. At the same time, a beam of starlight shot into the sky and turned into a black vortex. He had used the black hole astrology. The dark world instantly descended and the three opponents were plunged into darkness. Yixing avoided the pincer attack of Xianyi and Feng Qingze. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 beams of starlight shot into the sky. Yixing used the Sagittarius astrology and pulled the dark crow bow. Xianyi and Feng Qingze also used their astrology. One was an extreme shadow astrology, and the other was an extreme earth astrology. The light of these two astrology was not strong, and could not reach the darkness caused by the black hole astrology. Oh no! Come to me! Xianyi exclaimed. Although his shadow astrology could not dispel the darkness of the black hole astrology, the darkness could not block his vision. Feng Qingze and Xing Haidong rushed to Xianyi. Whoosh! At this moment, a starlight arrow shot out. Yixing's eyes were filled with killing intent. The starlight arrow changed direction in the void and locked onto Xing Haidong's throat. Xianyi immediately used astral energy to inform Xing Haidong of the change in the arrow. At the same time, he pointed a finger at the arrow. In the darkness, Xing Haidong's transformation was not as good as usual. He could not block the attack of the starlight arrow. However, the arrow was hit by Xianyi's finger. It was slightly deflected and shot into Xing Haidong's shoulder. Ah! Xing Haidong screamed. Chapter 726. Xianyi and Feng Qingze immediately rushed in front of Xing Haidong. With one on the left and one on the right, they grabbed Xing Haidong and rushed into the sea of flames. Whoosh! The black profound bow let out a loud sound, and a resplendent beam of light shot out. Another starlight arrow shot toward the three. Yixing's strength erupted. He could even contend against a one-star king. How terrifying was the power of the starlight arrow. Just its aura alone caused the three's hearts to tremble. However, the three's strength was also extraordinary. They were all peak half-step kings. If they joined hands, they could barely contend against a one-star king. Now the three had gathered together. Moreover, Xianyi wasn't affected by the world of darkness. Under his command, the three used their full strength to block the second arrow. Then the three's figures flashed out of the world of darkness like lightning. Their hearts were filled with fear. They had never seen or even heard of such a powerful 7-star venerable lord. Even the Big Dipper sword sect's monstrous sword genius Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't have such strength when he was a 7-star venerable lord, right? The three inwardly thought, incomparably shocked. The heart-burning fruit was about to ripen. Yixing withdrew his astral projection and didn't chase after the three. The three had been taught a lesson and probably wouldn't come again. Moreover, with the three of them joining hands, it wouldn't be easy for Yixing to kill them. Yixing continued to wait beside the heart-burning fruit tree. After another 2 hours, the 3 heart-burning fruits had finally ripened and emitted an enchanting fragrance. Yixing plucked the 3 heart-burning fruits and left the tree. The flames on the heart-burning fruits disappeared, revealing 3 scarlet fruits. Yixing placed them in a medicine box and stored them in his spatial ring. Then, Yixing continued to advance into the depths of the heavenly flame ancient land. The deeper he went, the hotter the flames became. Yixing could feel them. Yixing used his fire aura to control the surrounding fire yuan qi. Some of the flames that were fatal to low step kings were completely blocked by Yixing. When Yixing also felt the scorching heat under the protection of the grand momentum of fire, he knew that the flames he was in had already reached a level that could burn a mid-step king. This was already the limit of how deep he could go into the heavenly flame ancient land. It's here. Yixing stopped in his tracks, activating the already active star fire seed in his dantian. Suck. The star flame seed suddenly produced a huge suction force, like a whale sucking in water. The pure flame energy in the flames around Yixing gathered towards Yixing's body and was absorbed by the star flame seed. Black hole astrology. At the same time, Yixing also used the black hole astral form. A massive black vortex hung high in the sky and slowly rotated, producing a massive devouring power that devoured the fire essence in the surrounding flames. The stellar fire seed absorbed the fire essence to increase the fire seed's grade. The black hole astral form devoured the fire essence to increase the fire astral form's power. A large amount of fire essence was devoured by the black hole astral form into the space between his eyebrows. Yixing's fire astral form gradually grew stronger. Whether it was increasing the star flame seed's grade or the fire astral form's power, both were processes that required a long time of accumulation. Yixing sat quietly in the sea of flames, calmly guarding his heart. He was constantly absorbing the fire essence. Time slowly passed. Half a month later, the star flame seed suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura, its power explosively increasing. In the blink of an eye, this aura calmed down, and the star flame seed stopped absorbing the fire essence. Yixing inspected the star flame seed and found that it had indeed made a qualitative breakthrough. It seemed that the surrounding flames were no longer of any use to it. If he wanted it to continue increasing its grade, he would have to absorb foreign flames that could threaten quasi-gods. Yixing rejoiced at the star flame seed's breakthrough. This would be enough to refine the death qi in the medial grade profound grade corpse jades. The black hole astral form above Yixing had already dissipated a few days ago. Yixing's fire astral form had already been strengthened to its limit and could no longer be improved. The flames here could not help it break through to the sage grade. Yixing stood up and walked through the flames. With the star flame seed protecting him, the surrounding flames could no longer harm him. Shaochen walked through the flames and arrived at a valley that was not covered by flames. He found a flat area and sat down. With a wave of his hand, he took out the medial grade profound grade corpse jades. Even kings would find it difficult to enter the depths of the heavenly flame ancient land. These flames were a natural barrier. Yixing refined the death qi in the corpse jades here, and suddenly made a breakthrough. Yixing drove the star flame seed, and separated a strand of fire. He injected it into the corpse jades and carefully burned the death qi in the corpse jades. Before long, the death qi in the corpse jades had been burned clean. Yixing then picked up the second one. After all the death qi in the corpse jades had been cleansed, Yixing put away the star flame seed. Looking at the corpse jades before him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up. These corpse jades could be directly refined and absorbed, allowing one's cultivation to break through. They could be called priceless treasures. Yixing put away the profound grade 4 corpse jades. He was currently at the 7th level of the astral reaching realm. He would need profound grade 5 corpse jades at the very least to be useful for his cultivation. One after another, Xian rank 5th grade corpse jades were refined by Yixing. Yixing's cultivation rose rapidly. Speaking of which, profound grade 6 corpse jades were the best for Yixing's cultivation. However, once Yixing broke through to the 8th star Reverend Lord realm, profound grade 5 corpse jades would have no effect on him. Therefore, although it was a bit wasteful to use profound grade 5 corpse jades for cultivation, he couldn't care less about it. Raising his cultivation was the most important thing. In any case, Yixing had a lot of profound grade 5 corpse jades. As for the profound grade 6 corpse jades, He would save them for when he broke through to the 8th star Reverend Lord realm. 10 days later, Yi Xing refined 7 profound grade 5 corpse jades, and his cultivation broke through to the 8th level of the astral reaching realm. Yi Xing continued to refine the profound grade 6 corpse jades. After another 10 days, Yi Xing refined 7 profound grade 6 corpse jades, and his cultivation had already stabilized to the peak of the 8th level of the astral reaching realm. There was only 1 profound grade 6 corpse jade left in his hand. Yi Xing gritted his teeth and took out the last one. If these corpse jades were to be sold, each one would fetch a sky-high price. However, Yi Xing understood that personal cultivation was the most important thing. As long as he could make a breakthrough, it would be worth it no matter how many corpse jades he used. One day later, a surging aura erupted from Yi Xing's body. The heavens didn't disappoint the faithful. After refining all 8 profound grade 6 corpse jades, Yi Xing's cultivation finally broke through to the 9th level of the astral reaching realm. The 9th star Reverend Lord realm was already the highest realm of the astral reaching realm. What he needed to do next was to consolidate his cultivation, and then charge towards the astral sea realm. Breaking through to the 9th star Reverend Lord realm at the age of 23, Yi Xing's face was full of excitement. Chapter 727. After staying in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land for more than a month, Yi Xing had not only strengthened his fire astrology, but his star fire seed had also improved by a grade. His comprehension of the grand momentum of fire had also improved greatly. Yi Xing decided to continue comprehending the grand momentum of fire in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. He wanted to comprehend the grand momentum of fire to perfection in one go. In just half a month, Yi Xing had achieved his goal. Among the 3 grand momentums of heaven and earth, the grand momentum of fire was the first to reach perfection. The grand momentum of fire had reached perfection. This allowed Yi Xing to become more familiar with controlling flames. He could draw on more fire yuan qi and his strength had increased significantly. The Heavenly Flame Ancient Land was not suitable for cultivating the grand power of wind and the grand power of darkness. Without a suitable place to cultivate them, although they were only one step away from consummation, it would not be easy. It would be hard to make a breakthrough within a short time. Yi Xing left the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land and headed to Governor Yu's Gu clan in Azure City. Next, he was prepared to head to the Big Dipper Sword sect to look for Feng Xiaoxiao. He would pass by Evergreen City. He had left the Gu clan for 2 months, and could take a look at how Gu Qingqian was handling the Gu clan after becoming the clan master. After leaving the Gu clan, Yi Xing flew rapidly. After a few hours, he arrived at Evergreen City. Yi Xing flew directly above the Gu clan, and landed on the square in front of the clan master's residence. Who is it? Seeing Yi Xing descend from the sky, a guard ran over. Among the Gu clan, only the upper echelons had seen Yi Xing in the ancestral hall. The rest of the people had seen Yi Xing before, and did not recognize him. Yi Xing said, "I am here to see your clan master, Gu Qingqian." The guard looked at Yi Xing strangely and said, "The clan master of the Gu clan is called Gu Songbei. Young master, you have found the wrong person. Gu Qingqian is no longer the clan master." Yi Xing's expression changed. Gu Songbei had become the clan master again? Then what had happened in the Gu clan in the 2 months that he had been away? Whoosh! Yi Xing didn't speak anymore. His body flashed like a phantom, and he entered the family head's mansion in front. Gu Songbei and Tang Yu were currently taking a stroll in the backyard with proud smiles on their faces. The 2 of them originally thought that they wouldn't have any status in the Gu family for the rest of their lives, and could only lower their heads. However, they didn't expect that luck would come, and they couldn't stop it. Gu Qingqian had only become the family head for a month before he met with a calamity, and the position of the family head landed on Gu Songbei. Gu Qingqian has been taken to Zhaixing Palace. Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang have been killed. From now on, no one can shake my position. Huh. Gu Songbei was elated and refreshed. Although one of his hands was crippled, it didn't affect his mood at all. Guzheng North. Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind Gu Songbei. Gu Songbei and Tang Yu were both shocked. The voice came from behind them, but they had no idea that there was someone behind them. They were both 2-star venerables. The person who had come was able to approach them silently. It was obvious that his cultivation was much higher than theirs. The two of them immediately turned around. When they saw Yixing, they were shocked and instinctively felt fear in their hearts. Yi Yangsheng. Gutsongbei's voice trembled. Yixing looked coldly at the two of them and said, I told you before that if you dare to covet the position of the family head again, you will definitely die. It seems that you have completely ignored my words. Gutsongbei immediately shook his head like a rattledrum and said, No, because Gu Qingchen was taken away by Zhaixing Palace, the Gu family no longer has a family head. The elders elected me as the family head. I didn't covet the position of the family head. Yixing's gaze was like a sword as he said, Why did Zhaixing Palace take Gu Qingchen away? Gutsongbei said, Disciples of Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley came together with the experts of Zhaixing Palace. Yi Yangsheng, you pretended to be a disciple of Dark Moon Palace. They were very angry and took Gu Qingchen away. They also wanted me to tell you that if you are looking for Gu Qingchen, go to Zhaixing Palace. Yixing immediately clenched his fists. The aura in his body was like ignited gunpowder, about to explode. Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley again. Killing intent exploded in Yixing's heart. Gutsongbei and Tang Yu felt the terrifying aura from Yixing. Their expressions were filled with fear as they retreated. Gutsongbei said, This has nothing to do with me. Yi Yangsheng, if you want to find Gu Qingchen, go to Zhaixing Palace. Don't take your anger out on the Gu family. Yixing stared coldly at Gutsongbei and shouted, Is it really none of your business? As soon as he said that, 2 green vortexes suddenly appeared in Yixing's eyes. Although the Eye of Clear Cloud was only a top-grade spiritual eye technique, Yixing was now a 9th-star supremacy. His mental energy was not weaker than a king's. Naturally, he could use the Eye of Clear Cloud to deal with Gutsongbei. A layer of mist instantly appeared in Gutsongbei's eyes. It quickly turned into 2 vortexes. It was Supremacy Tang Bin who supported me to become the head of the Gu family. Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang opposed, so I ordered them to be killed. Gu Qingchen has been captured and taken to the Zhaixing Palace. He will definitely die. Yi Yangsheng has also gone to the Zhaixing Palace. Only death awaits him. From today onwards, the Gu family will listen to the orders of me, Gutsongbei. My position as the head of the family was supported by the Tang family. In the future, I will take out half of the Gu family's annual harvest as a tribute to the Tang family. Any major matters in the family will be decided by my wife, Tang Yu. Tang Yu stood at the side and looked at the dazed Gutsongbei. Her eyes were filled with fear. Gutsongbei had already said all this. How could he still be alive? Whoosh! Tang Yu's figure flashed and she immediately escaped. Yixing snorted and waved his hand. Astral energy shot out and turned into an arrow. It instantly caught up with Tang Yu and killed her with 1 arrow. At this moment, Gutsongbei was still in a daze. Yixing used his hand as a knife and swept it out. The astral energy was like a blade and cut off Gutsongbei's head. This adulterous pair had both died. Zhaixing Palace, Tang Bin, and the disciples of Demon Ceiling Valley, Darkeen Palace, and Star Elephant Palace. Since you want me to go to Zhaixing Palace, fine. Just you wait. Yixing's eyes revealed a dangerous aura as he murmured. His body suddenly shot up into the sky and flew in the direction of Zhaixing Palace. Zhaixing Palace was the #1 sect in Yuezhou. It was a 3-star force. Among the 3-star forces, Zhaixing Palace was the weakest. They only had 1 1-star king. A king had a lifespan of 1,000 years. The king of Zhaixing Palace was only 600 years old. He could live for another 300 years. As long as this king did not die, Zhaixing Palace could be classified as a 3-star force. If it was a powerful 3-star force, Yixing could not afford to provoke it. However, a 3-star force with only 1 1-star king was not a threat to Yixing. Although he no longer had the divine dragon blood essence in his body, he was now a 9th-star venerable lord. Compared to when he was a 7th-star venerable lord, he was many times stronger. When he was a 7th-star venerable lord, Yixing could fight against a one-star king without using the divine dragon blood essence. Now, Yixing naturally did not care about a one-star king. Chapter 728. Yixing was still a few hundred miles away from the Zhaixing Palace when he used the dark momentum to hide his tracks. This was his first time here. Although he did not think much of the Zhaixing Palace's ruler, he would not barge in recklessly. After all, the Zhaixing Palace was a 3-star faction. If the faction had a level 5 formation, Yixing would not be able to handle it. Sneaking outside the Zhaixing Palace, Yixing scanned the place with his super brain. He was overjoyed to find out that the Zhaixing Palace's formation was only a level 4-1. It seemed that the Zhaixing Palace was indeed a weak 3-star faction. They did not even have a level 5 formation. This meant that Yixing had nothing to fear. However, Yixing still did not show himself. Even though the Zhaixing Palace was nothing to worry about, the Zhaixing Palace was a subordinate force of the Celestial Elephant Palace. If the Zhaixing Palace encountered danger that they could not handle, the Celestial Elephant Palace would most likely send reinforcements. Therefore, Yixing still had to destroy the Zhaixing Palace's teleportation array. This way, the Astral Elephant Palace's martial artists would not be able to reach the Zhaixing Palace directly. It wouldn't be a problem for Yixing to create havoc here. At the entrance of the Zhaixing Palace, 2 exalted masters stood guard on the left and right. At this moment, a Zhaixing Palace disciple came out. The formation was opened. After the Zhaixing Palace disciple left, the formation began to close again. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. The guard on the left rubbed his neck. Where did this wind come from? It's so sudden. The guard on the right glanced at him. Why do you care? In that instant, Yixing took advantage of the opening of the formation and rushed in. Although the 2 guards were exalted masters in the astral realm, Yixing was too fast for them to notice. Yixing hid his tracks and looked into the distance. Using his super brain, he scanned the layout of the Zhaixing Palace and found the location of the teleportation formation. The Zhaixing Palace's teleportation formation was a level 5 formation. It could send people millions of miles away. The teleportation formation could only allow people to travel through the void. Be it level 4 or level 5 teleportation arrays, they did not have a strong defense. Even an enlightened being would be able to destroy them. Yixing appeared in the distance, took out the black crow bow, and aimed at the teleportation array. The place where Yixing had appeared was rather remote. Naturally, the martial practitioners of Star Picking Palace did not discover him. In the next instant, a brilliant arrow of starlight shot out. Boom! The starlight arrow accurately struck the level 5 teleportation array, creating a loud explosion that shook the ground. The teleportation array was shattered into pieces by this arrow. The sudden explosion caused all the Star Plucking Palace martial artists to be flabbergasted. In the Star Plucking Hall, the palace master of the Star Plucking Palace and the other elders were entertaining 3 esteemed guests from the Star Elephant Palace, the Dark Een Palace, and the Devil Ceiling Valley. If Yixing were here, he would definitely recognize these 3 honored guests. They were the 3 people he had met in the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. More than a month ago, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had come out of the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land. In the end, they had not found the ripe heart-burning fruit, and had been very unhappy. After leaving the Heavenly Flame Ancient Land, Xing Haidong had brought Xian Yi and Feng Qingze to Star Plucking Palace to rest temporarily. The Star Plucking Palace naturally treated the 3 of them like they were their ancestors. One day, when they were hosting a banquet for the 3 of them, Tang Bin told Xian Yi, a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace, that he had met a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace in the Gu family. A young 7-star supremacy can't be a nobody in my Dark Een Palace. However, I have never heard of Yi Yangsheng. It's obvious that this person is not a disciple of the Dark Een Palace, but an imposter, Xian Yi had said at the time. Tang Bin was furious when he heard this. The reason he had acted subservient in front of Yixing was not because he was afraid of Yixing. As a 7-star supremacy, why would he be afraid of Yixing? What he was truly afraid of was the Dark Een Palace. Only now did Tang Bin realize that the Dark Yin Palace disciple he had been afraid of was an imposter. How could he not be furious? He immediately exaggerated Yi Xing's story in front of Xian Yi, saying that Yi Xing had relied on the reputation of the Dark Yin Palace to strut around and act arrogantly. Tang Bin's words successfully aroused Xian Ye's hostility. The three of them had come from the Heavenly Flame ancient land, so they were all furious. Naturally, they wanted to deal with the imposter Yi Xing. How dare he impersonate a disciple of the Dark Yin Palace? Brother Xian Yi, let's go together and skin him alive. The most arrogant and despotic Xing Donghai was the first to suggest that they go to the Gu family to cause trouble for Yi Xing. Thus, Xing Donghai led the three of them to the Gu family. At that time, Yi Xing had already left. The three of them stayed at the Gu family for a few days, but Yi Xing showed no signs of returning. Thus, they captured Gu Qingchen and brought him to Star Plucking Palace. They also passed down a message that if Yi Xing returned and wanted to find Gu Qingchen, he could go to Star Plucking Palace. In these few days, Gu Songbei, with Tang Bin's support, became the family head once again and killed Gu Jinyang and Gu Jinyuan. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, causing the earth to tremble. Everyone in the Star Plucking Palace was startled and rushed out of the palace. At this moment, Yi Xing had already flown into the sky and swept his gaze around. Seeing a large group of high-level astral-reaching realm venerables rushing out of the palace, he turned his gaze and roared, "Where is Gu Qingchen? Hand him over, or I'll destroy your Star-Plucking Palace today." He had searched for Gu Qingchen a moment ago, but didn't find him. The Star-Plucking Palace covered a large area. If Yi Xing had to search for him bit by bit, he would have wasted a lot of time. Naturally, it would be faster to make them hand him over. As soon as Yi Xing's voice fell, his expression changed slightly. He saw Xing Donghai, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze. Xing Donghai, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's expressions changed greatly. They had never imagined that the person pretending to be a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace was actually Yi Xing. The Star Plucking Palace Master was also a half-step king. He didn't know that Xing Donghai, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had suffered at the hands of Yi Xing. What big guts! Do you think you can destroy the Star Plucking Palace just because you want to? If you want Gu Qingchen, if you kneel down and beg, I might let you meet him. As soon as Tang Bin saw Yi Xing, the anger in his heart finally found a place to vent. He roared, "Yi Yangsheng, you dare to pretend to be a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace and deceive me? Today I'll tear you to shreds." Tang Bin originally wanted to say that he would tear Yi Xing into pieces, but his voice suddenly stopped, and his expression changed. You're actually a 9th-star Venerable Lord?" Tang Bin pointed at Yi Xing, his voice filled with astonishment. Only now did he realize that Yi Xing was no longer a 7th-star Venerable Lord. Tang Bin naturally didn't believe that Yi Xing could break through from a 7th-star Venerable Lord to a 9th-star Venerable Lord in 2 months. Therefore, he believed that Yi Xing had concealed his cultivation base in the Gu clan. When he thought about how Yi Xing had been a 9th-star Venerable Lord back in the Gu clan, killing a 7th-star Venerable Lord like him would be as easy as flipping his hand. Tang Bin felt a lingering fear. The other party was a 9th-star Venerable Lord. How would Tang Bin dare to say anything more? Would he rush up and tear Yi Xing into pieces? If he rushed up, he would probably be torn into pieces within a breath's time. Chapter 729. After being reminded by Tang Bin, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze also noticed that Yi Xing's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. This made the three feel relieved. No wonder he's so powerful. It turns out that he's a 9th-star Venerable Lord. He deliberately hid his cultivation in the Heavenly Flame ancient land. Bastard! After leaving the Heavenly Flame ancient land, the three felt a lingering fear in their hearts. A 7th-star Venerable Lord's strength had simply broken the record of the Starry Crescent continent. It was too heaven-defying and unbelievable. The three thought that Yi Xing had concealed his cultivation and deceived them. They were furious. However, they didn't think that even if Yi Xing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord, would the three of them put Yi Xing in their eyes? Absolutely not. The three of them were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and their strength was at the peak of half-step king realm. Unless they were facing a king, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone below the king realm. Therefore, even if Yixing was a 9th-star venerable lord, they would still arrogantly tell Yixing to scram and snatch the heart-burning fruit. The three of them had deeply experienced Yixing's strength in the heavenly flame ancient land. Xing Haidong had almost died in Yixing's hands, so he was very afraid of Yixing. Palace head Chen, quickly ask your sect's old ancestor to come out of seclusion. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze simultaneously transmitted their voices to Chen Nan, the palace master of the Zhaixing Palace. The palace head's expression froze. Even if Yixing was a 9th-star venerable lord, he didn't put him in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the three half-step kings, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze, would transmit their voices at the same time, asking him to ask his sect's old ancestor, who was also the only king of the palace, Star-Plucking King. Three young masters, do you recognize this person? The palace head asked. Still asking. Ask my ass. The three cursed in their hearts. Xing Haidong roared. Quickly ask Star-Plucking King, or we'll all be dead. On the other side, Yixing had already taken out the black bow. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he said, "It doesn't matter who you invite. Today all three of you will die." Back in the heavenly flame ancient land, Yixing had only been a 7-star supremacy. If he encountered a king realm expert, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, when Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had fled, Yixing hadn't pursued them. After all, if he provoked a king realm expert, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. But now the situation was different. Yixing was a 9th-star exalt lord, so he didn't fear ordinary kings at all. Moreover, if he was determined to flee, then even a mid-rank king might not be able to kill him. What's more, Yixing would set out for the Big Dipper Sword sect after leaving Star-Plucking Palace. At that time, how could Star Elephant Palace, Darkeen Palace, or Devil Ceiling Valley do anything to him? Therefore, if he encountered Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze again, whether it was because of the enmity in the heavenly flame ancient land or because of Gu Qingchen's hatred, he would kill them. Pulling back the black bow, a starlight arrow instantly condensed and locked onto Xing Haidong. Xing Haidong's hair stood on end as his heart jumped. Although Yixing hadn't used his astrology, as a half-step king, his senses were extremely sharp. He immediately sensed that the danger he was facing now was more than 10 times greater than when he was in the heavenly flame ancient land. At that time, could he really be a 7-star supremacy? This thought flashed through Xing Haidong's mind. Die. As this thought flashed through Xing Haidong's mind, Yixing coldly shouted. Whoosh! The starlight arrow immediately left the bowstring, carrying a faint layer of flames. This was the great circle of fire aura. Although it didn't seem like much, its quality was extremely high, and its might was extremely terrifying. Save me! Xing Haidong screamed, his expression turning into one of fright as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, his astrology soared into the sky as he circulated his astral energy. Xing Haidong's strength erupted to the limit as he sent out 2 palms. The people of the Star-Plucking Palace couldn't react in time. Who would have thought that Yixing would dare to take the initiative in the face of so many experts? Only Xian Yi and Feng Qingze knew how terrifying Yixing was. Seeing Yixing draw his bow, they knew that Yixing was really going to make a move. The two of them simultaneously attacked Yixing. Xing Haidong defended with all his strength while Xian Yi and Feng Qingze attacked Yixing. The three of them attacked and defended. Logically speaking, Yixing was only a 9-star supremacy and shouldn't be a match for them. However, the result was Xing Haidong's astral palm was instantly pierced through by the starlight arrow. Then, the starlight arrow's momentum didn't decrease as it flashed like a shooting star and shot into Xing Haidong's head. Xing Haidong's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist. He died instantly. At this time, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks had already reached Yixing. They saw Yixing use his bow as a weapon and sweep it out. The black bow carried with it a terrifying flame aura. The power of a sweep was like a landslide, instantly shattering Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks. This attack, which was enough to sweep away ordinary half-step kings, was easily destroyed by Yixing's attack. The hearts of the Star-Plucking Palace martial artists fiercely skipped a beat. Especially the upper echelons of the star-plucking palace, their expressions changed greatly. Xing Haidong was a disciple of the Celestial Elephant Palace. Dying in the star-plucking palace was definitely a disaster. It's over, it's over. The star-plucking palace master's face was pale as if the sky had been trampled on. If the Celestial Elephant Palace blamed him, the star-plucking palace wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of the Celestial Elephant Palace. On the side, the 7-star supremacy Tang Bin was so frightened that his legs were trembling. He never imagined that he would provoke such a terrifying existence. Whoosh! At this time, Yixing drew his bow again and shot out a second arrow. This time, his target was the Dark Moon Palace disciple Xianyi. Only when Yixing easily dispelled Xianyi and Fengqing's attacks did they realize that Yixing's strength was much stronger than when they had met him in the Sky Flame Ancient Land. Clearly, Yixing hadn't hidden his cultivation base in the Sky Flame Ancient Land. Back then, he was indeed a 7-star supremacy. Now Yixing was already a 9-star supremacy. His strength was naturally more than 10 times stronger. By the time the two understood, it was already too late. Yixing's starlight arrow wasn't something they could block. Peng, Xianye's blocking and dodging were futile. Like Xing Haidong, his head was struck and exploded into a bloody mist. He died. You weren't hiding your cultivation base? Fengqing's expression was horrified as he flew toward the entrance of the star-plucking palace. Whoosh! Yixing shot out another arrow. Before Fengqing's could reach the entrance, his head was blown apart. He followed Xing Haidong and Xianye's footsteps to the Yellow Springs Road. In just 3 breaths of time, 3 half-step kings from the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley were all killed by Yixing's arrows. The warriors of the Star-Plucking Palace looked at Yixing with fear and trepidation. The Star-Plucking Palace master glanced at Tang Bin, wishing he could strangle him to death. What kind of disaster had he brought to the Star-Plucking Palace? Chapter 730. The palace master's heart was bleeding. The disciples of the 3 superpowers had died in the Zhaixing Palace. If the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Darkeen Palace, and the Demon Ceiling Valley wanted to punish him, he would die 10,000 times. At this moment, the only hope the palace master of the Star-Plucking Palace had was the old ancestor of the Star-Plucking Palace, the Star-Plucking King. If the Star-Plucking King was able to capture Yixing, he would be able to answer to the 3 great sections. Otherwise, even if Yixing did not destroy the Zhaixing Palace, the Zhaixing Palace would still face a great disaster. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from a mountain peak in the distance. The might of a king swept over in a mighty manner. The Zhaixing King finally received the palace master's message and came out of closed-door cultivation. An old man in green immediately flew into the sky. He stepped in the air and covered 10 miles with each step. In just a breath, he appeared above the Zhaixing Palace. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Zhaixing Palace? The Zhaixing King roared furiously, his voice rippling like waves. Although Xing Haidong and the other 2 had asked the palace master to ask the Zhaixing King to come out of closed-door cultivation, the palace master was confused at that time. He did not know how terrifying Yixing was. Later, Yixing shot Xing Haidong's head with an arrow. Only then did the Zhaixing Palace realize how terrifying an enemy Yixing was. They quickly asked the Zhaixing King for help through the speed communication pearl. The Zhaixing King saw the message and came out of closed-door cultivation in just 2 breaths. However, in just 2 breaths, Xianyi and Fengqing's were killed by Yixing's arrow. The Zhaixing King only received the palace master's message for help. He did not know that Xing Haidong, Xianyi, and Fengqing's had all died. Therefore he was still calm. Ancestor were in big trouble, big trouble. Young Master Xing, Young Master Xian, and Young Master Feng were all killed by Yi Yangsheng. The Zhaixing Palace is in big trouble. The Zhaixing Palace master immediately came to the Zhaixing King's side and wailed. The Zhaixing King's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "What?" Even though he was a king, he still felt like the world was spinning around him. In the Star-Plucking Palace, he was the supreme ancestor, the only king. However, in front of the 3 behemoths of the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Devil Ceiling Valley, he as a one-star king was nothing but a fart. Even Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze were already half-step kings at such a young age. In the future, they would most likely become kings, and their status would be above his. Now all three of them had died in the Star-Plucking Palace. The Star-Plucking Palace master was right. The Star-Plucking Palace was in deep trouble. King Zhaixing was so angry that his body was trembling. His gaze landed on Yi Xing, and it was as sharp as a knife. You actually dared to kill them? Yi Xing held the dark crowbow in his hand. Facing the star-plucking monarch's king's pressure, Yi Xing felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Yi Xing said coldly, "So what if I killed them? If they don't hand her over, I'll continue to kill them until they hand her over." "You're courting death." King Zhaixing was furious. With a roar, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yi Xing. His palms blossomed with resplendent radiance as he slapped towards Yi Xing. King Zhaixing's famous martial skill, Star-Plucking Hand. Once used, his two hands would be as tough as Xian weapons, containing terrifying might. It could even break Xian weapons easily. Yi Xing clenched his right hand into a fist in the face of Star-Plucking King's attack. A faint layer of flames enveloped his fist as he punched out. King Zhaixing snorted coldly in his heart. A ninth-star venerable lord dared to face him head-on. He was truly courting death. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a loud explosion resounded. Terrifying chi waves spread out in all directions, instantly spreading out to 1,000 meters away. In King Zhaixing's eyes, a mere ninth-star venerable lord would be able to shatter his fist and send him flying with a single palm. However, Yi Xing did not even take half a step back in the midst of the terrifying chi waves. His small body was like a mountain, and he did not budge in the slightest. As for King Zhaixing, he felt pain in his palm, and a scorching sensation spread out, as if he was being burned by fire. King Zhaixing was shocked. How powerful was the astral defense of a king? How could ordinary flames hurt it? Not to mention, it was even harder to injure him when he used Star-Plucking Hand. Yet he actually felt scorching pain. How terrifying was the flame in Yi Xing's hand. Whoosh! King Zhaixing's figure retreated rapidly, and he instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. "You're just a mere ninth-star venerable lord. Yet you've comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection? How is this possible?" King Zhaixing looked at Yi Xing with disbelief in his eyes. Even among mid-step kings, there weren't many who could comprehend the grand momentum of heaven and earth to perfection. King Zhaixing was a one-star king, but his comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was only at the initial stage king level, which was still far from perfection. However, Yi Xing was only a ninth-star venerable lord, yet he had comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection. This truly shocked King Zhaixing. Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to attack, and he said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand over the people, I'll turn the Zhaixing Palace into a river of blood." Gu Qingchen's incident happened a month ago, and King Zhaixing knew about it. He knew who Yi Xing was here for. Yi Xing was so powerful. If he didn't kill Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze, King Zhaixing would definitely hand them over. However, Zhaixing Palace had to give Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley an explanation for their deaths. Therefore, King Zhaixing naturally wouldn't let Yi Xing go. "You're just a ninth-star venerable lord. Yet you've comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection. This is indeed shocking, and simply unheard of, but..." King Zhaixing looked at Yi Xing, and his tone suddenly changed. "The strength of a king is more terrifying than you think. Do you really think I can't kill you?" Whoosh! As he spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used the star image. A yellow star floated in the sky. It was an extreme earth element star image. Surging star power poured down, and frightening earth element chi converged. King Zhaixing's strength rose sharply. King Zhaixing could not only draw in the heaven and earth yuan chi, but more importantly, he could draw it into his body to strengthen it. His control over the heaven and earth yuan chi was far from what venerables could compare to. King Zhaixing's palms blossomed with light once again. He had used the star-picking hand, and its might had risen several times compared to before. He was full of confidence. Even if Yi Xing had comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection, he was only at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. King Zhaixing had enough power to resist. You're really courting death? Yi Xing roared. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. He had also used the star image. A flaming star floated in the sky. Surging star power poured down, causing Yi Xing's might to rise sharply. The fire element qi between heaven and earth converged. Yi Xing's body burned with visible ethereal fire. He was like a fire god, emitting a frightening aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Yi Xing's star image and his comprehension of the grand momentum of fire complemented each other. Their might had multiplied, and their strength had also risen sharply. Brothers, please don't waste your monthly tickets. There are only a few hours left. Chapter 731. Double monthly votes from the 1st to the 7th. 1 vote counts as 2 votes. Requesting monthly votes. In terms of aura alone, Yi Xing, a 9th star venerable, was even more frightening than a 1st star king. A trace of danger flashed through star-plucking king's eyes. There was a rational voice in his heart that told him to stop. However, as soon as he thought of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley, if he didn't capture Yi Xing and hand him over to them, Star-plucking king really couldn't think of any way to explain himself to them. A king is still a king after all. Even if he has the ability to challenge those with higher realms, he's still only an astral-reaching venerable. I don't have to kill him. As long as I can delay him until the experts of Star Elephant Palace arrive, I'll be done. A thought flashed through Star-plucking king's mind as he suppressed that feeling of danger. Looking at Yi Xing, his gaze instantly turned sharp. Star-plucking king roared. Die for me. Star-plucking hand was operated to the limit. That resplendent light made people unable to look at it directly. As his palm slapped down, the air was compressed to the point of rolling waves. Layers of frightening power attacked Yi Xing. At the same time, Star-plucking king transmitted a message to Star-plucking Palace Master. Quickly send a distress signal to Star Elephant Palace. Facing Star-plucking king's frightening attack, Yi Xing's expression remained the same. In an instant, his flame aura surged, and the dark crow bow was also covered in a layer of void fire. The might of fire star form and fire aura completely erupted. Boundless fire yuan qi between heaven and earth rolled over. Bang! The dark crow bow swept out. With a loud explosion, the void collapsed, and the frightening raging flames rushed forward like a sea of fire. Pung! The dark crow bow, covered in flames, collided with the star-plucking hand, producing a loud explosion. The two figures didn't retreat half a step. Pung 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 pung. In a blink of an eye, Yi Xing and Star-plucking king had each launched over 10 moves. Every move was head-on, and the frightening power collided, creating countless ravines in the surrounding ground. A layer of the ground was shaved off. The warriors of the Zhaixing Palace, even if they were venerables, retreated 1,000 meters away. Even the venerables would not be able to withstand the shockwaves that spread in all directions. The successive collisions caused the Star-plucking king to become more and more alarmed. Yi Xing's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Yi Xing wielded a longbow and was clearly proficient in archery. However, Yi Xing was able to fight evenly with him with a bow as his weapon. If Yi Xing used his archery skills, how could he resist? I must not let him widen the distance between us. As long as I can drag it out until the experts from the Astral Elephant Palace arrive, victory will be ours. Star-plucking king thought to himself. Since the Star-plucking Palace had asked for help from the Star Elephant Palace, it meant that they had encountered a problem that one Star King couldn't solve. Therefore, the reinforcements sent by the Star Elephant Palace would be at least 3 Star Kings, or even mid-step kings. The star-plucking monarch didn't believe that Yi Xing would be able to escape from a 3-star king. The two exchanged moves extremely quickly. In merely a few breaths' time, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. After 50 moves, the balance between the two started to shift. Under Yi Xing's attacks, the star-plucking king started to retreat. This caused him to be extremely shocked. Yi Xing's fire aura was too terrifying. Combined with the fire aura, It grew stronger and stronger. Even without using his archery skills, the star-plucking king had a feeling that it would be hard to resist. At this moment, the star-plucking palace master had already received a reply from the Star Elephant Palace through the transmission array. They were unable to lock onto the teleportation array of the star-plucking palace, and had already sent a mid-step king to the nearby area to provide assistance. The star-plucking palace master immediately transmitted a message to the star-plucking king, who was greatly shocked. If the experts from the Star Elephant Palace came through the teleportation array, they would only need a few breaths' time to reach the star-plucking palace. However, how long would it take for them to teleport to the nearby area? If they were lucky, they would only need a few hundred breaths' time to arrive from tens of thousands of miles away. If they were unlucky, they would need a few hundred breaths' time to arrive from tens of thousands of miles away. However, in less than 10 breaths' time, the star-plucking king had already been forced to retreat. How could he possibly hold on for a few hundred breaths' time? The star-plucking king was startled. His actions slowed down by half a beat. He who was already at a disadvantage was flustered by Yi Xing's attacks. King Realm is only SOSO. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Suddenly Yi Xing let out a cold snort. With a twang of the bowstring, a starlight ripple shot out. This starlight ripple appeared too suddenly. Even as a King Realm expert, the star-plucking king was greatly shocked. He retreated with all his might. At the same time, he executed the star-plucking palm and slapped at the starlight ripple. Only after using all his strength did he manage to block the starlight ripple. However, in the next moment, the star-plucking king's face turned pale. His eyes were filled with fear. In order to avoid the starlight ripple, the star-plucking king retreated a few miles away in the blink of an eye. The distance between him and Yi Xing was greatly increased. At this moment, Yi Xing had already drawn the dark crow bow. A resplendent starlight arrow locked onto the star-plucking king. Whoosh! The starlight arrow left the bowstring and shot toward the star-plucking king like a shooting star. A thumb-sized hole that was a few miles long appeared in the void. It was pierced by the starlight arrow in an instant. Its speed was so fast that even the air could not fill it. It formed a void hole that was visible to the naked eye. When the martial artists of the star-plucking palace saw the void hole formed by the starlight arrow, they could only be shocked. They did not have time to react. The star-plucking king immediately felt a life-and-death crisis. He executed the star-plucking palm to the limit. His two hands shone brightly as he grabbed at the starlight arrow. Swoosh! 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 Just as the starlight arrow was about to be blocked by the star-plucking king, the starlight arrow suddenly changed its direction in the void. It changed 9 times in a row. Following the Heart 9 transformations, Man and Bao Union, the second level of archery attainment. The arrows shot out were not only powerful but also impossible to guard against. In an instant, the star-plucking king's hands changed 8 times. When the starlight arrow changed its direction for the 9th time, the arrow's shadow was reflected in the star-plucking king's eyes. The life and death crisis instantly rose to the limit. He shouted in fright, "Stop! Boom! Just as the star-plucking king's voice echoed, the starlight arrow shot into his glabella. A terrifying power exploded and let out a loud explosion. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones of a king were much stronger than a venerable. The star-plucking king's head did not turn into a bloody mist. However, there was a fist-sized hole in his glabella. The star-plucking king's body instantly fell to the ground. For a king, the glabella was still a vital point. Of course, a fist-sized hole in his glabella was instantaneous. Yi Xing strode in the void and appeared above the star-plucking king's corpse in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, "It's too late to say it now." The martial artists of the star-plucking palace, regardless of whether they were disciples or seniors, witnessed the fall of the star-plucking king with their own eyes. Looking at Yi Xing, who was standing in the void, their legs went soft and their eyes were filled with fear. Even the star-plucking king was killed. This meant that as long as Yi Xing wanted to, he could easily slaughter the entire star-plucking palace. How could the martial artists of the star-plucking palace not be afraid? Yi Xing cast his gaze toward the star-plucking palace's palace master and said coldly, "If you don't hand him over, you'll be next." Chapter 732. The star-plucking palace master's legs went soft, and he slumped to the ground. Even the star-plucking monarch had died in Yi Xing's hands. This was something that the star-plucking palace master had never expected. However, the star-plucking monarch was unwilling, extremely unwilling. If he couldn't capture Yi Xing, he wouldn't be able to answer to the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. At that time, the three factions would definitely annihilate the star-plucking palace to vent their anger. Although they wouldn't slaughter all the martial artists in the star-plucking palace, the star-plucking palace master would definitely die. Delay. I just need to delay him for a bit. As long as I can delay until the mid-step kings from the Star Elephant Palace arrive and capture Yi Yangsheng, I'll have some hope of surviving. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. The star-plucking palace master thought to himself. He was already at the end of the road. Even though he was terrified of Yi Xing, he still decided to stall for time. The star-plucking palace master said, I'll hand him over immediately. I've already given the order to release Gu Qingchen. He's locked in a prison deep within the mountain, and he'll need some time to come out. Yi Xing naturally knew that the kings from the Star Elephant Palace would definitely be teleported to a nearby location if they couldn't reach the star-plucking palace. At the very least, they would be able to arrive within 100 breaths of time. He naturally knew what the star-plucking palace master was planning. Yi Xing said coldly, I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't see him after 10 breaths of time, you can go to hell. The star-plucking palace master's face changed, and he said with a trembling voice, 10 breaths of time? How can 10 breaths of time be enough to walk out of the mountain? Young hero, 60 breaths of time. At the very least, he'll need 60 breaths of time to come out. Yi Xing glanced at the star-plucking palace master indifferently before shifting his gaze away. Not saying a word, the star-plucking palace master let out a sigh of relief. He thought that Yi Xing would really listen to him and wait here for 60 breaths of time. At that time, he would find some excuse to stall for time. When the mid-step kings from the Star Elephant Palace arrived, everything would be over. 10 breaths of time passed quickly, and Gu Qingchen naturally didn't appear. Xiao, Yi Xing pulled the black profound bow in his hand, and immediately shot out a starlight ripple. The starlight ripples spread out in a fan shape, like a sharp blade, cutting the void in half. In an instant, it was right in front of Zhaixing Palace Master. The Zhaixing Palace Master was horrified. He never thought that Yi Xing would silently sentence him to death in his heart. Yi Xing was not far away from him. He suddenly launched an attack, and the starlight ripple's attack was so fast that even if the palace master wanted to dodge, he could not. He wanted to resist, but just as he raised his arm, the starlight ripples had already cut across his neck. Zhaixing Palace Master's head immediately flew backwards. He saw a headless body appear in front of him. In the next instant, his consciousness vanished without a trace. Yi Xing raised his hand to kill the Zhaixing Palace Master instantly. He raised his hand and put away the Palace Master's storage ring. Then he took a step forward and appeared in front of Tang Bin. Tang Bin's legs trembled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. He kowtowed to Yi Xing, Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I have sinned deeply. Please have mercy on me. I will release Gu Qingchen immediately. Yi Xing used the eye of clear cloud and said coldly, I can release him myself. I don't want to trouble you. You can die peacefully. At this moment, Tang Bin's heart was filled with fear, and his mind was relaxed. Yi Xing's mental energy source suddenly surged out a powerful mental energy, and rushed into the space between Tang Bin's eyebrows, causing Tang Bin to lose his guard. In an instant, 2 cloudy vortexes appeared in Tang Bin's eyes. Yi Xing asked, where is Gu Qingchen locked up? Tang Bin's expression was blank as he pointed at a mountain peak several miles away. In the prison on that mountain peak, cell number 10 at the foot of the mountain. As a 7-star venerable lord, Tang Bin's mental energy was extraordinary. After being stupefied for 3 breaths, Tang Bin's expression shook as he came to his senses. At this moment, a cold light flashed. It was the starlight ripple that Yi Xing shot out with the dark crow bow. It passed through Tang Bin's neck, separating his head from his body. After killing Tang Bin, Yixing's figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mountain peak that Tang Bin had pointed out. He activated his super brain and quickly found cell number 10. He saw Gu Qingchen inside. Gu Qingchen was tied to a beam. His body was stained with blood, and his clothes were torn. Clearly, he had been severely abused and was currently unconscious. Yixing smashed the door of cell number 10 with a palm strike and entered. In a breath's time, Yixing rushed out with Gu Qingchen in his hand. Yixing held the dark crowbow and shot a starlight arrow into the sky. The light barrier that covered the entire star-plucking palace was instantly shattered. Yixing carried Gu Qingchen and flew into the sky. Soon, they disappeared from the vision of the star-plucking palace's cultivators. The star-plucking palace's cultivators were gloomy. The palace master and old ancestor were dead. Moreover, 3 Super Force's disciples had died in the star-plucking palace. It was obvious that the star-plucking palace had no future. Some of the star-plucking palace's cultivators took advantage of the fact that the Star Elephant Palace's experts had yet to arrive to leave the star-plucking palace. After more than 100 breaths of time, a 4-star king arrived at the star-plucking palace. Seeing that the sect's formation had been broken and the sect was in a mess, he was shocked from afar. When he found out from the star-plucking palace that the star-plucking palace master and star-plucking king were dead, and that the Star Elephant Palace master, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had been killed by a young man called Yi Yongsheng, this 4-star king was both shocked and furious. Under the star-plucking palace's instructions, this 4-star king chased in the direction that Yixing and Gu Qingchen had disappeared. As a mid-step king, he could clearly sense the aura in the void and knew Yixing's flight path. However, after chasing for more than 1,000 li, this mid-step king stopped and revealed a look of surprise. He had chased until here, but the aura he had been following had disappeared without a trace. He searched the surroundings for a while but couldn't find any clues. Thus, he could only give up in anger. In a mountain range tens of thousands of li away from the star-plucking palace, Yixing and Gu Qingchen's figures appeared from the shadows and landed on the ground. Yixing's darkness force was only a step away from perfection. With his darkness force concealing his aura, unless it was a high-level astral sea realm emperor, no one would be able to discover his whereabouts. However, the star-plucking palace was only one of the weakest 3-star powers. Yixing believed that the Star Elephant Palace wouldn't send an emperor to help the star-plucking palace. Sending a mid-step king was already a sign of their importance. Therefore, Yixing wasn't worried at all. No one would be following them. His guess was right. That mid-step king indeed couldn't track him. By the time the Star Elephant Palace's emperor arrived, the aura in the void would have already dissipated. The world was so big. Who could predict where Yixing would go? At that time, even a demigod wouldn't be able to find him. Chapter 733. Yixing fed Gu Qingchen a healing elixir, and his astral energy entered Gu Qingchen's body. Soon Gu Qingchen woke up. Big brother Yixing. Gu Qingchen opened his eyes and his body trembled. When he saw Yixing, he was stunned and pleasantly surprised. In the past month he had been imprisoned in the Zhaixing Palace and had been tortured. As long as he was awake, he would be tortured by the people of the Zhaixing Palace. Only when he was unconscious would he be spared. Every time he woke up, he would be tortured until he fainted. After he woke up, he would be tortured until he fainted again. This cycle repeated countless times. Every time he opened his eyes, he would be greeted with all kinds of torture. Today when he opened his eyes he saw Yixing. How could Gu Qingchen not be surprised? Yixing nodded at Gu Qingchen and said, "Don't be afraid. I've already saved you. You can focus on recuperating. When you've recovered, I'll bring you to a place." Although Gu Qingchen's injuries were not light, they were not fatal. Moreover, Yixing had fed him a top-grade healing elixir. It would not take too long to heal his injuries. Since things had escalated to this point, Gu Qingchen naturally could not return to the Gu clan. Yixing planned to bring Gu Qingchen to the Big Dipper Sword sect. Gu Qingchen was still very young, and his aptitude was not low. If he could become a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect, Yixing would not have to worry about his safety. Gu Qingchen looked at Yixing and nodded. He originally wanted to follow Yixing and roam the world. He did not want to stay in the Gu clan. Now that Yixing was bringing him away, it was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang had already died. He did not have the slightest bit of attachment to the Gu clan. A trace of sadness flashed in Gu Qingchen's eyes. Although Gu Jinyang was a servant, he had watched him grow up and had always taken care of him. Gu Jinyuan was also the only elder who had sincerely supported him to become the clan leader. Gu Qingchen was very pained by their deaths. Without strength, I can only be at the mercy of others, powerless to resist. I want to become strong. From now on, I want to be the master of my own life. I can't let the people who are important to me die for no reason. I want to become strong. Gu Qingchen shouted in his heart. The experience this time had made his heart extremely resolute. Gu Qingchen let out a long breath and calmed himself down. He closed his eyes and refined the healing spirit pill in his body, using its medicinal energy to heal himself. Yixing sat down at the side and took out all the storage rings he had obtained from the star-plucking palace to check the items inside. Xing Haidong, Xianyi Fengqingze, Lord Jiaxing, the palace master of Jiaxing Palace, and Tangbin were all killed by Yixing. Yixing took their storage rings and checked them all. As far as Yixing was concerned, middle-grade mystic-level weapons and materials could only be regarded as wealth and were not of much use to him. The only thing that was of direct use to him was that he had found a high-grade mystic-level metal mineral in the storage ring of the Star Plucker King, purple tier green gold. Once the Azure Cloud Wings absorbed the high-grade mystic-grade green gold, it could be upgraded to the high-grade mystic grade. At that time, Yixing's speed would increase greatly. Yixing held the Azure Cloud Wings in one hand, and the purple tier green gold in the other. He used the Starfire Seed to refine the purple tier green gold, and merge it with the Azure Cloud Wings. The upper-grade black-level metal ores were very strong, but in front of the Starfire Seed, they were easily refined. In about an hour, the green cloud wings had devoured all the purple teardrop green gold. The aura it emitted had increased by a large level, reaching the upper-grade black level. Flying wings were extremely precious, and their value was much higher than weapons of the same level. Starry Crescent Land was a mid-level land, and there were not many martial artists who had mystic-level upper-tier flying wings. Normally, only great emperors had them. Now that the Azure Cloud Wings had reached the high-grade mystic grade, Yixing's speed was basically invincible among kings as long as he didn't encounter any emperors. After an hour of treatment, Gu Qingchen's injuries were almost healed, and the two continued on their journey. With the high-grade Azure Cloud Wings, Yixing's speed had increased greatly. Yixing was very clear that if the Astral Elephant Palace's experts couldn't find him, they would most likely issue a bounty on him within the Astral Elephant dynasty. Yixing brought Gu Qingchen and avoided the cities, going to places with little people. The Yuezhou continent was considered a remote area in the Astral Elephant dynasty, only one continent away from the Big Dipper dynasty. 3 days later, Yixing and Gu Qingchen left the Astral Elephant dynasty and arrived at the Big Dipper dynasty. Although the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Astral Elephant Palace were already enemies, Yixing still didn't dare to let his guard down in the Big Dipper dynasty. As a 4-star power, even if the Big Dipper Sword Sect didn't have a Grade 6 teleportation array, they still had a Grade 5 teleportation array. An ordinary Grade 5 teleportation array could send people tens of millions of miles away, and a Grade 5 teleportation array could send people hundreds of millions of miles away. If the Astral Elephant Palace's experts got wind of the news, they could directly use the teleportation array to teleport to any part of the Starry Crescent continent. The Big Dipper dynasty was no exception. Yixing avoided the cities and towns along the way, taking many detours in the wilderness. After a month, Yixing and Gu Qingchen finally arrived at the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Outside the Big Dipper Sword Sect's mountain gate, Yixing cupped his fists towards the Big Dipper Sword Sect's mountain gate guards and said, "I'll have to trouble you to inform Feng Xiaoxiao that my old friend, Yixing, has come to look for her." The Big Dipper Sword Sect was worthy of being a 4-star power. Not only did the sect occupy a beautiful land full of spirit chi, even the guards were all astral-reaching realm experts. The leader of the guards was even a 7-star venerable lord. Although Yi Xing was a 9-star venerable lord, he wasn't worth mentioning in front of the Big Dipper sword sect. Therefore, the guards didn't give him a second glance. However, when they heard Yi Xing mention Feng Xiaoxiao's name, their expressions changed. The 7-star venerable lord guard said, "You know our sect's young master?" Yi Xing was surprised. Only now did he know that Feng Xiaoxiao was actually the Big Dipper sword sect's young master. However, he didn't show it on his face as he nodded and said, "Yes." The guard leader's expression immediately became a lot more respectful and said, "Young master, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately send someone to inform her." Big Dipper sword sect, Dubhe Peak, sect leader's mansion. Feng Xiaoxiao was meditating in the backyard. At this moment, a third-level astral-reaching realm servant walked in. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao was meditating, he didn't dare to disturb her and stopped 10 meters away from her. After a few breaths, Feng Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and said, "What's the matter?" Although Feng Xiaoxiao didn't explicitly say that she wasn't to be disturbed while cultivating, if there wasn't anything important, the servant definitely wouldn't disturb her. That 3-star venerable said, "Young master, there's a young master at the mountain gate. He says that he's your old friend, Yi Xing, and he's here to look for you." Yi Xing? Feng Xiaoxiao's face was filled with astonishment as she said, "Are you sure? He's really called Yi Xing?" Third watch, please double the monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.